Abstract. This is a story about an ordinary guy. He is 18, he plays games, figures out which institute to enter, and does not know what he lives for. Rolls through life, like many others, without thinking about what lies ahead. But on his birthday, a tragedy happens in the yard. Mother, sister, dozens of other people are dead by a strange death. As if this is not enough, the inscription, Initialization 36%, appears before his eyes, and then his path of becoming begins. Wind Finder. Roman the Shepherd. Wind Finder. Wind 1. Chapter 1. Bad Trouble. The beginning. Hello, little one. The door opened and the sister entered the room. Are you hanging out at the computer again? The question was rhetorical. My sister came into my room, of course. She did not ask permission and squeezed me in her arms. I could only mumble a greeting in response. Listen, aren't you tired of sitting in four walls? I would go for a walk or something. My sister sat down next to me on the bed and looked at me intently. Oh, my God. Yes, I'm fine. It's fine. I freaked out. The broken record turned on again. Yes, a typical downtrodden teenager with communication problems. You're a downtrodden teenager yourself. And I have no problems. I muttered, but I immediately realized that in vain. Now he will decide that he was offended and will start getting even more. Well, little one, don't grumble, I thought with annoyance. I need to stay calm, then she will fall behind faster. I take care of you. 18 years in a week, and you're still playing with your toys. There's no girl. I just grimaced at this and turned away. Have you decided where to go after school? When will you submit the documents? Not yet. I'm just thinking. Exams are just over. As I get the results, I'll decide. It's noticeable how you think. At least I would look at universities, and not hang out in these games of my own. Sister is on a roll today. Tortured me for another half hour, pestering me with questions and moralizing. How did you pass? What are you thinking of doing? How will you celebrate your birthday? And is there a girl? Or maybe sign up for the gym? Took out your soul. For any attempts to kick back, a new wave began. And what's wrong with her? Previously, the other was. And as she moved out and started living alone, she felt like an adult and is trying to take care of me, share wisdom. BRR. As the first torture ended, the second one immediately began. Now she was no longer asking about me, but telling about herself. Do you know, little one, how cool it is to live separately? It's difficult at first, but then you get into the taste. Although how do you know? You're our indoor flower. And what are you like then? Wild? I snapped. Now, I'll give you a slap on the head, and you'll find out. The sister frowned and took a strict look. Even though you call me small, but I'm taller than you. So you won't reach. I showed her my tongue and turned away, trying in vain to return to the game that had to be postponed. Tall, but that's just the DRWCH. That's why the girls bypass you. But this is mean. Girls are a sick topic. And they really bypassed. But what do I have to go swing for them? What else? I think you should look for a university and move to a dorm. It won't be as comfortable there as it is here, but it will benefit you. Sleep in the common room? Use a shared shower? I answered with a skeptical look, trying to express all my negative attitude to this idea. It is. That harsh conditions will harden the spirit of a warrior in you. The sister raised her finger up instructively. She probably felt like a great teacher now. I'm fine here. You don't live in the dorm yourself. Yes, but I earn and I can afford to rent a room. And before that I lived, you know. Yeah, and your mother helps you. And here you are wrong, small. Helped. At first, yes, but it's okay. Since this year I've been coping by myself. Well done, Che. Take a pie from the shelf. My sister took offense at my grumbling. Abruptly fell silent, thought for a couple of seconds, and then got up and with the words, "I'll go," left the room. Well, now I'm going to feel guilty. Women. Maybe it's for the best that I don't have a girlfriend? And then it will take out the brain like this every day, I'll go crazy. I spent the rest of the day at the computer. My mother came in, called for a shared dinner, but it was quiet. Wow, they didn't even bother. And then my sister and mom like to conspire and sit on me, that it's important to be strong and responsible, and not like a father. Maybe if he had been present in my life, I would have been stronger, but something is tormented by vague doubts that my mother and I have the same ideas about strength. She liked to give contradictory advice. Do this, then this, but don't do that, but do that. Be careful, but strong, obey in everything, but have your own opinion and so on. Sometimes as soon as you sit down, so at least run away from home. Maybe that's why my sister took off. I remember how she also got portions of moralizing. And now, when it's just me at home, and my sister is like an adult, they both give me instructions, like two hens. It's unpleasant to feel like an ignorant chick, so I was freaking out and snapping, but if it helped. As they pressed, so they press. Here. Again this day. Birthday. I thought for a long time who to invite, but decided that no one. That's why I don't like this day. Because more than ever you feel like an unnecessary loser. There would be a girl, you could spend time with her. If the truth be told, I'm even ready to tolerate brain takeaways. But to be even more honest, even for such sacrifices, none of the girls wants to communicate with me. And here's what to do about it. In heavy thoughts, the day passed. The mother will arrive only in the evening, after work. Immediately together with her sister. Promised me a cake. Well, at least I'll have a sweet one. At 17:30. My sister sent a messenger that she was going. She needs more than an hour on the road. Even though she boasts of independence, but what is the price of this? Lives on the outskirts, in a strange room and is shy to show it. I live, even if not in the center, but in a good house, where everything is convenient and comfortable. For the sake of what to suffer hardships? It's all nonsense. 18:30. My sister wrote that she had met her mother and they were going. That a surprise was waiting for me. Asked me to wash and clean up. Indignantly I write to her, who does she take me for? I've already done it. Well, almost. In fact, no. I looked in the mirror and the reflection hinted that I look rumpled and pale. If I were a girl, I should admit to myself, I would pass by. So I will do what they ask. I didn't want to play. It's sad to sit alone. I was thinking, maybe I should do sports. It is necessary to change something in life. Try to push up from the floor. It turned out 7 times. The desire to change something has disappeared. I'll start later somehow. 1910. The sister wrote that in 10 minutes they would be. Asked if I was crying alone. I threw her a smiley face with a tongue. Refrained from sending. Decided to be persistent and respond to taunts with Buddhist calm. 1925. Tired of waiting. I'm standing near the window and looking out into the yard. I see my mother's car coming in. Well, I think, finally, I'm going to sit down in the living room. Now I will have to endure the torture of hugs, get gifts, eat a couple of pieces of cake, sit with my family, and you can do nothing again. 10 minutes have passed. Where are they? 10 more minutes passed, no one. Wrote to his sister, but the message remained unread. Are they stuck in the elevator? After another 10 minutes, I called my sister. The dial tone goes, does not pick up the phone. Did you decide to prank me? Or did you go to the store? Yes, probably to the store. I looked out the window, the car is parked, the lights are off, it's dark inside. 10 minutes later, I was sitting in the hall and was nervous. My fingers were tapping on the table, playing an alarming rhythm. I called my sister a second time, silence. What nonsense is this? I dialed my mother, didn't pick up the phone either. I opened the window, leaned out and looked around the yard. There is an unusual silence. No one. No money on the benches, no children on the playground. Where is everyone? I tried to dial my mom and sister 5 more times, bombarded both with messages, but they were silent. Anxiety had settled inside for a long time. I put on my sneakers and go out to the entrance. It's almost summer, it's been hot outside for a week. I'm calling the elevator. It's working. So they're not stuck in it. Yes, and if it were, then either the beep did not pass, or they answered. I live on the 7th floor. When the doors open on the ground floor, I look out with apprehension. Silence seems ominous. I remember horror movies that I watched recently. Fear increases. So, am I a man or not? It is necessary to gather determination and go outside. How is this done only? I do not know, so I just go ahead, scolding myself for having screwed up the fear. It's unnaturally dark outside. Although it's not late at night yet, it's as if twilight has thickened, and the lanterns are working at half strength. I'm trying to remember when it gets dark at this time of year, it doesn't work. I go out, look around, there's no one around. Although there is no. I notice a silhouette in the gap among the houses. He froze for a couple of seconds, then turned around and left. So there are still people here, few. And then I thought that everyone was extinct. It immediately became somehow calmer. Everything is fine. Probably went to the store, but the phones don't hear. Maybe there are big queues or something else. I'll meet my mother and sister and tell them what's boiling. Too much for me, adults. And they behave irresponsibly. The mood lifted. I decided to walk to the car. I don't know why. I'll check if the mobile phones are there, maybe they left them in the car. I came up with an explanation for myself. I walk across the yard, but inside there is still a worm of doubt. The closer I get, the more I distinguish that someone is sitting in the car. Well, that's what? What did they forget there? Glued them? Stupid prank. When I get very close, I see The sister and mother are really in the car. Faces are distorted. The light from the lanterns falls on them, distorts the frozen grimace of horror. The heads fell to the side, blood flows from the eyes. What happened next, I remember vaguely. I was so scared that I rushed back. Rushed straight through the playground and bushes, broke through them, but tripped over something. Jumped up, looked down at his feet and saw that it was the corpse of a child. The baby's face is distorted with horror. This horror also got me. I ran harder than before. Just now I noticed that there are enough bodies here. Who walked on the street, they are dead now, they don't move. I woke up already at home. Locked myself in all the locks. Breathing hard. My heart is beating furiously. As it let go, I was smart enough to call the police. I don't remember what I told them, but apparently quite convincingly. Soon a siren wailed under the windows. The light from the flashing lights illuminated the room. Another 10 minutes later the ambulance arrived. And more cars. The yard turned into an anthill. They came to me too. Apparently, when I called the cops, I said where I live. A representative uncle in a uniform asked what he saw, what he did, was there anything suspicious? What's wrong with them? Are they alive? No, the guy. He sighed heavily, everyone who was in the yard is dead. The reason? Finding out. Do you have any relatives? Do you have someone to turn to? Yes. I lied to him. There were no relatives. Mother and sister are the only ones. Father left the family a long time ago, I have no idea where he is and what he does. Grandparents are dead. Mother lived alone, never married. Sister too. For some reason, I was afraid to say this directly. Who knows what the police will come up with? They will also send me to an orphanage. The idea that I am now an adult did not occur to me at that moment. I was examined by doctors, asked a dozen more questions, and then released. Madness was going on in the yard for a couple more hours. Corpses were collected and packed. Residents of houses ran in, I constantly heard someone crying and howling from the street. Judging by the number of corpses, 40 people died. Many in their apartments. How, it is unknown, well, or no one shared with me. I stood at the window until the yard was empty. It was the middle of the night. Probably, it should have been creepy for me to be alone in the apartment, but my brain was so numb that I just walked to bed and passed out. The awakening turned out to be difficult. Probably, it should be like this after a good day, only here. I didn't immediately remember what happened yesterday. Woke up as usual. I lay around. Went to the bathroom, washed up, got to the kitchen. While moving, as if through a haze, as if my brains forgot to turn on. Usually breakfast was already waiting for me, either on the stove or in the refrigerator, you just need to warm up. But today it was empty. I shouted, but the answer was silence. That's when the memories hit me. I settled where I was standing. The realization of what had happened did not fit in my head. Tears sprang from my eyes. My heart clamped so that I wanted to howl. I was painfully short of air. I fell to the floor, right on the cold tile, and shrank from pain and misunderstanding how this could happen. Am I alone now? I don't know how long I would have lain like this, but then the inscription appeared right in front of my eyes. Initialization 36%. Through tears, it blurred, I blinked to focus and consider. The inscription hung for a dozen seconds, then disappeared. Glitches? Nervous overstrain? It was so strange that it knocked me out of a state of shock. What does it say? Are they knocking out a wedge with a wedge? I pushed my thoughts about my family as far away as possible, feeling that a little more and the hysteria would return with renewed vigor. But you can't. Now I see the inscriptions. If I go crazy, it will be the apogee of the black streak of my life. Perhaps the final strip, which will lead to the best case in the white chambers. And don't you care? I thought. I don't care, a voice answered from somewhere inside. Your loved ones would like you to have a decent life, and not like this, so that you end up crazy. This thought sobered. I felt the need to do something. The gaze stopped at the refrigerator. It will go. You need something familiar that is associated with stability. I hope the food will help to recover a little. I opened a white friend and wondered what I could cook. Scrambled eggs? I never did. How much my mother offered and lured me to teach cooking, but every time I found a way to get away from this duty. And now I'm going to pay for my laziness. But God be with him, I'll figure it out later, while I just need to eat something. So my choice fell on flakes. Here the skill is not necessary. Breakfast really helped to calm down a little. Although the tragedy still refused to fit in my head. As if it all didn't happen. I mechanically moved the false one, hanging for a minute on each approach and waited for the flakes to soften completely. I mastered a maximum of half, after which I spat and poured the rest into the toilet. So, now what, do I have to wash the plate? Sighing heavily, I turned on the faucet and took the sponge. As if mocking, at this moment the inscription returned. Initialization 41%. What kind of nonsense is this? Initializing what? And what will happen when it comes to 100%? But most importantly, why do I see it? The flight of thought was interrupted by the vibration of the phone. I jumped up, it was so unexpected in an empty apartment. And creepy. The plate jumped out of my hands, smacked into the sink, but at least it remained intact. My phone was lying next to. They called another. I looked around the apartment, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. A memory surfaced of how yesterday a man in uniform brought a package of things. Wiped his hands on his t-shirt, opened it and looked inside. There were documents, 2 mobile phones and wallets, there were also car keys. Mom and sister's stuff. One of the mobile phones was vibrating. The name, Chief, was displayed on it. I picked up the phone and heard. I hope you have a good reason why you're not in the office yet. An irritated voice sounded. Yes, I answered. There was a pause on the other side. Who am I talking to? This is the son of Hope. She. What's wrong with her? Dead. The word was hard. There was silence. Kid, are you kidding me now? Such things do not joke. Mom and sister yesterday. In general, something happened in the yard, many died. I dumped everything that happened on a stranger. At some point I got hysterical and burst into tears. I don't know why. Just emotions decided to come out. The stranger listened and said he would come now so that I would stay at home. And really arrived. Not alone, but with some girl. It was an adult man, in a business suit, with gray in his hair. He listened to my story again. I saw that he didn't believe me, but I have my mobile phone, my passport too, my mother is missing. I asked him to take me to the car where everything happened. I didn't want to, but for some reason he insisted. They came out, showed. There were people in the yard there, which confirmed the story. Now the playground was empty. Residents decided to bypass this place. I literally felt an ominous aura in the yard, how much tension and threat hung here. The boss took some documents from the car. Apparently at work. Said that he would order me to settle things. Inheritance, paperwork, funeral arrangements. Found out the card number and threw money. 50,000. I only nodded at this, because the appearance of a person who knows what to do calmed. Arguing was the last thing I wanted. It's better to trust the flow and not think about anything. Breaking this state, there was an inscription. Initialization 62%. Are you sure you're okay? Are there people who can be with you? The man asked, seeing my distracted look. Why yes, of course, I mumbled and tried to concentrate on the conversation. Then I'll deal with the inscription. Nice. Here's my phone. If anything, call. I'll take care of things, you don't have to worry about it. Thank you. The man left. I'm alone again. I didn't go up to the apartment. Watched the inscription slowly fill in. Initialization 68%. Maybe the download speed is faster in the yard? And why here? It seems that while I was sitting in the apartment, it was slower. And here the inscription does not disappear and hangs in front of my eyes. I decided to walk. Went in one direction and after 100 meters the inscription disappeared. Returned and walked in the opposite direction. Also disappeared. I went in the direction of the third party and here the inscription appeared again. Initialization 73%. I walked through the yard and 5 minutes later came out to the construction site. Almost finished house, there is a concrete box, there are no windows and finishes yet. Fenced. But here the percentage was added almost every minute. Initialization 86%. Maybe well him? Run away in the other direction and not let the download finish. Maybe I'll die after that. Initialization 90%. Curiosity and fear mixed inside. But they were replaced by indifference. And what do I have to lose? Mother and sister died, I am now alone. At risk. Initialization 98%. 99%. 100%. New inscriptions followed. Initialization completed. Congratulations, you have become a seeker. You are one of the first 1,000 seekers. Bonus, random skill. Generation, receive the skill. Element, wind. The synchronization process is underway. Skill integrated. Show a skill description. The question hung literally in the air. I mentally clicked yes, and the description unfolded. Air bullet. Level 1. Damage 1. Range 10 meters. Mana costs 10. Compacts the air to a solid state and sends it to the target. What? This is the only question that hung in my head. This ended the inscriptions, and inside, in a strange way, there was an understanding of how to use the skill. You need to willpower to form an air clot and send it to the target. As if I was in the game. Or maybe it is. Maybe I'm lying at home now. I overplayed, fell asleep, so I'm dreaming of devilry. Or a missing cake was brought for my birthday, I was poisoned and I'm delirious now. Pinched myself. Didn't help. The world remained frighteningly real. The next couple of weeks merged like in one day. The assistant chief stopped by, brought some documents, told about the preparations for the funeral. They didn't really say anything about the causes of death. The official document indicated death from a heart attack. Okay, mother, she's an adult, but sister? And the masks of horror on their faces. What could scare so many people that they died? But this question was ignored for some reason. The police were silent. The assistant chief didn't say anything good either. Days passed. I was in apathy. I came to myself a couple of days after it was over. The funeral took place. There were some people there, mostly friends and colleagues. They said warm words to me, offered help, for which I politely thanked. Now I'm sitting alone in an apartment and I don't know how to continue living. What to do? The apartment was overgrown with a mess, there was a mountain of unwashed dishes in the sink. I went grocery shopping several times, and it's not that I fell in love with this business. My mother used to do everything in everyday life, but now, I was faced with a choice. Either to turn into a pig, or to grow up. Well, sister, you achieved what you wanted. At a cruel price, but your wayward brother is now forced to grow up. With these thoughts, I went to put things in order. 6 hours later, tired, I collapsed on the sofa. Cleaning the apartment turned out to be suddenly difficult. I wanted to score several times, but I noticed that it helps to get together and put my thoughts in order. As if I'm not cleaning the apartment, but in my soul. During these days, the emerging inscriptions ignored me. But the skill remained. I perfectly remembered how to use it. It's time to deal with it. I tried to do as needed. Thickened the air and sent it to the wall. Zero effect. Tried again, similarly. The next hour I pushed until I figured out what the trick was. The air could not be caught through pressure, it had to be carefully collected. The first successful experience and result. I might as well have blown into the wall. No, I saw the air thicken, flew up to the wall and slammed it, but this is some kind of nonsense. What kind of seekers are these and what kind of stupid skills that are useless and except to make mosquitoes laugh? I remembered that in games the initial skills are always weak. Maybe this one can be pumped. I opened the skill itself. Its description unfolded in front of me, as in the game. The guess was confirmed. A progress bar appeared above the skill. Now, it is 10% full. So. I repeated it 2 more times, and the scale shifted to 30%. It turns out that one application is 10% progress. Great. I wanted to get to the second level quickly, but there was a bummer. After 2 repetitions, a sucking feeling of emptiness formed inside. Cold and nasty. I was scared and decided to wait with experiments for now. If the spell costs 10 mana, and I was able to do it 5 times, it turns out that my stock is somewhere 50 points. Not much. With this thought I went to bed. Tomorrow I will continue. Chapter 2. Everyday Adult Life. In the morning I woke up with the enthusiasm of a nerd who wants to get a new level. What is it, where and for what, am I crazy? These thoughts flashed, but I pushed them aside. Staying in bed, I formed a bullet and sent a light breeze into the wall. And the scale filled up by another 10%. Repeated 4 times and the sucking emptiness inside returned, confirming thoughts about the reserve. But raised the skill level. Now the description looked like this. Air bullet. Level, 2. Damage, 2. Range, 11 meters. Mana costs, 10. After about 10 minutes, the void disappeared. Cast the spell once, and it reappeared. The recovery rate is terribly slow. And I also noticed that the progress was at 0, and remained. Conclusion: the usual application is not enough to move on. I lay in bed, thinking about the situation, and decided it was time to get up. Went to wash and eat. When I finished I just returned to the experiments. At a new level, the bullet gained visibility and slapped the wall a little louder. But the wall is unclear, you need something else to check the slaughter. I found a glass, put it on the table and put it away. If it falls, it will break, so I'd better put a plastic bottle. To my shame, I hit only the 3rd time. It's not so easy to direct a bullet out of the air to the right place. The bottle swayed and eventually fell. It was a small victory. The description of the spell continued to hang unfolded, so I saw how after hitting the progress was filled by 5%. This is a turn. And what is it given for? Certainly not for the number of repetitions. Per hit? So, the first 10 times you train a basic skill, and then you develop accuracy? There is something in this. Drained all mana, hit again. This is the end of my strength. According to observations, it takes about an hour to fully recover, which is depressing. In order to occupy myself, I went to the internet to Google what news in the city. I found oddities right away. Maybe it was the usual news, but they seemed suspicious to me. An accident in the house, several families were gassed. Wild dogs killed a child and a woman. 2 girls and a guy in the park disappeared. You read, and somehow it gets creepy. Is it connected with the death of loved ones? Or are these different cases? And what does it have to do with clearly gaming abilities? Are there many like me? Maybe we should find others to ask questions? Or even to inform the police? Yeah, so that they either locked me up in a mental hospital, or let me in for experiments. For some reason it seemed that there were no other options. The search on the web did not give answers, only confused. More, so I'd better go, walk to the store, the food ends at home. This is an unusual thing for me. No, I know that products are bought in stores, they need to be cooked and then there will be food. But the maximum that I cooked before was cereal and sandwiches. I'm smart enough for this. My mother did everything else, usually cooked a lot at once. Sometimes ordered food. I also did this several times, in the sense of ordering, but where to get money? Now I have a stock. Of my mother's accounts, her savings, what was on the card and stash at home, I found it all and have already used. But how much will it be enough for me? Most likely for a long time, if you don't waste. Maybe even for a year. There is still a car, it can be sold. And the apartment is large, in a nice house, relatively close to the center. But just squandering property is the last thing I'm going to do. Selling is a one-way ticket. I will think about it only at the very last turn. The first time I went to the store myself, I bought all sorts of stuff. Instant noodles, eggs, sweets, rolls. I ate too much. It was bad. I ate like this for 2 weeks, then my stomach ached and apparently some clever thought still visited the wayward head. So today the task was to buy more healthy food and cook something normal. When I came out, I noticed that someone had put wreaths with photos on the playground. I came up and saw a dozen strange faces. Great. Now, it's not a playground, but a cemetery. For some reason, this spoiled the mood, so I went to the store gloomy. And that's what to take. I remembered that my mother usually bought and decided to take the same thing, but the prices were much higher than for the cheapest products. To save or take a familiar one? Okay, I'll take both, visually find out what the difference is. If none, then I'll save. At home I watched a video on how to cook. It turned out to be more difficult than folding a bullet out of the wind. But I cooked pasta, sausages with them, added ketchup, and it turned out to be normal. Not God knows what kind of food, but at least something. Even liked. There was some calmness in this simple action. As if you were living an ordinary adult life. Yes, an adult. I'm an adult now and I need to learn to take care of myself. So the day passed. I saved mana, trained, rested, reflected on life and what was happening, trained again. By the evening, he managed to get to the 3rd level of the skill. Now his description looked like this. Air bullet. Level, 3. Damage, 3. Range, 12 meters. Mana costs, 10. Not much, frankly speaking. If the progression persists, I will spend my whole life so that the skill becomes impressive. Maybe there are some secrets? Or special artifacts that will enhance the skill? Probably there are other skills. I wonder what. But who will tell me? By the way, it was said in the messages that I was in the first 1,000. First or not. Apparently there are others, but not so many. Will this be the only and unique flash or will initialization gain momentum? Questions again. I'll think about it tomorrow. Satisfied that I managed to get to the 3rd level, I went to bed. The morning was greeted with a new message. The spirit characteristic is open. Value, 5. From where? Why only the spirit? The only explanation could come up with was due to the fact that I developed the skill to the 3rd level. Looked at the description of the characteristic. The spirit is responsible for interacting with mana. Sparingly, but generally understandable. Frighteningly similar to games. If I have enough for 5 uses of a skill, and it costs 10 units, then it's not hard to guess that I have 50 mana and 1 point of the characteristic is equal to 10 units. I tried to shoot at the bottle again, 0 cents. Expected. But the result pleases. Now I could confidently knock her off the table. How to develop the skill further ideas did not come. I was racking my head, and this way and that, but I didn't do it in vain. I was going to go out into the yard to ventilate my brains. I went down. The weather is sunny outside, but we still feel gloominess in our neighborhood. I literally feel it with my skin. As it scratches, as if alive. It disturbs the soul. Sitting on a playground that has turned into a cemetery is beyond my strength. No one walks, does not sit on benches, random passers-by press their heads into their shoulders and walk at a fast pace. Noticed how one family loaded things into the car. Sat down hurriedly, the children cry, the woman is gloomy, and the man is serious that his tension is felt from afar. Running from a sinking ship, I walked past them, watched the car leave, went out into the next yard. The further I walked away, the easier it became to breathe. As if I was leaving the exclusion zone that is now cursed forever. While I was wandering, I saw pigeons. They didn't care about gloomy human thoughts. They lived their lives. And what if we check on them? Aimed, fired, hit the first time. The pigeon shied away, took off and disappeared from sight. I checked the progress and saw that 2.5% was filled. There is a contact, only here. I feel sorry for the pigeon. Somehow, it's too cruel. I looked around to see if anyone saw. But it seems to be silence. Just in case, he threw a hood over his head and left through the yards. What should I do now? Clearly you need a living object to develop the skill further. Don't care about pigeons? No, somehow I'm ashamed. And I feel sorry for them. I'll kill them again or I'll break the wing. I need to find someone thicker at least. But damn. It's kind of weird. I struggled with my conscience for a couple of hours. Then the cat caught my eye. Couldn't stand it, shot him. He indignantly meowed and rushed at me. The creature clung to the pant leg and howled scratch, climbing up. I shot him right in the head with fright, he shied away and ran away. That's it. Enough adventures for today. I went home, where I washed the wounds. I didn't know exactly how to do it, but the search engine and the query what to do if the cat scratched, prompted the sequence of actions. So I found out where the first aid kit is in the house, what medicines are there and that it can be useful in the life of an inexperienced seeker. And then I started thinking. To arrange a hunt for cats and pigeons or... The thought didn't last long, I sent a bullet to my leg. The sensations are like from an average blow. Maybe a bruise will occur, but the skin has not been pierced, there are no severe injuries. I just said, ah, as the pain receded. So the sister could hit. More insulting than painful. I looked at the progress, surprisingly, it has progressed. I wanted to swear dirty. It's dirty for an adult. Either to go wet cats, or yourself. What to choose? Over the next 2 days, I bruised myself while finishing off the 4th level. With almost 40 bullets in my legs. But I did it. For which I was awarded. Air bullet. Level, 4. Damage, 4. Range, 13 meters. Mana costs, 10. And in the morning additional messages came. Spirit, +1. The endurance characteristic is open. Meaning, 10. Stamina increases vitality, recovery rate, and damage resistance. Yeah, was it worth it to torture yourself? Definitely. Apparently, the characteristics that you use the most are revealed. I can't explain it in any other way. Now, if we draw analogies with games, we need to figure out how to open dexterity and strength. And even better intelligence. I definitely don't want to fight, but being a smart and powerful magician is tempting. Although if the strength adds muscle, I will definitely swing. I shot into the wall, now there was a distinct dent on the wallpaper the size of a coin. The bottle flew away a couple of meters when hit. It was scary to check for myself, but I took a chance. Howled in pain and collapsed to the floor. A bruise formed at the site of the hit. Not scary, but impressive. While I refrain from continuing, I checked the progress. It filled up by 1.25%. It turns out that you need to hit yourself 80 times to get the 5th level. Tin what? You need to look for other ways. I started checking the internet again for strange news, but found that it was disabled. Soon I realized that he was disconnected for non-payment. So, what is the date today? Well, yes, I had to pay, but my mother was doing it, so I safely missed the new duty. Sadness surged. Until now, it was hard to believe that I was really alone. Just recently they were alive. Honestly admitted to myself that I missed their moralizing. Yes, I am ready to endure them as much as I want, let them be alive. But no. No one offered such an exchange. I figured out the internet. I had to use my mother's laptop, she left it without a password. But you still have to somehow pay for utilities. Horror. I quickly got tired of sitting at home. I tried to play, but somehow it faded. I now had my own game, I just needed to find a way to raise the levels further. So, I went outside. Maybe I'll find inspiration there. As a result, I hung around until the evening. Once shot at a yard cat. I didn't kill, but I didn't get any experience either. What, now you need to shoot people? And how else to explain what you run into yourself and works, but there is no more. On animals. I was smart enough to leave random passers-by alone. I didn't figure out how to solve the issue, so now I was sitting thoughtfully on a bench in one of the courtyards. It's good here, the trees are spread out, the shadow is created. And there are no reminders of what happened. I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't notice how a guy was drawn next to me. I found him sitting on a nearby bench. He was also lost in his thoughts. I know him. Sasha's name is. As a child, we played in local sandboxes. Then our paths parted like ships at sea. I went to one school, he went to another. He recognized me too. Looked at each other for a while. Then he got up and approached. With a challenge through. Why are you sitting here? I want to and I'm sitting, I answered him in tone, and inside I shivered. The guy was bigger than me. Shorter, but the muscles are visible, and the look is bold. I'd rather go home to my mom. He said. Fuck you. I burst out. Hey, get lost, come on. Until I got into the tambourine. The eyes are angry, mad, a little more and it will hit. He took a step forward and I reacted reflexively. Put my finger forward, formed a bullet on the tip and fired. A clot of air crashed into his stomach, from which the guy jerked and bent a little. And I then released another and another. But the third bullet crashed before reaching the body. A shield flickered around the guy's body. So we froze. I looked at him in shock, he looked at me. Mine died too. The horror froze on their faces. The mother is God with her, she has become very bad for the last year. She drank and drank. But I feel sorry for my younger sister. A tear ran down Sasha's face, which he blinked away, did not want to show weakness, she was only 7 years old. She played in this damn yard. I would have known, would have left this place. I always wanted to raise more money. Don't blame yourself. If everyone knew, then everyone would have dumped. Yes. What do you think? What kind of game is this? Do you have, what did you say, an air bullet? Yeah, she's. I don't know, but the thing is interesting. How did I charge you? I'm trying to dispel the oppressive atmosphere with a joke. Yes, nonsense. My shield easily withstood a hit. We stayed sitting with him on the bench where we crossed. As Sonia said, he was in a bad mood, wanted to get to the bottom of it so that he could vent his anger. Knew that he was not in danger. With a shield, it extinguishes any damage. More precisely, 5 units. So I would have punched it with the next blow. How fast can you put it on? Per second. I need about the same amount to release a bullet. Listen, how did you develop it? Yes, I raised the second level when I was punching myself on the leg. Then he beat me with a knife, otherwise there was no progress. You give. Listen, let's train together. My progress has risen from a run-in with you. And I have. So we agreed to cooperate. Ironically, our destinies are similar. Both of them lost their mothers and sisters. Only he had a very small one, and I already have an adult. We talked to each other. He also had no one else, and also recently turned 18. Peers. We shared our guesses about what is happening and came to the conclusion that it is not clear what the hell, but it is necessary to continue developing skills. In a sudden way for myself, I found support in this half-familiar guy. At such moments I feel that fate is peeping and laughing at me. They went to my house to train. It's obviously reckless to do this on the street. I doubt that people will perceive adequately. Do you think maybe everyone in the houses got abilities? I voiced the thought that came. Yes, well. If there were a lot of us, there would be such a fuss. 100 pounds of information would leak. Or maybe it leaked, we just don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if those in power already know and block rumors. We took the elevator. Sonia came in, looked around the apartment and gave out that I live Curly. I remembered how he had this. Next to my house there were other old buildings that you can't look at without tears. Here he lived in this. Without a father, with a drinking mother. If we compare, then I lived in gorgeous conditions, and it's not just about the apartment. I wonder what I would have been like if I had been born in his conditions. Would they harden me or break me? I look at the guy and see how much we differ. He is pursed up, his face is young, but strong-willed. His look is serious, from under his eyebrows. Dark curly hair added demonic features to the image. But it's hard to call him handsome. The most ordinary kid, which is enough in cheap areas. I walk into the hall, offer Sonia to feel at home, ask if he wants water or something else. He refuses, follows. I glanced in the mirror, involuntarily compared us. His facial features are rough, and mine are soft. Probably, from the side of a guy like me, you can call a naive boy. For the first time I see myself like this. I didn't pay attention to it before, the appearance was the last thing that interested. The only thing that stands out from the general view of the Rolly is the look. Something has changed in him. There was some kind of sadness, or thoughtfulness. Or maybe alertness, the eyes became prickly. Well, put up the shield, let's start. I'm getting to the point. Oak. Just aim better at the leg there, or the stomach. Okay. The shield looked like a film. Threshold in space. It completely enveloped the guy's body, and if you know where to look, you can immediately see. I aimed and fired. The progress was expected to rise. So the training went. Boring, if the truth is. Except that it was interesting to shoot a person. Soon both ran out of mana, so I had to take a break. What characteristics are open to you? None, the guy confessed. And what are the characteristics? I got spirit at the 3rd skill level, and then endurance. If I played games, then you understand what they are responsible for. Cool. And how are they affected? How to raise? I don't know yet, but I think it's related to skill leveling. I'm spending mana and it's gone up by a point. How did you raise your stamina? Shot himself. For this they gave. But this is not accurate. Listen. And you shoot at me, are you really? I was taken aback, although, if you're ready. But I warn you, it will hurt. Let's try again. Shoot in the leg. Just not in the knee, but where is the meat? We checked. And then I was waiting for a fiasco. I was able to shoot, but it turned out that Sonya easily holds the blow. Barely winced and that's it. But you can also poke your finger so that a person winces. Does it hurt? I specified. No. As a light push. Strange. It hurt me. Well, you're skinny, dry. I'll still be bigger. That's right. I wanted to be outraged at the word drwch, but what's the point if it's true? Sonya was really denser. Unlike me, he has muscles. Maybe there is a girl? But I was too shy to ask. Next, with or without a shield. I have 2 more strokes to the next level, then let's go without. Suddenly endurance will open. Sonya's shield was raised to the 3rd level. I was still a long time before the 4th. But nothing, it's nonsense. Here's the 5th. If the progression persists, then to get to the 10th level, the skill should be applied about 10,000 times. The evening approached. We agreed that tomorrow the partner would drop by in the morning, and then come in the evening. It turned out that he was working and could not devote the whole day to pumping. And who do you work for? As a waiter, who else can I work at my age? Well, I don't know. There are probably options. So use them, and I'll see. Never worked, right? So, I confessed. Well, I would gloat to such a white-handed girl like you, but I'd rather say something else. Welcome to adulthood, Ernest. Welcome to hell, he laughs. By the way, where did such a stupid name come from? Normal. Translated means important. Yes, you're important, there's nowhere else. The guy chuckled. As for me, an unusual name is better than a banal one. Perhaps, the grin left Sasha's face. But mine suits me quite well. What time do you get up? When I wake up, without an alarm clock. Okay, sissy. Then wait for me at 7 in the morning. Why is it so early? I still have to go to work, so it's okay. Leave your mobile phone on, otherwise you'll get a horseradish. Okay. Do you have any breaks? Yes. Do you want to practice them too? He raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. You can, in principle. I'll send you the address. So they did. Sonia came in the morning and woke up. I was sleepy, shot back, after which he went to work, and I went back to sleep. When I woke up, we rode off and met in the afternoon. He shared that the characteristics of spirit and endurance. Really opened, he had 3 spirits, but 20 endurance. Where is justice? Why is that? The guess that the indicators depend on real physical parameters was confirmed. But it turns out that I am very weak and not at all hardy. Sadness. However, it would be foolish to expect hidden talents and a dormant heroic power. I wonder how to get points that can be invested in the characteristics at your discretion? And how will it work? Threw in the force and got a abs and biceps the next day? It would be cool. Let's just hurry up, I have 10 minutes. Sonia went out into one of the doorways where the garbage was taken out. Behind the trash cans and hid away from people's eyes. I quickly shot back, noted the progress, and the partner hurried back. Hey, wait. Should I wait for you? Maybe in an hour again? I'm afraid it will be too suspicious. So let's go home in the evening. The shift will end in 3 hours, then immediately to you. Good, I answered dejectedly after the fleeing back. An hour later I was sitting at home and thinking. Too slow. To meet Sonia is a great success, but due to the fact that he works, development is slow. Well, I didn't want that, but I'll have to. At the same time I'll pump endurance, I thought, and shot myself in the foot. Chapter 3. Training. Clocked the mana recovery time. To be precise, 1 unit per minute. Respectively, a full recovery took place in an hour. This is based on the calculation that I now have a reserve of 60. Is not enough somehow vary. For the sake of interest, I looked online how to meditate. Tried. Nothing worked. I decided to use the skill every 10 minutes. There was a thought that if the reserve was constantly kept at 0, like intention, then the increase in spirit would be higher. Impressed by the fact that I saw a working Sonia, I also decided to look at vacancies. And hung up. The maximum that is available to me, and this is at best, a salesman, a cashier, or a sales manager. I do not understand what is hidden behind this name. Then in some vacancies these guys had the lowest requirements. I did not consider options to go as a loader. And the waiter. As I imagine myself delivering food, I want to shiver. Not because there is little prestige, but because it's scary to break a mountain of dishes. So I see myself carrying an order and falling. From studying job sites, I fell into despondency. You look at the salaries that are offered, you estimate how much money will be spent per month, and you realize that it's better to forget about chic for the next 5 years. When I was thinking about the future and prospects, my brain was creaking. 3 weeks of independent life opened my eyes to a lot. How much money is spent on food? And how much for internet and utilities? I can imagine the cost of clothes. I myself went to the store many times to spend the money that my mother gave. But it's better to forget about it for now. High-quality clothes are now too expensive for me. It's good that there is a stock of clothes, and for now you can postpone worrying about it. But then, I need to learn how to earn money, and I have no idea how. The truth of life is that young guys don't get paid a lot. What do they pay money for? I ran through other vacancies and faded. The requirements were such that I did not understand most of the words. I felt like a houseplant. Certainly not a lone wolf. I got sad and went to lunch. Cooking is now for me as a ritual of gaining independence. If I learn to cook, I can learn everything. Every 10 minutes an alarm clock rang on the phone, I was distracted and threw a bullet into myself. At the same time I learned to endure pain. The way Sonia suffered my attacks turned out to be more than a visual demonstration of how weak I am. I don't want so. Something inside has become not so fierce, but more and more noticeable to resist the prospect of remaining a weakling. So I train. If you know what to prepare for, then you transfer it easier. After the 10th hit, I began to perceive it so philosophically, as an experienced masochist. Pride blossomed inside. They say, I can endure hardships. I'm not that much of a houseplant. When Sonia returned, I got to half of the progress scale. 40 more shots, and there will be a level increase. And what, just 2 shots? What have you been doing here? The guy was indignant when he found out that I didn't have time to restore mana. Training, what else? I'm happy for you, of course. But what should I do? Well, let me hit you with my hand. Or with my foot. The idea struck me. Sonia looked thoughtfully. First at my hands, then at my feet. Skepticism appeared on his face. You can try. Only you do it, hit with all your might, he said uncertainly. And it seems that the uncertainty did not relate to the idea itself, but to whether I could, in principle, hit normally. Can you really start swinging? And it's a shame somehow. Put up the shield, I'll hit you. I was overly optimistic. Offended by the skepticism of my partner, I tried to really punch. Right into this brazen face. Swung, stumbled and rather crashed into Sonia then hit. The result, an almost knocked out hand and a bruise on the floor of the face, which I put on the shield. Sonia neighed like a horse. He naturally fell to the floor, but not from a blow, but from a whinny. I freaked out and kicked him with my foot. With my bare foot. Into the shield. I knocked off my fingers and fell next to. Sledge had a natural tantrum. This horse. He laughed so hard that tears flowed. I somehow crawled onto the sofa and felt that my face was flooded with color, and my ears were burning. What a shame. I've never felt so pathetic. Let me show you how it should be, the guy squeezed out of himself when he got up. 15 minutes later, otherwise I'll be left without a partner, you'll kill yourself again, and again how let's laugh. To my credit, I will say that I had the willpower not to freak out and stay. But the first thought is to jump up and run away, slam the door and lock yourself in your room. It was rolling with Mom, but here and now. Welcome to the adult world. So I calmed down, forced myself to exhale resentment and calmly waited until Sonia stopped laughing and agreed that he taught. To start, stand up correctly. Spread your legs a little. You have to be steady. I tried to do what I was told, Sensei examined it, and then pushed, from which I fell on my ass. See? You can be knocked down with a spit. You have to be steady. Mobile. Do you understand? Mentally I understood. Like. But in practice. It was some kind of cosmos. Sports in my life were present in the same quantity and quality as girls. 0. I knew that girls and sports exist, but I doubt they knew that I exist. But I must admit, pain and humiliation are good motivation for studying. The second time, when Sonia pushed, I was able to stand on my feet. The third time even better. In the fourth fell, because the mentor pushed harder. By the 10th time I understood a little what stability is. It's when you don't fall. It's logical. Now watch. When you tried to hit, you looked more like a mill. Hit straight. Press your hands to your face. They should always be there, in your fight, protect. Now hit straight in the head. To start, slowly. Yeah, almost like that. Just use the whole body. Try to feel how the muscles work. Oh, my God, haven't you ever fought? Well, that's right, a pet puppy. But you're angry in vain, you're getting clumsy. Although much more. If it goes on like this, it's easier for me to jump out of the window. Whether to train the shield, or to escape from such a shameful spectacle. Until I've decided. Don't get mad. I'm provoking you on purpose. Come on again, hit, and so it went. Sonia gave advice, I tried to implement them. Once every 10 minutes I shot him with a bullet. Then we got to the fists. By the evening, I could get into it more or less tolerably. Judging by the feedback, while doing zero damage. That is, physically, with all my desire, I will not be able to stutter Sonia if he puts a shield. This is despite the fact that if you hit something heavy, the damage passed. Yes, and there is a suspicion that a normal blow will also cope, it's just that it's too weak for me. We were engaged until the night, with a break for dinner. I was tired almost immediately, my hands were filled with lead. But to give up is to lose self-respect and respect. I doubt that Sonia respects me now, but if I whine, he will also despise. As a weakling. Strange feeling. I felt weak and wanted to get stronger. Even felt a little bit like it was happening. And I liked it. What my sister and mother talked so much about, that you need to be strong, began to materialize. But not the way they wanted. Through a fight. Yes, my mother would have a tantrum if she knew what I was doing. But for some reason, this is exactly how, through physical exertion, perhaps in the first years of my life I felt like a man. Maybe not only she plays a role here, but also the fact that I overcome difficulties. Nice, damn it. I said goodbye to Sledge, agreed to repeat tomorrow and went to bed. So tired that I passed out instantly. The morning came out, ambiguous. The first thing I felt when I moved was pain. Everything seemed to hurt. I could barely move and the bursting bell of the intercom seemed to mock me. In shock, I somehow fell out of bed and hobbled to the door. Why did I turn into an old disabled man overnight and every step is a life and death struggle? After a couple of minutes, Sonia came in and saw me complaining. What's wrong with you? It's like you've been raped. He was frowning in the morning. Everything hurts. I don't know why. It always happens after a workout. Muscles hurt, right? Is this your first time or something? The guy was surprised. Like that. So you are this, a sports virgin? Laughter announced the apartment, and someone's mood rose at my expense. I congratulate you then. I recommend you to lie down in a hot bath. So he did. Quickly shot back, closed the door behind the sleigh and went to take a bath. Along the way, I made sandwiches and it was a real heroic act, because every movement was accompanied by pain. While I was lying down, I saw that there were new messages. Now they were collapsed, but it was worth paying attention to how they opened. Endurance, +1. Spirit, +1. The dexterity characteristic is open. Value, 3. PPC. Why 3? I'm completely flawed. But I must admit, if you remember yesterday's training, then the value is fair. I wonder why they didn't give an achievement for the most awkward person on earth. Feeling pain all over my body, my enthusiasm for the sporting future somehow subsided. Yesterday, when I fell asleep, I fantasized about what heights I could achieve, but today these fantasies have fallen victim to the harsh reality. Is it worth it to strain so much? I am now a natural invalid. I can barely move. And this is even if you ignore the terrible bruises on my legs, where I shot. And so, it's quite gloomy. The front part of the thighs was covered with dark blue, and today, I decided to delay the development of the skill. No, I need to rest. So I did. I spent the whole day lying around, sitting at my computer, playing games. Spent an ordinary day of a nerd. Ordered food, because I didn't have the strength, moral and physical, to cook myself. At the end of the evening, after spending a meaningless day, I felt pathetic and weak again. And also lonely. As if a monstrous weight hung on my shoulders, I'm trying to drag it, but I don't know how. To say that I didn't like feeling like this is nothing to say. Lousy state. And smart enough to notice what it's connected with. When I do something useful, I'm busy and passionate about something, I'm in a good mood. It's worth turning back into a vegetable, as apathy rolls. The feeling of a senselessly merged day appeared and wasn't going to let go. It didn't soar before me. But before, to be honest with myself, my life was controlled by others. Mother cooked, paid bills, know yourself, go to school. Apathy was able to correct the arrival of the sleigh. Today they shot back quickly, but still, it's at least some business. The result was the skill level. Air bullet. Level, 5. Damage, 5. Range, 14 meters. Mana costs, 10. Sonia also got an AP, only took the 4th level. Immediately checked whether there would be progress if they trained with each other, and yes, he was. 0.6% for the application, or be kind, repeat 160 times. The calculator and primitive calculations showed that if you act continuously, it will take 23 hours. This is despite the fact that 70 mana points were now restored in an hour. In principle, a feasible task, only now Sonia is working. He will have a day off the day after tomorrow, so the 6th level is postponed for at least 2 days. No matter how I puffed up, but the next day passed in no way either. Muscles hurt even more. And Sonia worked late, taking 2 shifts, because he wanted to earn more. So we practiced in the morning and evening, advancing barely 5%. I wanted to spend the day somehow useful, so I cleaned up a little, and then studied forums, blogs and videos on how to swing properly, develop dexterity and endurance. I also read about meditation, tried, but I didn't notice any changes. Ernest, I've been thinking, and I suggest you change the training format. You were able to discover dexterity, that's good, but let's try strength. Today, try to hit as hard as possible. Sonia immediately started, and he came to me early in the morning on the 3rd day. Can I buy gloves? And then your shield is hard as a wall. What if some skill opens? An iron fist or something like that. Or maybe a new characteristic, durability, for example. The guy said seriously. But I know he's trolling me like that. Well, sounds optimistic, but it's not your fists that will suffer. Listen, if we figure out how to train me, then believe me, I won't feel sorry for myself. So, who said that you can't attack with a shield? I blurted out without thinking. Sonya froze in place. Didn't even bring his foot to the floor. Froze in mid-step. Slowly turned to me. Thought for 10 seconds, and then a happy smile lit up his face. For some reason, she personally made me feel creepy, and the rolls shrank, feeling trouble. You're a genius. And do you know what they say? The initiative bends the initiator. No, no, no. I raised my hands and backed away. I don't want to become a punching bag. And who said about the pair? I suggest sparring. Look, the rules are as follows. We fight, I attack, being under the shield, you also try to beat me and shoot with these bullets of yours. So we train strength, agility, spirit and endurance. We'll also teach you to fight. The guy was burning with enthusiasm. Sounds a bit gloomy. Yes, what are you like a woman? Did you piss off? Strangely enough, this stupid hit and run worked. To admit that I really had the guts only to myself. But it was somehow inconvenient in front of the sleigh, so I agreed. For training, the furniture was moved, the excess was removed. There was a soft carpet on the floor, so it would soften the falls. I quickly estimated the value of this. How did Sonya act? As the icebreaker. Stood up in a rack and jumped on me. I discharged a couple of bullets into him, demolished the shield, but he immediately created a new one and the first pitch flew to me. He also showed me how to hold, so his fist crashed into his elbows. It could just as well have hit a wall or an armored train. It hurt, I groaned, but resisted, tried to move away. A cut, a kick under the knee and I fell. Sonya gave his hand, we went in different directions and continued. I thought the first workout was hard. Ha ha ha. Then there were flowers. I got bruises, beat off everything that was possible and what was not, and the apogee was a broken nose, after which I collapsed and did not get up. I didn't care what Sonya thought there, I honestly endured half an hour of training and now I can tell myself that I am not a weakling. Okay, that's enough for you today. The guy sat down next to me after he went to wash. You need to learn to move. Otherwise, you really are like a pear. Come to your senses, and let's try blows for strength. So the day passed. Without sparring in full contact, but with training. Sonya showed different techniques and forced them to work out. And where did you learn to fight? I asked him. Went to boxing. Outside. It's you who like to sit at home and live in a nice house, but if you go further into the yards, then you can also go. What a terrible world we live in. Dinner was cooked by a guy. I was lying in a coma and played the role of a corpse. But in order to see how he cooks, he gained the determination to get up. The difference is immediately visible. Sonya confidently handled everything in the kitchen. With a knife, a pot and a frying pan, even threw spices. For me, this is still some kind of magic. That's how to understand what and where to throw. The sorcerer, damn it. He knew exactly how much and what to cook or fry, when to shoot, how not to get burned by draining water and dozens of other little things. And did not look into the internet to clarify the recipe. No, of course, I've seen people cook before. I've seen my mother do it hundreds of times. But it's one thing when you watch the process indifferently, and another thing when you have gained some experience and now you can appreciate someone else's skill. And where did you learn to cook? Did you go somewhere too? Yeah, Ernest, you're not beaten by life at all, he sighed. I've been cooking myself since I was 10 years old. For myself and my sister. Sometimes, I cooked for my mother. That's the answer, how I learned. My mother suggested something when she didn't drink. I got to something myself. If I have children, I need to be stricter with them and teach them to be independent, I decided at this moment. But first, you need to train yourself. And then you look at Sonia like this and, you feel like the bottom. But nothing, I just started my way to maturity late. The levels were finished off at the second hour of the night. Sonia got the first one, but they went on the principle and I was also finished off. Air bullet. Level, 6. Damage, 6. Range, 15 meters. Mana costs, 10. There were no other messages, but I already noticed that they like to appear in the morning. As if sleep restarts something. This time, Sonia decided to stay with me. Well, as I decided, I suggested, he agreed, because it was too lazy to go home at night. And so in the morning we can continue. Especially since tomorrow he also has a day off, and then he will work for 3 days. In the morning there was a reward. And this time there was something new. Spirit, +1. Endurance, +1. Dexterity, +1. The power characteristic is open. Value, 3. Congratulations, you have made progress in learning your first skill. The connection with the element of wind has been strengthened. The intelligence characteristic is open. Value, 7. I started to figure out what is responsible for what. Dexterity was responsible for speed and dexterity, cap, dam, if we talk in general terms. Strength is similar to. It increased physical damage, and dexterity added more accuracy. The intellect was responsible for the speed of thinking, information processing, and magic damage. I am glad that it is higher than my strength and dexterity. Otherwise, I would feel not only weak, but also stupid, and this is too much for my self-esteem. And what is the element of wind? I need to discuss this with Sledge. Now my characteristics look like this. Spirit 8. Intelligence 7. Endurance 12. Power 3. Dexterity 4. The guy was found in the kitchen. He had already woken up and was preparing breakfast. A pleasant smell was spreading through the kitchen. I already forgot that this happens. Sana was also given intelligence and strength, increased spirit. But they didn't say anything about the element. You have in the description of the skill that the bullet belongs to the verses of the wind, right? The guy asked. And I don't have anything like that. It turns out that there are elemental skills, and there are neutral ones, most likely. I wonder what other elements there are. As usual, probably. Fire, water, stone. Yeah, or maybe magma, shadow, blood and other nonsense that is in all games. Damn, and why did I get the wind? What would you like? Sonia raised an eyebrow. Like, what are you showing off for? Be glad that there is. Fire, for example. What the hell? Destroy enemies? I tried to imitate a menacing voice. Which ones? Do you think they will? There must be. I shrugged my shoulders. That's the last thing I expected to hear from you. Are you eager to fight? Well, let's have another workout today. The guy chuckled ominously, and about the fire. Judge for yourself. Are you ready to burn a man alive? Why a person at once? I shivered at this prospect, vividly imagining how the flesh burns. As an evil, bacon thrown there hissed in a frying pan. Maybe some monsters will be mobs. As in games. Even better, just imagine if some creatures appear on Uli. He didn't finish. It seems that we jumped up at the same time and turned to each other. Superfluous words. I already understood what he was thinking about. Gaming abilities. Monsters. Strange deaths of our loved ones. I remembered a series of news from the internet. Missing. Gnawed by a pack of dogs. I opened the news feed, scrolled through what was written over the last month. Sonia stood next to me and poked his finger at those headlines that looked like our guess. We need to make a map. He suggested. Why? To understand where monsters can potentially hide. And what are you going to do with this information? I don't know yet. But if our theory is correct, then, the guy fell silent. What is it? I asked warily, feeling that I would not like the answer. We can find the one who killed our relatives and take revenge. It sounded like a sentence. Are you kidding now? How do you imagine it? You can fight, of course, but since when did you become a monster hunter? I was indignant. Why are we developing our abilities? Here we will apply them. Don't you want to take revenge? I was thinking. Do I want revenge? Probably, yes. If it's safe and no one finds out, I would definitely like to take revenge. Especially if it's the fault of an evil creature. But for some reason, the word safe does not fit at all with how I imagine it. I would rather believe in two torn bodies than in our successful revenge. Okay, let's go to breakfast. So far, it's just a guess. Chapter 4. Trace. After breakfast, we tested new abilities. Thanks to intelligence, damage increased. But Sledge's defense has also grown. His intelligence, by the way, is 6, so even though I'm ahead here. But strength and agility are 10. Despite the fact that he was clearly not the strongest and most agile on Earth, would say an ordinary guy. The intelligence bonus was ridiculous. 1 point, plus 1%. That is, I got an increase, plus 7%. 5 units of damage, plus 7% is almost the same 5 units of damage. I did not become a super magician, but prospects. If someday, theoretically, this can result in something really outstanding. Let's go make a map. Sonia returned to the raised topic when they finished eating. I looked at him skeptically, but agreed. I was also interested. Found all the strange cases, noted them and came to the conclusion that there were about 10 districts in the city where oddities occurred. Is it a lot or a little? Given that this is the capital, then a drop in the sea. But what will happen if the trend continues to increase? And maybe they don't write about all cases? Then. And then it's not clear. The trouble has already touched us. We both have nothing to lose. Except our lives. It's strange. A little note about our yard. But here under 5 dozen people died. Sonia frowned. Are they being hushed up so as not to raise panic? If so, they probably know at the top that something strange is happening. I think if they found out that ordinary people are given abilities, we would have already been tracked down and found. I shared my fears. Possible. But who says they're not looking? Or they are about to find out about it and we'll begin. What will start? Round up. So, it's better not to shoot. Our abilities are something. If you think about it, then rock your bullet and the perfect killer is ready. You can go anywhere, no scanner will detect, you leave no traces. And then you are an ideal soldier. Or a firefighter. Yes, there are many places where the shield can be applied. Some gloomy prospects loom. I don't want someone to come after me and. But what will happen next is unknown and it scared me more than the rest. Fantasy was ready to play out with scary scenes, with basements, torture and coercion. I need to watch less movies, and then I think up. Exactly. Our abilities are a potential mine in an established society. In fact, the searchers are a resource. So mine or resource? I didn't understand. In our case, it's the same. What have states, especially superpowers, always fought for? Listen, haven't you read history? Now I have received a skeptical look. Do I have more intelligence for sure, or did the system make a mistake? Yes, I read. I have a 4 on it. Then turn on your brain. Okay. Did I understand correctly that you're talking about weapons? Exactly. Seekers are potential weapons. What this will lead to, I'm afraid to imagine. And I imagined. First, I remembered the pumped-up magicians from the games. Some kind of spell of the Armageddon level. Isn't that the equivalent of a nuclear weapon? Or do our abilities not have such potential? If you take my pumping speed, then we can assume that it will take years of development to an impressive level. But still. What else is there in games besides Armageddon? Yes, it's full of everything. Thanks to games, it's easy to imagine what prospects the appearance of magical abilities opens up. How will it interact with society? The thought was so complicated that my head ached. Even now I have little idea how the world works, and there is not enough to make complex calculations. Yes, everything is missing. Intelligence, experience, understanding. The only thing that understanding is that I don't understand anything. Mom loved to joke about couch politicians. Who are nothing, but they have an opinion on any issue. From her reasoning, I realized that the opinion should be based on something. On some kind of knowledge and understanding. And I don't have it. So here, perhaps for the first time in my life, I realized what my mother was right about. Soberly assess your capabilities and don't go where you don't know anything. Ernest, tell me, did you see something strange that night? Apparently the guy decided to change the subject. Besides the corpses on the playground? Involuntarily, I remembered what I would like to forget. Faces distorted with horror. Emptiness and oppressive atmosphere. Do you feel, by the way, that it has become different in the courtyards? Do you think it's connected? So yes, there is something in the air, but I thought it was connected with morning. Sonia sprawled in a chair and looked thoughtfully at the ceiling. Dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, everything is cheap and ordinary. But it's convenient to train and it's not a pity if it breaks. Can I get a haircut like him? I'll leave a short hedgehog, otherwise it's already overgrown, the hair is climbing over my eyes. But no, he will also decide that I am kosher for him. It's definitely worth getting a haircut, but not so short. Another article of spending, So, what other oddities do you remember? Remember. Any little thing can come in handy. Yes, I was so terrified then that disappeared from my memory, and you yourself, what did you see strange? I was on shift then, so I came home when everything had already happened. Actually, I got a call when Sonia turned away. I noticed that his eyes flashed, but pretended that I didn't see anything. I see. Oh, I remember. Someone was walking in the yard. Who? Sonia started up. Even got up from the chair. I mean, when the people have already mowed down or before? Or when? When everyone died. I went out into the yard, saw that someone was walking between the houses, and then calmed down. They say, everything is fine. Did you see the face? Nope, I shook my head, and Sonia was upset. Man or woman though? Can you remember? It's hard to say, it was dark then. But rather a man than a woman. The shadow was large. I recalled uncertainly, doubting what I was saying. Maybe it was some kind of monster, maybe. But I bet that the person, either a random passerby, or there was a tense silence. It's one thing if some stupid creatures are behind it. It's another thing if a person is behind it. There is a chance that someone has developed abilities and went to kill. Sonia gave a verdict. I don't know why he might need it, but we need to try to find him. How do you imagine it? Since when did you become a detective? This time I reacted calmly. Really, what will he do? Molest passers-by and ask if they staged a mass murder? Nothing yet. Which way was the man walking? Towards the construction site, I remembered. And then I remembered something else. Listen, the inscription about initialization was displayed to you, right? When I was walking the streets, I noticed that loading is faster in one place than in another. And where is the source? Just at the construction site. Interesting. It looks like a trail. The guy rubbed his hands. Let's go. Where to? I was surprised. To the construction site. How long has it been abandoned? Half a year somewhere. Means there is no one there, and why wouldn't there be a lair? Whose? I swallowed. For some reason, the word lair sounded particularly ominous. Monsters or whoever is responsible for it. And you want to go in there so easily? Without preparation? Maybe it's better to call the police. What will they do? Sonia frowned. At least inspect the place. Maybe they will find something. It's better than two cheeky teenagers. In general, you do as you want, and I went. The guy did not hesitate and got up, went towards the door. I stayed sitting. That's disgusting. Damn, if you throw it, it won't be boyish. Who will I be after that? The stigma of a coward and a scammer is provided. So you need to go. Gritted his teeth, but got up. Hey, wait. Let's at least get ready. Take a bat or a knife. At least something, and this is an idea. Came from the corridor. I have a bat at home. Let's drop by for it. We walked in silence, at a fast pace. I didn't even have time to come to my senses, as I was involved in an adventure. Let's take a bat, and what next? Let's say we are attacked. Well, I don't know. Something like a dog? Smash her skull with a bat? And if it's a person? The thoughts were so frightening that I decided to put them out of my head for now. You still have to get to the construction site, and there's a fence. It's not so easy to do it. 10 minutes walk to the sleigh house. The intercom is broken. The house is one of those that barely breathes, and you wonder why it didn't fall apart. We went into the entrance, and I winced at the smell. I hope, imperceptibly, otherwise the guy will take. On his own account, 5th floor, small elevator. But not on foot and then bread. Sonia let him into the apartment, but it was clear that he would meet far from luxurious repairs there. An old and shabby door at the entrance, inside a cramped corridor. Did not go any further, he stayed to look at the situation. No chic, but he had a clean and tidy. Saw a children's jacket that hung. At the bottom, shoes and sandals are the size of mine palm. I understand that they will not be useful to anyone else. My heart was treacherously pinched. Here, hold. The guy handed me the bat after a couple of minutes. So will it be calmer for you? And what do you suggest I do with it? I examined the gun. Hold it tight to start with. And then how the card will fall. What are you going with? I looked at my partner, who was wearing sweatpants and a hoodie. Black, convenient to remain invisible, well, or at least hide my face. I should have dressed like that, I thought belatedly. I have a knife, he showed a folding version. I wonder if he's really ready to use it. I personally am not sure about myself. Moreover, I will gladly avoid any collisions. 10 more minutes, and we are standing at the concrete fence. The gate is blocked. A high-rise rises above us, looking with empty eye sockets. It's deserted around. There are residential buildings nearby, but there are no playgrounds here, so working people sit in offices, and moms with children hang out in other places. And how do we get there? I asked Sonia, hoping that he would change his mind. How? Put your hands. He showed what to do. And then the guy, using me as a stand, climbed up, then gave his hand, hanging on the fence. The next 2 minutes turned into torture. I was much inferior to him in physical fitness, so I puffed up and pushed, trying to climb. It didn't come out right away, but in the end the top submitted under the pressure of 2 idiots who climb where it's dangerous. Do you feel something? Asked Sonia. Approaching problems? I grunted discontentedly. I liked the idea less and less every minute. There's a strange feeling. As if something is pressing. Yes, there is such a. I reluctantly admitted. Strange sensations are a direct sign that trouble is waiting for us here. I then go ahead, hold on to me. If anything, I will take the first blow on the shield. Sonia confidently declared. Is he really a scumbag and not afraid? And what will we do if we meet something that we can't handle? The guy thought, then you need to study the enemy, retreat, gather strength and return. That is, if anything, we run away with all our legs? I highlighted the main thing. Yes, he reluctantly agreed. It seemed that he did not like the idea that he could run into it, and he refused to admit it. I will cover the retreat, so be it. The main thing is that you have time to climb over the fence. Damn this fence. And why didn't they teach this at school? I was not ready for adulthood. We carefully moved towards the building. Some of the passages were closed, but quickly found the one through which you can get inside. I tried to remember from books and movies what to do in such situations. The first is caution. The second is to watch the tracks and be vigilant. I tried to see the tracks, but there are no suspicions. Bowls are lying around from cigarettes, garbage, dirt. Typical charms of an abandoned construction site. Probably. Have never been to such places, but logic suggests that this is the only way there should be. Graffiti on the walls was also found, so someone happens here. Shall we go upstairs or go through the floors? I asked when we got to the stairs. We probably need to go down under the building. Maybe there is a parking lot or something like that. It's dark there. For the life of me, I'm not going to climb there, I immediately indicated when I figured out how it would be. Without light, I don't know where to go. No, it's definitely too much. You're right, Sonia easily agreed. Then I suggest today, while it's light, to search the upper floors, and tomorrow, if anything, we'll go down. So let's go. He's in front, I'm behind him. But from the fact that I was behind, calm did not come. On the contrary, I had to constantly look around. For some reason it seemed that someone was about to pounce from behind. But no. We passed the first floor, then the second, third, and fourth. And then it started to get dark, evening came. We went out after lunch. While we woke up. Had breakfast, studied abilities, made a map, had lunch. If you think about it, time flies fast. And now we wander through an unfinished anthill of thousands of apartments and look into every corner. Are we leaving or moving on? I asked, dreaming of being home as soon as possible, to rest and eat. I'm tired of wandering around here in tension. Let's go a couple more floors and go. Quietly said Sonia. He also looked exhausted. Strange, because at first he felt absolutely calm. Where did the exhaustion come from? Or was it a show-off? What, home now? I clarified when 2 more floors had passed. There was enough space here, the house is not the smallest, and it took a decent amount of time to look around completely. It was completely dark outside. Here it was especially felt. The nearest working lights were outside the construction site. Yes, it's time, the guy answered somehow uncertainly. Are you all right? Bad feeling. Probably, the atmosphere is pressing. Let's go from here. Let's go. But we didn't get to the exit. We went down a couple of floors and heard a rumble coming from below. Goosebumps ran down my skin and my hair stood on end. Most of all, this rumble sounded like someone moaning. The wind? My partner asked with his lips. I shrugged my shoulders in response. Carefully looked into the passage between the stairs, but saw only darkness. My heart was pounding furiously and drowned out any sounds. I felt trapped. I threw all my will into not rushing to run, it was so scary. Finally, after a long minute, Sonia detached himself from the wall and went further down. The hum then intensified, then disappeared. When we got to the second floor, we stopped. There was something further on. We felt it synchronously and froze. Something was moving in the dark. A dark clot, barely discernible, like a revived night, moved smoothly in the dark and came out through the entrance through which we entered here. Stood for 5 minutes, afraid to move. All. The bravado disappeared. Sweat ran down my forehead. Sonia was about to take a step, but the darkness jerked, and for a second dozens of outlines of clots emerged from it. And then, scarlet dots flashed at once. We were seen. It was someone's eyes. In the next second we jerked. Not forward, but back, up the stairs. Ran so that the heels sparkled. Sonia pushed me from behind and shouted at me to move my ass. I had enough for 3 floors, after which my breath was knocked down and every breath was painful. Sonia stubbornly dragged after. I cursed the one who invented high-rise buildings. "Let's move," someone hit me in the back. He shouted. This gave strength and opened a second wind. But 2 more flights and I finally died. A saving thought flashed through my inflamed mind. I turned around and shot at random. Hit right between 2 scarlet eyes. They are like guidance points, they were the perfect target. It worked and the monster flew down the stairs, crashed into its fellows. I fired 3 more times and drove away, the most zealous, after which I began to run after the sleigh. He managed to climb 1 flight up. "Come on, let's run to the roof." His booming cry rang through the walls. The echo went wild. There was a whiff of even more horror from behind, so I accelerated. It seemed much more, but no, there was a third breath. The 10th floor became the final. Sonia managed to open the door by the time of my ascent, and judging by the fact that 3 seconds ago there was a crash, he took out this door by himself. I ran through the aisle and the guy immediately closed the door. The next moment something crashed into her from the other side. "Help me, motherfucker!" he shouted in the heat. I leaned next to him, feeling the pressure build up from the other side. I searched with my eyes for the bolt, but it was missing. "We need some kind of backup." I squeezed out, simultaneously trying to catch my breath. Now we both ran our eyes over the roof, hoping to find something that would help hold the door. "There are bars lying there, let's get them, I'm holding." I rushed forward and quickly reached the goal. It took about 5 seconds, but it was enough for the door to half open. Blackness stretched out from there and tried to grab Sonia. I repeated the trick and discharged the remaining bullets. This was enough for the blackness to rush back and the guy slammed the door. Put the bars under the bottom, so that the door jammed and prevented the opening. Immediately, a powerful blow came from the other side. It seems that the door even bent a little, but it held. And then what? I squeezed out of myself when my brain cleared up a little. Hold. As the bullets roll back, shoot into the slot. A stalemate was formed. They could not break through to us, but there was nowhere for us to retreat. Soon a particularly strong blow came and the blackness popped out again. This time it was attacked by Sonia, using a shield, hitting with a bare fist. I managed to lose the bat somewhere. What about the knife? I don't know, but I suspect, but it won't help us. Did you see who's there? I asked him about 10 minutes after the siege, when I realized that the painful death was postponed. Some kind of blackness. The size of a dog. And there are a lot of them. Do you also feel something pressing on your head? I only feel fear now. I'm talking about him. Too strong. Do you remember how we took off? This is not normal. I don't know about you, but it's normal for me to be terrified of unknown creatures that want to devour us. I burst out. Yes, it's clear. Oh, okay. God be with you. If you don't want to, don't believe. Sonia shut up and leaned on the door. The next wave began, they almost broke through again, but thanks to the shield they managed to drive away. "What stock do you have left?" I asked him. "3 more shields and that's it." "Get the bullets ready, you'll replace me." "I've used up everything." "It takes an hour to fully recover." "Then we are finished." He said it calmly. But for some reason he did not calm down. The door was rammed again. Barely held, and the scheme repeated. The black horror climbs into the crack, Sonya hits it with a shield, we slam the door. After a couple of minutes, a wave of fear came and I jerked forward. Ran a dozen meters and was stopped from flying from the roof by the fact that I tripped. Skinned my hands, put my chin on it and, oddly enough, it cleared my brains. I realized that I was lying right at the very edge, another half a meter and would have already flown down. What? When I realized what I had done, I rushed back. The door was almost opened, the gap reached a frightening size. Sonya tried to hit with a knife, but the effect was 0. I jumped up and discharged a couple of bullets to drive away 2 monsters. "What are you doing?" he hissed at me. "I don't know." I freaked out, some kind of turbidity. I didn't understand what I did. "Here." And I said that they put pressure on the brain. "Try to keep yourself in hand." At this moment, he was pushing against the door with all his might. I also did. So the voice sounded muffled, through my teeth. So 20 minutes passed. The blows were repeated, once Sonya jerked and ran a couple of steps, but returned. It was him who was hit with fear. I was ready for something like this, so I immediately hit a bullet in the slot. It turned out to be not enough, so I had to spend a second bullet. As a result, we got used to. "It's like in games," I said, trying to explain to myself what was happening. "You need to understand how the enemy acts and adjust to his attacks." "Yeah," muttered Sonya. We rarely spoke. Mostly silent. Muscles hummed as if lead had been poured into them, constant pressure was on the door. Besides, it was night outside, it was getting colder and a piercing wind was walking at a height. It was Sonya who thought of getting dressed, and I showed up at the construction site in shorts and a t-shirt, which I quickly regretted. The beginning of June is in the yard. It's hot during the day and cool at night. "Ernest," the guy said, "how fast is your mana recovering now?" Thought. Was the only way to understand. Waited for a new breakthrough and shot all the mana. Suddenly came out twice as many blows than expected. And then came the message. Small horror killed. 10 experience gained. Sonya, I killed someone. This black horror thing is called small. And the experience was given. 10 points. More mana is restored twice as fast. Holy shit, you can kill them, the guy in the first part gave out a reaction, so our affairs are not so bad. Will we light up? Tired, I held the door with the last of my strength. I looked at my partner's face. He was smiling, anticipating something. Wanted to swear, but restrained himself. Do you propose to wet the horrors? I asked wearily. Yes. It is obvious that they are connected with the death of people. This is our revenge. Do you want to avenge your mother? For a sister? You just killed someone who may have taken their lives. He threw angrily. My heart ached. But at the same time I felt joy. Indeed, I may have accomplished revenge. Small, but revenge. Did something worthy in my life. Action. I agree. I propose to wet the creatures with all my might. At this, Sonia smiled happily. It's 11 o'clock in the evening. What time is dawn? I know that it's already light at 7. So we need to hold out for 8 hours at most. Without sleep, in the cold, risking death. When I realized this, a new feeling appeared. Calmness. Is not like when you are lying on the couch, but a strong feeling. It is difficult to express it in words, because it was so new to me. The more surprising that I felt something else. Determination. Determination and calmness, which in total gave a willingness to kill. We waited 25 minutes until the skills of both rolled back. Sonia opened the door and began to beat methodically those who climbed. As exhausted, I entered the case. Discharged a series of bullets and dispersed the evil spirits that came out of the darkness. For some reason, my skill worked particularly well. Repelled monsters, which played into our hands. In one go, then my partner, killed the creature. It didn't stop them. They purled and purled ahead. Sometimes it turned out to soak 2 at a time. In this case, I was in the lead. I received the award first. Level 1 has been obtained. Received 1 skill point. Received 1 point of characteristics. Read the description. Skill point can increase bullet strength by 10%. Stats point, any 1 point. Without hesitation, I spent a skill point. Sonia approved. He himself got the level after a couple of passes. The skill description has changed. Air bullet. Rank 1. Bonus plus 10%. Level 6. Damage 6.6. Range 16.5 meters. Mana costs 9. The confusing system. Turns out, there is a rank, and there is a level. The first can be increased with skill points, the second with training. And finally, the mana costs have decreased. With the increase, things went a little easier. After a couple of hours, we managed to appnut the skill itself. Now, it looked like this. Air bullet. Mana costs 9. Level 7. Rank 1. Bonus plus 10%. Damage 7.7. Range 17.6 meters. Mana costs 9. A trifle, but nice. Sonia also immediately distributed the reward. By the end of the night, I was falling from fatigue. But the onslaught of horrors has subsided. They tried to break through less and less. Inside, even the hope was born that we would survive. To get the first level, it took killing 10 monsters. But each next one already gave 9 experience points, and it probably needed more. Considering that the onslaught had subsided, there were fewer mobs, then you could dream of a second level. At the very morning, when dawn broke in the distance, I thought that everything was. And it was at this moment that the door was hit so that it bent. My partner and I managed to relax, lost our vigilance, and our strength ran out long ago, so we flew head over heels in different directions. I managed to jump up and saw horror coming out of the opening, twice as much as the usual. Confirming the fears, an inscription appeared above it, just like in the games. Average horror. This is the end of the campaign. I had time to think before the monster attacked. Chapter 5. Medium horror. The average horror looked like a blurry blob. Eyes like scarlet coals, the middle of the body is cut by a narrow strip of mouth. He clung to the concrete with his paws and either dragged himself or slid forward. I screamed and jumped back, it was so creepy. But I was smart enough to understand that this was another monster attack. The body was shaking, the hands were dropping, and it was so scary that I don't know where the willpower came from, but this is the only thing that kept me from jumping off the roof. Or maybe it helped to understand that this is exactly what the mother and sister felt before they died. I doubt that they were killed by a small horror, rather an average one. So the real culprit of the tragedy showed up on the roof. These thoughts flashed by in a second, and in the meantime, events started racing. Sonya got up and rushed forward. Wrapped himself in a shield and kicked the monster right in the head. He is the size of a large dog, will easily reach me to the waist. The kick entered, as if in jelly. Horror sprung, and he was thrown a couple of meters back. Or he jumped back himself, because there was no visible damage. Then I reacted, sent a bullet, aiming at the eye. The creature screamed, and I went deaf, it came out so loud. Now she rushed to me, so quickly that I involuntarily stepped back, stumbled and fell on my ass, hitting myself painfully. Saved by a partner who punched the monster in the side and threw it back a couple more steps. "Blow behind me and hit him after me," shouted the guy. His eyes sparkled no worse than the monster's. Concentration and determination on the face. In the voice, firmness and understanding of what to do. He did not have time to get up, he rushed straight from the sitting position to his partner, trying to get up from the caracals on the move. The monster did not lose his head, clung to his leg, rushed like a predatory beast. Felt a fierce cold stabbing into his calf. Screamed either from pain or from fear. "Shoot him, stop yelling," came through the dam in my ears. He turned around, hit the creature's muzzle with his whole foot, but almost lost it, because the monster didn't care about ordinary attacks. At close range, I loaded 2 bullets into his eyes again, striking sparks. The creature unhooked and jerked aside. Then Sonya helped me up. Picked up under the arms, pulled up and threw it behind his back. "Get ready to run to the door," he threw, so much so that he barely heard. The monster rushed forward again, but the guy met him with a powerful kick. You can see that you invested everything, the horror flew off 3 meters for sure. "Run!" The scream spurred me on, I jerked in the right direction. The thought flashed that even if small horrors are hiding inside on the stairs, then I don't care, they are better than the average. We burst into the darkness of the opening, Sonya slammed the mangled door behind us, pulled the bolt, which was found on this side. I continued to run on, flew 1 flight, as I heard. "Ernest, stop, damn you. Come back here." I didn't understand what they wanted from me, but I stopped, tried to calm my mind, to realize what was happening. Like no one is eating, everything is fine, why is Sonya stuck? What are you standing there for? We must run. I barked softly at him. For some reason, I wanted to be silent in the dark. To prove my words, there was a blow from the roof, the door was distorted even more, but now in the other direction. Well, no. Think about it, now it will start to dawn. The monster will surely weaken. So we will finish it. We just need to wait until mana accumulates. Are you really that? Indignation poured out of me, I still feel the infernal cold in my legs. It's a miracle that I can walk. Do you want to continue the fight? Exactly. And I definitely can't do it without you. Staring at each other. He presses against the door, I'm standing on the span. The average horror from the roof is scratching. It feels like he's trying to get through. My heart is still pounding. The t-shirt, despite the night cold, has been soaked for a long time. There is sand in my eyes, a buzz in my head. I want to go home incredibly. To warmth and safety. Lock yourself up and hide from the whole world. But there is a reason in the words of Sledge. I remember the faces of my relatives. Distorted with horror. And behind the door, which is being broken into, just the horror is hiding. Did you want to be a man? Did you want to do something worthwhile, Ernest? Stay and prove that you are not the bottom. Prove to yourself that you are worth something. I nodded to Sanaa. He exhaled. Gratitude and a smile on his face. He also had a hard night. It can be seen that the view is cloudy. We're standing, waiting. I'm trying to get warm. It's warmer here than outside, there's no wind. My throat is sore, feverish, I don't want to go down tomorrow. I look down to see if anyone is coming to us. But the silence even scares a little. After half an hour, the manna is full. But we are still waiting for the sun to gain momentum. We firmly believe that it will help. Finally, the creature starts screaming. Clearly something is happening to it. Is no longer trying to break through. Sonia knocks out the door without further ado, otherwise it will not open. We fly to the roof, we find the creature. She is rushing around, trying to find at least some shadow. Huddles in the corners. The sun has already risen. The scarlet dawn is gaining strength. Noticed us, and behind us and the saving passage. Jerked briskly, as if she had been preparing for this all her life. I shoot. The bullet hits the eye area, sparks fly again. It's not for nothing that I trained so much. I release a couple more bullets, then Sonia arrives. Furiously kicks the monster with his feet, literally pressing into the roof. Then the guy jumps back, takes a breath, and I hit with bullets. Sonia guessed to throw the creature into the light. It helps. Horror screams, slowed down like a smeared blob. Who struck the last blow, did not understand. I shot, Sonia kicked, and in flight the monster melted. Messages got in. Average horror killed. The second level was obtained. Received 1 skill point. Received 1 point of characteristics. But that's not all. Something fell out of the monster. In the rays of the sun glitters and shimmers. I go up and take it in my hands, inspect. The essence of the average horror, says the name. 1 piece. San, the loot fell out here. Will you look? Yes, I see, what nonsense is this? Essence? Just like in games. He makes a verdict. Confused, like me, does not know what to do with it. Maybe something fell out from the small ones too, I need to check. And let's go home, I have to go to work soon. It sounds so unexpected that I couldn't resist, a giggle broke out. At night a monster hunter, and during the day a waiter. Voiced a thought, I laugh. Sonia picks up. It also seemed funny to him. We both laugh. So strange, it doesn't seem funny, but we laugh anyway, it makes it easier. As soon as they calmed down, they returned to the entrance. There they found a dozen essences of small horror. They look like purple light peas. Crumple easily, they feel cool. We went down only when the mana was fully restored. We sat stupidly for half an hour and rested. We got to the yard safely. Although I was constantly expecting an attack. How they climbed over the fence, it's better not to remember. The way here was a dozen times easier. And now fatigue was literally falling off my feet. I wanted to lie down right here and sleep for a couple of days. But no, I forced myself to go. Sonia is fine, he lives closer. Waved him off when he turned to his. Agreed to write off in the afternoon. He still has a couple of hours to sleep, and then he really has to get ready for work. That's heroism. Worse than a night adventure, I grinned. Home, sweet home. I never thought that coming home could be so pleasant. Collapsed on the sofa. Just like I was. Fell asleep right away. My head just touched the soft surface and now it's dark. When I woke up, my body ached so much that I knew a new level of pain. And I thought that after the first workout it wouldn't be worse. I also feel lousy, I sniffed. That would be disgusting if I got sick. I opened my eyes, tried to slide off the sofa and go to the kitchen. I was incredibly hungry, and I also wanted to drink. But I came across the messages. Here's the reward, let's see if the adventures were worth it or not. Spirit, +2. Endurance, +3. Strength, +2. Intelligence, +1. In business. Not bad. But there was another message. The body has started the restructuring of the average level. Recommendation: sleep more, a balanced diet. What is this perestroika from? I hope it's because the characteristics have been added, and not because I picked up some kind of infection and will soon become a monster myself. I heeded the advice of the system. Crawled to the refrigerator and dared what came to hand. You can't call it a balanced diet, but cooking is now beyond my strength. Went to the bathroom, lay there for an hour, wrote to Sana. That plus or minus has similar results. He complained that at work it's absolutely hell. I want to sleep terribly, but they can't let me go earlier. So he offers a day off today, and tomorrow evening, to meet and discuss. I agreed. Ordered delivery. Ate pizza and salad. After falling asleep. Woke up in the evening, hungry again, but with a new desire to urgently be in the toilet. Served the body, went back to bed and eventually woke up in the morning. Surprisingly, I felt light and refreshed. Yesterday the disease really started. I sniffed all day, and my throat hurt, but now nothing. I haven't felt so good for a long time. I thought where to invest the reward. Skill is one, here the choice is predetermined. But the characteristics? Into the spirit? Opened the full summary. Level 2. Spirit 11. Intelligence 8. Endurance 15. Power 5. Dexterity 4. Now I have 110 mana. If I put it there, it will become 120. Is there a difference? Probably yes. 13 bullets is an argument. But intelligence also beckons. As well as strength with everything else. Difficult choice. But if you think about it, you can remember that the law of development in all games, plus or minus, is the same. At the beginning it's easy to swing, but with each level it's more difficult. It turns out it's wiser to save a point, see how the characteristics will develop and what real advantages they will give, and then decide how to be. But I will definitely put in the skill, there is no other, and whether it will be unknown. Now the description looked like this. Air bullet. Rank 2. Bonus, plus 20%. Level, 7. Damage, 8.4. Range, 19.2 meters. Mana costs, 8. Cool. As for me, very. I can fire a bullet 13 times. This is the power of. I went through the descriptions of the characteristics again and saw that the spirit also has changes. After the 10th level, the mana replenishment rate increased, they gave out a bonus of plus 10%. Now instead of an hour, 54 minutes, it turns out. Nice bonus. Thoughts switched by themselves to the events of the night before last. How they fought, how they went through despair and hopelessness. Or was it just me who went through them, and Sonya held himself more dignified? I remembered how they won. An intoxicating feeling. As if. Had become firmer inside, and I did it all. Let it be with a partner, but took an active part. Listen to the sensations. Admitted to myself that I liked. At that moment I was ready to curse the decision to go to the construction site, but now, when I came out with the prizes, the winner, this feeling warmed my soul. To feel strong and fit for something, you won't get that in any computer game. Inspired, I figured out what else I could do to develop this feeling. There is no point in training without a sledge. Now it will definitely be a stupid idea to shoot myself in the leg. The damage has increased, so, as if the injury did not come. The bruises, by the way, are completely gone. Only that the legs were slightly sore. Just in those places where the horror clung, pause equals 450. I carefully examined the wound site, but the traces were gone. Although I remember that yesterday, when I was lying in the bath, I saw a painful blue there. And now, the updated, pleasant feeling. Maybe the development of endurance has renewed the body, conducted a number of experiments. I remember a couple of days ago I could barely do push-ups 10 times. Fell to the floor and easily did 20 times. 30 was barely given, with great difficulty. But even such a result inspired even more. I didn't become a Superman, but my strength increased. Maybe due to training, but I give a tooth, the characteristics played a role. Maybe enforced to throw? Then it's better intelligence. To become the smartest tempted more than the strongest. And even better to combine. I wonder how the characteristics are raised. Enough information has accumulated to draw conclusions. I got the biggest increase after the fight. But there was also an exorbitant load. As I recall, the muscles ache there and the cold wakes up inside. Close your eyes and easily plunge into those emotions that remained on the roof. BRR. So what's the trick? In the fight with monsters, or the load in general? Do the characteristics reflect my real level or do they give me an increase to what I have? I looked at the free point of characteristics. It is given just like that, you can put it anywhere, so the characteristics cannot reflect what I have achieved purely through efforts. More precisely, they can, but the bonus point is clearly present. It is a pity that it is impossible to accurately measure. 1 point, as I suspect, gives too little increase to make an unambiguous conclusion. I wrote to Sana, asked his opinion, but he said it was better to discuss. At the meeting either he is busy, or he is afraid to communicate online. He should also be afraid of. And then you never know. Until the evening, I was stupid and digested the events of the last days. Wrote down physical indicators in a notebook. How many times can I sit down? How long can I stand in the bar? How much can I pull up on the horizontal bar? For the last one, I went to the yard and made sure that the DRWCH was a DRWCH. But surprisingly, this time I perceived this awareness calmly. Yes, a weakling and a weakling. But you can work with it. And this work on yourself, no longer scared. There was interest, I wanted to try and find out what I am. I pulled myself up for the first time in my life. Once, but also, what a progress. Someone will say that this is nonsense, but I was happy with my small successes. The awakened interest spurred me to look for information. I got myself a separate file where I threw off useful moments. What is better to eat, how to train, a lot of nuances. It made my head swell, but I really got carried away. Somehow, mysteriously, I managed to open the door to the world of sports. While I'm standing on the threshold, but will there still be? This led to an interest in cooking. To eat, now you need to cook yourself. There is anything you didn't want. Instead, I wanted to gain the right weight, so much so that I would become athletic, not fat. How to do it, I read on the internet. But for some reason it seems that there are many pitfalls. However, I will gradually figure it out. Strange feeling, self-confidence. Before I would have doubted for a million years. Do I need it? But why? Why? Now I can honestly admit that I didn't do sports because I was weak. I devalued training because I did not pull. I knew that I would not achieve results, that it would be long and difficult, and sitting at the computer is much more pleasant and easier. So I easily said that sports is nonsense. But tonight forced a change in attitude to this. I really liked the feeling when you represent something. Even if you're not a man yet, but you're not a boy anymore. Sonia came in the evening. Discussed the guesses. Do you remember that mana was restored faster there? I think this is an important point. He began with what he came to. Maybe this is some kind of special zone? Like a dungeon in the games. Do you think we have failed the boss? I doubt. The average horror was like an ordinary monster. Stronger than the small horror, of course, and thicker. The guy's gaze went into himself and he shivered. Yes, the night was unpleasant and left its mark on the soul. Then it turns out that there may be someone who is stronger than the average horror. I summed up the line, but it's about something else. How to swing? I suggest we go to the construction site in the evening, take a comfortable position and shoot the horrors. Let's assess what progress will be, and squeeze a full potential out of this place. And if someone comes stronger? You do realize that some kind of supreme horror or legendary may be the last for us? We stupidly don't have enough strength to stutter it. Yes, I understand everything, the guy grimaced, but we have to clean up this place. Maybe our actions saved someone's life yesterday. Who knows where this crowd of monsters was going? Maybe in the morning they would have found a new batch of victims. 2 teenagers who guard the peace of civilians. Straight anime. I joked, but Sonia did not appreciate. Shall we check the guest today? I have a day off tomorrow. Good. I pretended to be unhappy with the risk, but in fact I agreed with the guy. Just someone has to be responsible for prudence and extinguish the arrogance of the sleigh. Otherwise, it will get carried away and lead us to death. This time, we prepared better. However, all the preparation came down to the fact that I got dressed warmer, and we both ate a hearty meal. It's 9 in the evening now. It's not the darkest, but the day is already over, so without delay, we went to the construction site. Our path ran through typical Moscow courtyards. You need to go through 10 houses to get to the construction site. The trees were green with might and main, summer was coming into its own, life was blooming to the fullest. But all this was overshadowed by an oppressive atmosphere that refused to fade. Maybe that's why, or maybe it was vigilance, but I noticed 2 figures in the dark among the trees. Our path ran through a playground, next to which there was a small alley. The trees stood curly on the sides of the asphalt path and could well hide what was happening from prying eyes. I would not have noticed that someone was in the shade of the foliage, if not for the wariness. "Hey, San, look," I pointed in the right direction. "Someone is struggling," he said after a couple of seconds. One figure was pulling the other one after him, she resisted. So she breaks out, but the first figure rushes after her and catches up. The fight continues. Why aren't the lights working here? Because of this, it was dark and gloomy enough to distort silhouettes and hide details. Maybe the drunks have arranged a showdown? I suggested, but at that moment a woman's cry was clearly heard. Let's go see what's going on there, decided Sonia and moved forward. That's it, as if we don't have enough adventures. But if a girl is being insulted there, then it is necessary to intervene. Earlier I would definitely have passed by. And I wouldn't be wandering around dubious courtyards at this time. And now I agreed with my partner that we need to get at least closer. Maybe there's a couple quarreling, who knows these lovers? But no. Some kind of devilry was clearly going on. The girl now clearly shouted and her voice was not filled with joy and fun. Rather fear and despair. The thought flashed that someone could have attacked my sister like that, so when they ran up, I was determined to help. The shadows parted and it was revealed what was happening. A young girl was fighting off some gopnik. "What's going on here?" shouted Sonia, which attracted the attention of. "Hey, man, get out of here," was his sharp answer, "I'm talking to my girlfriend." "What kind of girl am I to you, freak? Hands off." And a girl with a character, I thought, and she seemed to read my thoughts. Suddenly kicked a pestering man in the groin, he bent over and let her go, grabbing the causal place. The girl did not get lost and rushed to our backs. Gopnik followed her, but then he was met by Sonia with a kick. The soul met the belly. I noticed a shield flashed in the dark, so it was enough for the peasant to fold in half and he collapsed to the ground. What happened next was the last thing I expected. The fallen briskly turned up on his feet, lit up with a red aura and hit Sana in the back. Broke through the shield, from which the guy flew away a couple of meters. I only heard him cry out painfully, apparently the blow was serious. The unknown man pushed forward, our eyes met and I realized that I would become the next victim. My hands formed themselves into the right gesture and discharged a bullet into his chest. He heckled, staggered, but resisted. Then my nerves gave out, and I emptied the entire clip, firing over and over again. This was enough to bring down the man. The last bullets entered the recumbent body. There was an oppressive silence. The attacker lay motionless and a chill ran inside, from the thought that I had killed him. Glanced at Sonia, who was rising by this moment and seemed to be intact. Relative to The hand was on the jaw where the blow fell. Is he alive? I don't know, I answered honestly. Then the body sobbed and began to rise on his hands. I almost screamed in surprise, having no idea what to do, but Sonia was not at a loss. Jumped up and kicked in the head, now guaranteed to knock out. And then walked with his foot on the ribs. Stop. I dragged him away. Tried to be more precise, because my partner got carried away. You'll kill him. Physical strength saved, but words brought to reason. We looked at each other and seemed to think at the same time that we should get out of here. We turned around and ran into the very girl who, in theory, should have run away a long time ago. And the next question completely puzzled. So are you seekers too? Chapter 6. March. You're not coming with us, said Sonia. Why? I was surprised and, instead of supporting my partner's line, blurted it out without thinking. The girl was frowning. Her eyebrows hung like a house, and her gaze was boring into the guy from under her brows. I don't like her, he said bluntly. What is it? She was indignant. The conversation had been going on for like 5 minutes. After the girl gave out that we were also seekers, like her, there was a pause. Sonia reacted first and typed what she thought, after which he was going to go the other way from her. And he dragged me along with him. The girl followed, with questions about who we are, what is our name and where we are going. I was silent, not knowing what else to say. Sonia also moved away from the scene of the skirmish in silence for some time, after which he said that we were going on business that did not concern her. The girl resolutely said that she wanted to come with us. And in general, we saved her, so at least we would have escorted her home or taken with us. Then the guy replied that she would not go with us. These are the pies. When asked why not, Sonia gave me a hard look. Well, yes, you can guess. After all, he wants to go to the construction site and arrange a horror hunt. Shooting in front of the left girl will obviously be superfluous. Although she seems pretty. But why am I doing this? Appearance does not play a role in this case. And why do we need you? The guy rudely threw at her question. Maybe I can help you. And you can exchange information. Didn't this happen to you recently, too? So, I agreed, more in order to somehow feel in conversation, for which I deserved another hard look from the guy. Well, let's stop and chat, she suggested, and caught my eye. Realized that I was more friendly. No, we have business. Sonia stubbornly ignored her with his eyes and hurried to get away. So, business. And what are the horrors, and what are you going to do with them? Suddenly, she gave out. Stopped synchronously. She looks at us, we look at her. Her hair is dark and long, it is clear that she takes care of them. The figure is ordinary, full or not, it is impossible to see under the clothes. The girl is wearing a jacket a couple of sizes too big, so she hung on her like a hoodie. How did you know? Sonia asked first. Information in exchange for information. There was a pause again. The guy was boring her with his eyes. Okay, I'll open the first one as an advance. I can read minds, so I learned about the horrors. Come on, I didn't believe. Seriously. Here you liked my hair, she smiled triumphantly, and I fell into a precipitate. Indeed, a couple of seconds ago I stuck it on my hair. Long and smooth, I wanted to look at them as they frame a pretty face. I lost my mind and, it seems, blushed, which made me want to fall through the ground. I hope it's dark enough here for my fiasco to go unnoticed. However, she reads thoughts, so we urgently need to switch to something. What a blue sky. Besides, if you leave, what prevents me from following you and finding out the plans? She gave out another argument. But Sonia was not convinced. It seems that there was a threat from him. Come on, guys. After all, you are normal. Stood up for the girl. Let's help each other figure out what's going on. We really have things to do. I decided to say something worthwhile anyway. We can't leave them now, this is really so. I'm sure Sonia would rather send a girl than deviate from the plan, so I suggest the following. You're lagging behind us, you're going home, and tomorrow we'll meet at the subway in the evening. Agreed? And where are the guarantees that you will not leave? Well, let's exchange contacts. Will it go? I offered a compromise. If something changes, we will write off. The girl looked at me, then shifted her gaze to Sonia. He was clearly not burning with sympathy. And if she really reads minds, she could see something extremely unpleasant in his head. Damn, awesome ability. But how does it feel when it is used against you? Deal. Tomorrow at 18 at the subway. Agreed? Yes. I said, and Sonia nodded after a couple of seconds. Then, bye. Or will you escort the girl? Is it necessary? I asked directly. At least a couple of houses. I live right next door. As if this guy didn't come back from the clinginess that was just gone. Now I saw a frightened girl in front of me and wanted to help her. So much so that even if Sonia had resisted, would have gone alone. But no, he agreed. They escorted the lady, watched her hide in one of the entrances, and then left into the night. But we didn't go to the construction site right away, we did a few laps. Are you sure it's worth going to work today? I asked the guy, about 5 minutes later. Yes. What if the horrors come out to hunt again? And that's right, I sighed heavily. The night was just beginning, and the adventures have already found us. Ernest, are you sure you want to communicate with this girl? Sonia asked another 5 minutes later. Why not? Have you seen many seekers? Now we know about 4, if you include us. Yes, how did that guy charge you? Does it hurt? I remembered what happened to us just now. Not anymore. But in the beginning it was tough. What do you think his abilities are? He punched, but at first the red glow was. The guy winced and rubbed the place of impact. Maybe a warrior of some kind, if you remember what classes there are in games. Or a berserker. It looks like. It turns out there are magicians, physicists, and now a psycho has fallen on our head. It seems that psycho was not only about unique abilities, but also in general the general impression of a guy about a girl. He highlighted this word too much. Why didn't you like her so much? You first rushed to save her, and then you started being rude. Yes, because she stuck like a bath sheet. That's why we need her at the construction site? But I almost got caught up. If I would have died, then what should I do, huh? Unexpectedly. I thought he was just being rude, but it turns out that the guy even cared about her to some extent. From this side, I did not look at the situation. The topic has stalled, the fence that fenced off the construction site appeared ahead. We will still have time to discuss the night's events, now it's another matter. How do we act? I planned to develop a plan while we were walking here, but because of the incident, this moment was missed. To begin with, I suggest going around the construction site and looking around. If the horrors are walking right here, but we will shoot them. If they are knocked down by a crowd in an open space, I didn't finish the sentence, but it was clear. Here you don't need to be a tactical genius to understand the obvious things. Then we will run around the construction site and gradually shoot back. Grunted Sonia. He seemed amused by it. I tried to remember what they did in monster games. There is always a tank, the one who protects, DD, the one who deals the main damage, and the healer, the one who heals. Let's say Sonia with his shield is a tank. I'm pulling a bullet in half with grief on DD. Where else would we find a healer? We moved around the fence, got to the gate and looked that there. The yard was silent. If the horrors crawled out, they hid from prying eyes. It's too quiet, somehow, I commented. Need to climb. Let's just look for a more convenient place if we have to retreat. We went around the entire perimeter to the end, but the same picture is everywhere. The fence is concrete, high, and you get tired of climbing. San, let's go back to the gate and try to leave the stones. If the horrors appeared, they will crawl out to the noise. I didn't want to get into the territory, so I was looking for a compromise. The guy agreed with the idea, although I expected him to resist and drag us inside. Bam! The first sound came from the thrown lump of dirt. There were no suitable stones here. A glass bottle flew next and made a lot more noise. I'm going to have to climb, Sonia pronounced the verdict after a couple of minutes of waiting. I threw another shell, in the vain hope of attracting attention. And it worked. Now we were sitting on the fence, hanging on it, just opposite the entrance that we used on the first visit. It was from him that the horrors fell. At first one, but there the second joined. I jumped down and hit them with a shield. You shoot from above. Save supplies in case I need to retreat. Sonia threw and jumped down. 3 small horrors had already jumped out of the darkness, and he immediately attacked them, generously distributing kicks, from which the creatures flew apart like balls. I took aim and successfully fired, immediately killing one of the creatures. Small horror killed. 3 experience points gained. Small horror killed. 5 experience points gained. I noticed that messages flashed on the edge of perception last time. In the heat of battle, I did not track them, but now, being almost calm, I found and opened. A maximum of 5 points were given for a small horror. If I killed alone. Or 2 or 3 if they killed together with sledge, that is, the experience was shared. Tonight, the horrors crept out as if lazily, 1 or at most 2 at a time. The most intense moments were when the mana was running out. But we got the hang of working in pairs, so we delayed it as much as we could. The shields of the partner after the reinforcements now withstood 3 to 5 blows. And he could create almost 10 pieces. So that was enough to last almost 2 hours and kill about 30 monsters for 2. And then Sonia climbed over the fence while I was covering him. Yes, and it would be from whom? The last horror fell from bullets, and the new ones were in no hurry who come out of the darkness of the failure. And then what? The question hung in the air. In games there is a respawn time. Perhaps we killed everyone and cleaned up the location. I assumed. Or are there more horrors hiding in the building? Yeah, a dozen average or 1 higher. According to the law of the genre, the boss should be at the very end. Don't forget that this is life, not a game, Sonia spoke in fits and starts, recovering his breath. Nevertheless, he had to run and wave his legs. Yes, but it looks very much like. Yesterday the average horror also appeared at the end. We are waiting for. If no one appears within half an hour, then we go home. I liked this plan. Almost 1 o'clock in the morning and I wanted to sleep. I looked at the experience strip. In 2 hours of pharma, I accumulated 40% to the 3rd level. Not much. But it's better than nothing. After half an hour, as agreed, we went home. The horrors are over for today. So where is she? Muttered Sonia when they came to the subway at the appointed time. Maybe he's late? Or what happened? In the morning we called, met and discussed with the guy the events of the night. The conclusions were unambiguous. There were other seekers in our area. Does it have something to do with the night of the tragedy? It is logical to assume that yes. But how? That's what I wanted to know. Therefore, it was decided to meet the girl anyway. Made a plan for what we will ask and what answers to give. The main thing is to control thoughts. How to do it, I have no idea, but I will have to learn on the go. I wouldn't embarrass myself. Guys, I'm here, hi. The girl appeared as if out of nowhere. I was already startled, so suddenly her voice came from behind. Looked around and saw. A girl. Beautiful. At night it was difficult to see her. Hoodie, darkness and the situation at the location. And now, she was wearing a dress, with long straight hair and legs. Also long. And the shoulders are bare, naked. Caught her eye and blushed again. I think she read my mind. How I look at her. Or it was clear without reading. So, dude, get it together. Well, hello, Sonia blurted lazily. So he behaved with dignity and looked at the girl philosophically, with a share of skepticism. Hi, I squeezed out of myself and swallowed, feeling my face flush even more. The girl smiled at this, looking into my eyes. My God, what kind of magic is this? Why are thoughts so confused? Anger at myself helped calm down. Well, a girl, it happens. Boys, I suggest we go somewhere. Or will we just stand here? You can sit in a cafe, you can sit in the yard. The main thing is that no one sees. Let's go in the yard, decided Sonia. The girl smiled again, turned around and walked towards the houses. I was glad that she was ahead. I can put my thoughts in order, I thought, and then my gaze fell on her hips. Under the dress, it was clearly visible how the buttocks and the strip of panties were rolling. I urgently shifted my gaze to anything in the direction of a titanic feat, I will note. No, my eyes betrayed me and hurried back. But I took them aside time after time. And then a little more and I'll pour saliva over everything here. Or something else. And what's happening to me? Why am I reacting so violently? I used to like girls, I liked to look at them, but that's so. Maybe this psycho is affecting me somehow. Or is it a consequence of the changes that have happened to me? I read that testosterone affects potency. Maybe adventures, excitement and fights have invigorated my body and awakened my libido? And, damn, Figs knows it. We'll have to read more about it. But her ass is chic. A secluded spot was quickly found in the courtyards. There were enough of them here. The trees are completely covered with greenery, hanging over benches and gazebos, hiding from prying eyes. If you know the area, you can hide from outsiders. And we are now planning a heart-to-heart conversation, which is better left a secret. Where do we start? The girl asked when she sat down on the bench. Can we introduce ourselves first? My name is Marta. Is it some kind of derivative of Masha? Clarified Sonia. No, this name is. Parents wanted something unusual. Oh, it's just like yours, the partner turned to me and grinned. Sort of, I smiled weakly. Well, you know my name, you saw a page on the web. Ernest. Alexander, the guy soon introduced himself. So we met. How long have you had abilities, and what? How did you accelerate? Sonia crossed his arms over his chest and frowned. Tell me first about yourself. Who is the guy who accosted you at night? What did he want? I have no idea who he is. Yes, that's how I believed you. Two seekers accidentally met at night. Funny story, sarcasm was pouring out of the guy's mouth. Well. I read it, he noticed, followed me, then stuck and wanted to go with him. The girl confessed and lowered her gaze. It looked extremely cute, I thought, and the next moment I realized that my thoughts were turning the wrong way again. Stop staring at the girl. What do you mean you read it? I insert a question to somehow distract myself from looking at a pretty face. It was hard to look her straight in the eyes, but I coped. It means I looked into the thoughts. Like then, with you at night. Is that your skill? What else are there? So far only one. Martha shrugged her shoulders. And which ones do you have? Come on, shoot, you know about me. I have a shield, Ernest has air bullets, Sonia did not conceal. We agreed with him in advance that if the girl tells about herself, then we will share the information ourselves. And that guy has some kind of physical skill. Did you see how his face twisted with anger when he jumped on you? She nodded at Sonia. It's creepy. I thought then that he would kill you, and that's it. I noticed how the guy winced at this flattery. But I was pleased. It turns out that there are at least 4 directions. The girl's voice became thoughtful. Do you know anyone else? No. That guy and you are the first to get caught. What is your skill level? Continued asking Sonia. The 7th, and you? Wow. That's what she gives. The guy and I exchanged glances. It's not easy to raise the 7th skill, we know by ourselves. If she has the same development scheme, then something the girl doesn't finish. On whom and how did she train? Also the 7th. The guy did not remain silent for a long time. How did you develop it so much? As obvious as. I use it constantly, that's all. It is possible on anyone, from this it rises. And what, do you see thoughts straight? I asked incredulously. More precisely, I hoped that not completely, otherwise it would be a complete fiasco. Especially if she noticed those few vulgar thoughts that flashed through my head. I snatched the pieces. Sometimes it's something coherent, sometimes it's not. And sometimes whole colorful images come if a person is actively thinking about something. Then she smiled so that I almost blushed again. I think she caught a couple of my thoughts. Well, if I got burned, then why be shy? A saving thought came and I found the strength to smile at ease. To which I received another smile in response. It seems to me, or is there interest in her eyes now? Already the heart began to beat faster. Can you influence others in any way? Sonia knocked down my mood. No, Martha answered quickly. Are you lying? The guy's voice sounded firm and calm. I didn't even understand if it was a question or a statement. The girl frowned. She looked at me, then at him. Sighed and confessed. Okay. Yes, I can. But this is indirectly. You can pull out a thought, or you can inflict mental damage. So you have a combat skill? I specified. Partly. Intelligence primarily. Can you demonstrate it on me? Suddenly asked Sonia. I can, if you're sure. Ready? Come on. The girl's face focused, and then Sonia was led away like a drunk. For 2 seconds and he came back. Interesting. For a moment, my eyes went dark, as if I was losing consciousness. I checked once. An ordinary person can be sent to faint. For some reason, the effect on you is weaker. Interesting point. Is this how the shield works, or have the stats increased? After this night, when we hunted for horrors, we didn't make much progress. We only got +1 to the spirit, much less than last time. But still, there were more characteristics than originally. I see. What else is interesting to tell? The question from Sonny sounded so that it was clear he wanted to dump. Take me with you. You're hunting someone, aren't you? Yeah, hunting. Take those same horrors. The next time you go. Why would you do that? And why do you need it? The girl sitting opposite looked cute, but now she was serious and collected. I couldn't figure out what she wanted. You know about the tragedy that happened in the courtyards, right? Clarified Sonia. Of course. Everyone knows about it. Terrible thing. Wait, she snapped, so these horrors of yours did it? I saw an image of something dark. What the hell is this? Did you play games? Computer, I decided to explain to her. These are the horrors of monsters. They look like clumps of darkness. We have seen small horrors and medium. Both are quite dangerous. But you are alive, so you survived the meeting with them and purposefully went hunting. It turns out the risk is not so strong. You tell it to those who died. Sonia typed. His voice sounded as gloomy as ever. So why are you hunting them? If you remembered about the games, then they give you experience for them or what? We protect people from a new tragedy. I refrained from taking a look at the guy. It sounds noble, heroic, but after all, we went there for the sake of experience. Although, judging by how respectfully the girl looked, I am now ready to be happy for the heroic version. It is necessary to save people. That's right. I want to help you. The girl decisively pronounced the verdict. Did someone die at your place? Asked a tactless question by Sonia. No, thank God. I rent a house here. Unexpected fact. If she takes it off, it means she is already old enough. I thought she was 17 years old, but it turns out at least more than 20. The campaign needs to roll up her lip. You have? She asked softly. Yes, Sonia answered for both. And fell silent. Well, I did not specify who exactly. The mood has deteriorated. We were silent. After a couple of minutes, Marta said that she wanted to help us. and that it was better to go together than she would climb alone. I basically didn't mind, another partner wouldn't hurt us. Although, she's a girl. And it will be possible to continue communication with her. Sonia with a creak, but eventually agreed. Discussed plans and agreed when we would go to work. Decided to go on the same night. If the theory with the restoration of horrors is correct, then after 2 sweeps there should be even fewer of them, which means the risk is minimal. We will be able to check Martha in the case and understand whether it is worth cooperating further. There were still a couple of hours left before it finally got dark, so we decided to go home and get ready. I was still hoping to have a snack. Agreed on a meeting place and ran away. Let's see what kind of joint hunt awaits us. Chapter 7. Night Raid. 10 in the evening. 3 young men sneak along the fence and periodically climb it to assess the situation. And where are your horrors? A woman's voice is heard whispering. And you can't wait to fight? Sonia turns around and asks in a serious tone. No, but this suspense is exhausting. I see. Do you remember what to do? Yes. Martha throws angrily, I'm not stupid. I wanted to do it at the same time, and wince and grin. Sonia instructed her so and made her repeat the procedure with the rules several times that the girls started freaking out. Then repeat, he says, calmly, and looks expectantly. Don't go ahead, the girl begins to answer obediently, while rolling her eyes to the sky, go behind your backs. Attack when you say. Act carefully. Be ready to run. If I meet an average horror, be even more careful. Don't make noise. Don't argue. Satisfied? She hissed the last word. For some reason, I got the feeling that Sonia was deliberately mocking her. But no, he looked very serious and finally nodded, as if that was the only way. I walked alongside and looked around, looking for the enemy. But this time it was even quieter in the courtyard than the last visit, so the theory about the resumption of monsters had a chance to be confirmed. Are we acting according to the scheme? I asked the guy. Yeah. Let's try to lure them out. He nodded. The pre-seized bottles flew towards the aisle. To do this, I had to climb the fence again and hang on it, which was associated with a piquant moment. I helped Marta to climb. To do this, I first put my hands, she leaned on them and I hooked her to catch on the top of the fence. But then it turned out that it was necessary to support the leg so as not to fall, and she was also in tight pants. In general, the view was interesting, and even the hand completely accidentally, honestly, jumped off and almost touched her. Ass, which she, it seems, and thank all the gods, did not pay attention to. She was too focused on staying on the fence and climbing. I am glad that I was able to switch and distract myself from the incident quickly, although my palm burned from touching. But the feeling of danger nearby set up a completely different mood. Damn it, it was nice to help the girl. Felt like a hero. But then I'll think about it, now the main thing is. There was a ringing of broken glass, then another. After a couple of minutes they repeated. Finally he appeared, a small horror. In a single instance. He smoothly floated out of the darkness of the passage and slid towards us. Now, when I saw him for the umpteenth time and knew what to expect, he looked almost harmless. Just think, a lump of blackness with scarlet eyes is sneaking up to us. I'll kill such a one for 3 bullets. That would be a couple of dozen of them. I would be nervous, and so there is even excitement. Marta, try to hit him with a mental, ordered Sonia. Yes, the girl jokingly replied, mesmerized by the approaching horror. Her face frowned, and then I noticed a barely perceptible wave of silver color that entered the monster and slowed it down. He slowed down twice, but after 5 seconds he thawed and continued on his way. Reached the concrete fence and began to scratch it. He could not climb up. And if again? Can you kill him yourself? Suggested by Sonia. The girl tried. 5 times silvery energy came out of it, slowed down the horror, but it remained alive. Ernest? My partner turned to me. Okay, I threw and hit with a bullet. 1 was enough to kill him. How much experience did you get? 7, victorious contentment shone on the girl's face. And what kind of damage do you have? 1 unit. Now her little face frowned a little. Such emotionality looked extremely cute. Not much, commented the guy and thought. But she can slow down the creatures. If there are a lot of them, then the ability will come in handy. For some reason I wanted to stand up for the girl. A grateful smile was my reward. To which I could not resist and also smiled. Sonia noticed our glances and frowned, pursed his lips a little, which made me feel ashamed. I'm showing off here like a kid in front of a girl, I need to pull myself together. But he said it right, can she really help us? Or is he jealous? Maybe he liked her too. Yes, no, nonsense. If I think so, then our union will definitely come to the con. And because of what? Because of a girl. That's it, we must definitely pull ourselves together, I said to myself for the 100th time. And then what? Shall we go there? Marta diffused the hanging silence. Yes. I'm going first, I'll check if anyone is hiding, if everything is fine, you go down after. Sonia didn't put it off and jumped down briskly. Unexpectedly, and somehow it's reckless. And it also looked cool. I couldn't jump so clearly. The guy quickly ran to the entrance, shone a flashlight there, looked around, went inside and disappeared from sight. I only saw a spot of light running. But after a minute he came out and waved to us. Inside is clean. If the horrors remain, they are hiding. Do you really want to go there? The girl froze in front of the entrance. She looked scared. I understood her. It's one thing to sit on a fence, another to poke into a dark and enclosed space. We need to find their lair and understand how they appear here, explained the task of Sonia. We didn't discuss it with him, but it sounded logical. Okay, Marta answered quietly. You walk between us. I'm in front, Ernest closes. Did you take the flashlights? It's time to get them. Only the guy had a real flashlight, but my girlfriend and I had it replaced by mobile phones. They also have flashlights that give enough light. There was also a guess that light can scare away monsters, since they don't like daylight so much, so a flashlight is a potential weapon. It's good that before leaving home I charged my phone. We walked around the entire first floor, but we were met only by silence. There is no point in going upstairs, there have already been. If monsters are hiding somewhere, then there is probably a parking lot or some basements. At the bottom. I don't know exactly how things are going with this in a new building. Should we go down or up? The girl voiced similar thoughts. We were at the top. So we are looking for a descent down. Explained Sonia. So why look for it, if it exists, then where the stairs? Or, through the elevator shafts? How do you imagine it? Are we going to jump? We were on the stairs, there is nothing there. As well as elevators. Are you sure? The passage could have been closed, the girl clarified. And she's right. Personally, I don't remember the details. The first time we immediately went upstairs, we didn't really look at what and how. And then we ran and were in such a state that we didn't pay attention to anything. Sonia didn't say anything, but took us to the nearest staircase. It's worth noting that the house is large. For several hundred apartments, it also goes in a square, and in the center there is a territory for a courtyard and playgrounds. So there was enough space to get lost. Especially since most of it is unfinished. Somewhere you can easily pass, and somewhere you have to loop. But then the stairs appeared. Nothing went down, there was an ordinary floor. Look, here's the door, the girl pointed to an inconspicuous niche. We looked there. And really, the door. It merged with the wall and was barely noticeable. Also in a separate corner. Who only builds like that? Pulled the handle. Locked. Ernest, can you try to knock it out with a bullet? The girl suggested. Why not? Here he is a chance to prove himself. I took aim and shot at the lock. There was a booming sound. Hit again and clearly something cracked. Then decided and Sonia to intervene. Wrapped himself in a shield and hit from the foot. Then again and the passage was open. It was lucky that the door was flimsy. We looked inside and found a separate descent down. And next to it an elevator shaft, now empty. Let's wait 5 minutes to see if anyone will come to the noise, suggested Sonia. Reasonable. Standing, waiting. There is complete silence and darkness around. They left one flashlight on. I closed my eyes, turned to hearing. Scary. If you freeze, then a giant concrete box that is filled with silence and suspense presses on the psyche especially strongly. The feeling that you are a pharaoh who was locked in a pyramid. Dark, empty and scary. The rustle that rang out made everyone shudder. Apparently, the tension that reigned around the atmosphere affects not only me. Soon after the sound, a small horror appeared that crawled out from the lower floors. Marta struck first. A silver wave flew into the monster, slowed it down, which allowed me to hit the bullet exactly in the eye. Finished off the monster. Sonia stepped on his head with a boot and literally smeared. Experience dropped very little, 1 unit. Apparently it was divided into all. We waited a couple more minutes and went down. Otherwise, we can wait indefinitely. On the ground floor, a large space was opened, divided by columns. Typical parking, even markings for cars are. Being here is a million times scarier than upstairs. I saw that Marta shrank as she frantically looked around. Sonia looked more calmly, turned his head smoothly, studied the darkness. I was hoping that the creature wasn't sneaking up behind. Flashlights worked at full speed, highlighting the nearest territory. Probably, they attracted the horrors. They climbed from all sides. First, the first one emerged from the darkness. Sonia threw to Marta so that she would not interfere yet and that her abilities would be in an extreme case when we spent mana. So the guy and I sorted out the first 10. I threw a bullet, demolished about half of my health, and my partner finished off. Tried to attack so that the horrors got to the sledge one by one. After 5 minutes, Martha still intervened and began to help. When more than 2 horrors surfaced, she threw a slowdown on the rest. Acted surprisingly smoothly. Like a Swiss watch. Without fuss and panic. Sometimes there were tense moments, but the horrors did not fall in a homogeneous mass, but in waves, as if they flocked from all over the construction site. The most dangerous was when the average horror appeared at the end. He was moving slower, but was much more dangerous. That's what I thought when I first saw him. Prepared to retreat back to the stairs. But no. Marta threw a slowdown on him, we killed the little things that remained, and then they finished him off. Thanks to the girl, it was much easier. When the creature became active, she slowed him down, and gave us time to run away. I looked at my watch. An hour has passed since we went down, and the opponents are over. Are we moving on, or are we leaving? The girl clarified. That's all for today. After thinking, Sonia drew the line. We're leaving. I exhaled with relief. When in battle, you don't feel tired. But as soon as it ends, rolls over, I want to sit down and relax, exhale, relieve tension. So I'm glad that we're coming back. Especially since everyone got a level. Distribution then I'll do, first I need to go home. We walked back to the stairs, but the light of the lantern illuminated the figure. Human. Our squad froze. The heart went somewhere in the heels. I'm used to horrors, but to meet a man here. For some reason, it felt 10 times scarier. The figure stepped forward and revealed itself. It was some bum. His body froze in a strange pose, as if he was broken in several places. And when I saw his face, Martha screamed nearby. It's easy to understand. The man's face was distorted by a frankly insane smile. Grin. Eyes rolled up, black holes instead. Saliva drips from the mouth. Obsessed with horror. This inscription appeared above the man, and I swallowed. The creature that no longer belonged to the human world rushed forward. Put its hands forward and sharp claws flashed in the light of the lanterns. Sonia went out to meet the monster, but he jumped on him and knocked him down, starting to slash with his claws. I shot a bullet into the head of the possessed, but the effect was close to zero. Marta was yelling something nearby, she seemed to have a tantrum. I understand that now my partner will be torn apart. I throw another bullet, but the possessed ignores. I run up and kick him in the head. This, thank God, is enough to throw him off. Sonia somehow gets up, I give him my hand and notice that the guy is bleeding. Here the possessed man rushes at me, but a silvery clot flies into him. He slows down, but still manages to slash with his claws. I put out my hand and it burns with pain, a cry escapes from my mouth by itself. I feel a fetid smell, sickly sweet, a cross between sweat and decomposition. The monster tries to grab me, knock me down and tear me apart, but then help comes. Sonia attacks, his shield envelopes him, now he knocks down the monster and jumps on top of him, hits his fists on the grinning face. I aim and shoot the possessed in the knee. And then I lower my leg and hit the same place with all my strength. I hear a crunch and hope that the knee is broken. The possessed man roared and threw the guy off, he rolled and flew 3 meters away. The creature is on its feet again, but limps. I send another bullet into the wounded knee, and it's enough for him to stumble. I thought that everything was a bid for victory, but where is there? The possessed falls, and the next moment a black haze breaks out of him. Blacker than the darkness around. It's like fog, spreading around. I don't have time to hold my breath, inhale this stuff. And the next second panic floods my consciousness. I rush to the side like a madman and run without looking. I was stopped by one of the columns. In the heat of the fight, I dropped my mobile phone, so I ran without light and crashed. However, it did me good. A hard blow sobered me and returned the ability to think soberly. However, at first the sparks fell out of my eyes, and only after that I was able to recover. I look around and see the possessed man crawling after the girl. Actively. She screams and tries to run away from him, but is afraid of the dark, so she runs in circles around the columns, where the light remains. My mobile phone is lying there. I get up and run to Martha to help. There are only a couple of bullets left. I release them into the monster's head, it knocks him down and he switches to me. Crawls like a typical zombie. I meet him with a kick in the head. I hear a crunch, either his jaw or his foot. I applied from the heart. This is enough for the bastard's head to lean back and turn out at an unnatural angle. But if it would leave the creature, she continues to crawl with her head thrown back, and it's creepy. Then Sonia runs up and jumps on her spine. Another crunch seems to be a saving sound. We both run away from the monster and watch him writhe. The girl also runs up to us. Her eyes are 5 rubles each, breathing heavily and on the verge of hysteria. The three of us watch the possessed man wheeze. When he crawls up to us, we move away. So 5 minutes pass. Then, without collusion, we discharge the abilities into it. Repeat this 3 times, and in the end the creature will finally die. Looking around, Sonia. His jacket is covered in blood, it has already reached his feet. My hand also burns, so I clamp the wound. Marta also sees this. She's shaking, and I feel like she's about to burst into tears. I go up to her and take her palm with my good hand. I start talking slowly, look straight into her eyes. It's over. It's okay. You're safe. We won. Breathe. That's it, okay. We won, you did well. We did it. You helped us out, they wouldn't have pulled us out without you. You're a heroine. And so on, for another 2 minutes. The girl couldn't stand it. At some point she snuggled up and had to hug her. And they stood there for 5 minutes, while I stroked her on the head and calmed her. I'm surprised at myself. Not that I kept calm. I'm rather ready to hide myself in a corner from shock. But there is such a word, need. I feel it very well now. So in the ass emotions. Let them sit there. And I am calm. My hands are shaking, everything is boiling inside, but outwardly I am the embodiment of reliability and a bulwark of security. Finally, emotions have subsided, the girl comes to. When she walked away and looked at us, Sonia gave out. Are you finished? It's touching, of course, but I'm injured, so I suggest we go home. Oh. Martha was embarrassed, you need to be bandaged. Yes, and you. She glanced at my hand. In general, they did not linger. The only thing, I ran and quickly collected essences. Martha helped, but Sonia pressed against one of the columns and breathed heavily, clutching his stomach. The epic of climbing over the fence was repeated. Only now they pushed the sleigh, and then I helped him down from the other side. How he climbed, I don't know. It had to be done, and I did. Also helped the girl. It was the guy who lived closest, so we went to him. There were bandages, alcohol and painkillers at home. Marta helped us both to wash the wounds and pronounced a verdict that nothing serious. Sonia got off with a torn jacket and a dozen deep scratches on his stomach and chest. Painful, unpleasant, but not fatal. I have a similar torn sleeve and deep scratches on my arm. The main danger is infection. Yes, and so much blood flowed that my head was spinning. But Marta is a smart girl, expertly processed and bandaged. Of course, they did not call an ambulance. How to explain the injuries? Did the dog attack? A wild cat? Fell down the stairs? Is the killer cactus on the warpath? If you go to the doctor, then tomorrow, after putting yourself in order. And now, when we look tired, rumpled, dirty and covered in blood. In general, we decided that sleep will help, and tomorrow we will decide what to do. It was possible to stay overnight with a partner, but he has little space, and the situation is too modest for 3. Plus, everyone has clothes at home. And I should have changed. So I went home, offering the girl to accompany her. She agreed. But on the way she said that she would be scared to spend the night alone, and is it possible to stay with me? To be honest, I was upset. Girl? From me? Sleepover? Did you suggest it yourself? Lord, yes, I'm ready to go a dozen more obsessed to win. With one left. I'll find and dominate. I tried to pull myself together and calmly answer that yes, of course you can. At the same time I tried to roll up my lip. Do not dream, Ernest, you will not molest a girl who has literally experienced horror and is clearly in a shattered state. And what are you going to do with it? Here I was thinking. And really, what? We came home, and I turned on the maximum hospitality I could. I was glad to myself that I cleaned up the day before. Offered water, food, a towel, let me take a shower. Even found alcohol from my mother's stocks. Marta agreed that a little drink would not be superfluous to relieve stress. But after the shower, she went to wash first and disappeared there for an hour, probably. I even started to worry if something had happened. But knocking and checking decided that it was too much. Brazen? Tactless? Finally she came out. Wrapped in one towel. Her hair wet, scattered over her shoulders. As soon as I saw it, I lost the power of speech. You, too, go and wash, she said, and I'll figure out how to eat. I don't know about you, but after the adventures of the elephant I'm ready to eat. Why yes, of course. Make yourself at home, I smiled timidly and hurried to hide in the bathtub. The brain was beating in panic. What should I do? She's naked. And there's probably nothing under the towel. So, cold water, help me. Turned on the faucet and almost cursed. The icy jets burned the skin, but did not really calm down. The body was shaking. There was one vulgar thing walking in my thoughts. How to approach it. And what to do. Damn, watching porn here is not an assistant. Suddenly I realized that I absolutely do not know what to do with a naked girl that turned out to be at my house. There are not even condoms. Damn, I'm an idiot. And the fact that I'm not ready, and the fact that I rolled my lip again. So, Ernest, damn you, pull yourself together, be a man and behave with dignity. She clearly needs a friendly atmosphere and rest now, and not pestering a stupid youngster. So come on, breathe, calm down and blow to her. Chat, then go to bed, and in the morning it will be easier. I got out of the shower, as if on the scaffold. Carefully looked into the kitchen. Marta made sandwiches, slightly tousled her hair and looked just very. And still sat in a towel, in her hands she had a glass of wine. You sit down, why did you freeze? Sorry, I started without you, I couldn't resist, she smiled sweetly. It's okay. I'll grab the second glass like a lifeline. How's the arm? I'm fine, I managed to forget about the hand. The girl looked me straight in the eyes. Calmly, smiling a little, looking slightly tired. Looks like a kitten that wants to hug. I felt an extraordinary tenderness. Maybe we'll go to the hall, otherwise it's cool here, she suggested. Come on. Move to the hall. I sat on the edge of the sofa. She sat down next to. Too close. Especially if you remember that there is also another edge of the sofa. For the victory? She offered and raised her glass. Come on. I think I'm repeating myself. Confused. A sly look appeared in her eyes. They clinked glasses and drank. I've only drunk alcohol a couple of times before. But now I didn't feel the taste. Drank like water. Ernest, do you like me? A sudden question sounded. And then, unexpectedly for myself, I calmed down. More precisely, no. Everything was raging inside. A host of new feelings and emotions for me danced. But I found the resolve to look her straight in the eye and say, yes. Then kiss me. I'm not confused. He moved closer to her, ran his fingers gently over her cheek. She was beautiful as an angel. Our lips met. Something exploded inside me. I kissed for the first time in my life and tried to be careful. Martha moved closer to me. And then sat on top. I hugged her and felt the towel slip. Her breasts touched me. I felt this elasticity, how she breathes and trembles a little. I was trembling myself. Consciousness was leaving me. I was thinking less and less, and I was giving myself more and more to the flow of feelings. I didn't notice how we ended up without clothes. Sometimes I was aware of what was happening, as if in flashes. Here, she kisses me on the neck. Here my hand slides down her back and falls below. I feel smooth skin, how pleasant it feels to the touch. That night I fell asleep the happiest person on the planet. Chapter 8. Experiments. The awakening is out. Unusual. Martha shook me awake and said that she would soon run to school and would I like to have breakfast together. The thought that the girl with whom we had sex wakes me up. And that I am now a man. Breakfast. In general, half asleep, I managed to give the right answer and say that, of course, I want. For which I received a kiss and Martha rushed off to the kitchen. I hurriedly went to the toilet to clean myself up. I quickly washed my face, brushed my teeth and came to the kitchen. Marta was cooking in only panties and my t-shirt. Lord, send me strength and perseverance. I caught the mischievous look of a girl who, I'm sure, perfectly understood what impression she was making on me and enjoyed the situation. There were already scrambled eggs on the table, so I tried to switch to food. Without skimping on compliments. I think I read somewhere that they should be told to girls and as much as possible. Therefore, hiding my awkwardness, I gave out that she was very nice, that the food was very tasty and that she looked good in my t-shirt. Judging by the smile, the compliments were to her taste. A strange feeling. I, on the one hand, was embarrassed, on the other. Felt different. As if something appeared inside. Confidence? A sense of self-worth? How stupid I lived, asserting myself in games. How faded it looks now. Having passed through a real test, having received a reward for it at the end in the form of a pretty girl. Even if it is not a reward, but a pleasant combination of circumstances. Damn, I don't know how to perceive it correctly. In short, I am pleased. Very. We can say that today I was born anew. By someone else. Not yet a husband, but no longer a boy. We had a nice chat, but then the conversation turned to another channel. Ernest, did you get bonuses this morning too? Yes, I haven't watched yet, I'll take a look now, I muttered in confusion, completely forgetting to study the bonuses. Spirit +1. Endurance +1. Strength +1. Fine. Another step towards the chances of survival. I shared what bonuses I received, and then Martha suddenly gave me. They also gave me the spirit. More control, but that's it. But the spirit has 2 points. She was smiling quite. I heard something new. Control? Well, yes, one of the characteristics of. Don't you have one? She was surprised. No. And what characteristics do you have at all? Spirit, intelligence, control. Listed Martha, and you? Spirit, intelligence, endurance, strength and agility. Wow, cool. And how did you open it? We haven't touched on this topic yet, so the fact that there are other, not quite standard characteristics was a surprise. Although, why not standard? How do I know what is standard in this system, whatever it is, and what is not? I think in game categories, but this is not a game, but life. The story of how the characteristics were opened did not take much time. At the end I asked how Marta opened the control and then she surprised me again. I suspect that when the ability was studied. It depends on the control how accurately and in different ways I can use it. How's that? I can read minds or slow down, as you saw yesterday. These are at least 2 types of applications. That's what the control contributes to. So you use the same ability in different ways? Curious. Thank you, this is valuable information. Yes, little things. Okay, it's time for me to run, otherwise I'll be completely late. Thank you for sheltering me for the night. And for the night itself, too, thank you. Martha came up to me and kissed me so that it took my breath away. She looked me in the eye and ran to get dressed. I sat for some time and waited for the body and some of its pale reactions to calm down. I had to wear tight pants. The girl left, I saw her off, and I fell back into bed. Everything was scattered around, but I was too lazy to get out. Martha had protection yesterday, so there was no embarrassment. Although I was in such a state that this was the last thing I thought about. I must admit that the girl clearly had experience and behaved quite confidently. It would be stupid to think that I was her first. Does it bother me? Rather no than yes. I do not yet know how to treat this. The world of sex and love is even more mysterious for me than the world of seekers and night adventures. I wonder if we're in a relationship now or not. And how to behave. Should I ask you out on a date, or would it be stupid? I will look at the situation. Today I will reread everything that is on the internet about sex and the treatment of girls. I really liked the night, I want to continue, and for this it is necessary not to spoil everything. I savored the details of the night and realized that you can endlessly lie in bed, but life does not end there. There are other topics that need to be considered. I still felt a woman's touch on my skin, it was damn nice, but I forced myself with an effort of will to shift my attention to something else. How do I open the control? Martha said that control is responsible for managing. From the word itself, it is clear that this is related to controlling. How can I control my bullet? Yes, there are plenty of options, if you think about it. What is a bullet? This is compacted air that I collect in one place and direct to the target. You can control the size, density, flight speed, thickness. It's also interesting how exactly the air condenses and how to explain it by the laws of physics, but maybe it's mana. It somehow charges air particles, transforms them, and who knows? I need to reread physics textbooks, maybe I'll understand. Inspired, I rushed to experiment, but immediately encountered a chip. The bullet refused to change in any way. Either the given shape, or it was destroyed, and the mana merged into an empty. But I persevered with enviable persistence. And so strained my will, and so I probably killed 2 hours, overexerted myself, exhausted myself too much and had to stop. I wrote to Sanaa, how is he there? He replied that okay, the scratches almost disappeared. Looked at his own and found that a modest scarlet stripe remained from her. As if there was no deep cut. Another confirmation that pumping endurance has a beneficial effect on recovery. But why does it depend? By itself, such an effect, or from the fact that I got +1 point? If the second, then you need to keep one free always in reserve, in case of severe injuries. Am I serious right now? There was a thought. Really considering the option of serious injuries? But it's true. If you listen to yourself, weigh the pros and cons, then now I'm not ready to give up the development of abilities. Because it gave me a purpose in life, the meaning of existence. Gave me, if not a friend, then at least a partner, which is also expensive. And maybe more expensive than ordinary Corfans, with whom you can blunt. It also gave me sex. I could only dream about him yesterday, and today I had a pretty girl. Sleeping over. My thoughts switched back to pleasant moments. I fell back into bed and did not notice how I fell asleep. And when I woke up, I suddenly received a new message. The characteristic control is open. Meaning, 1. Control is clearly a problem. Am I so weakly controlling myself, or is it just a non-standard characteristic and starts with 1? We need to share with Sledge. If he opens, then compare the results. Now my stats look like this. Level 3. Spirit 13. Intelligence 8. Endurance 16. Power 6. Dexterity 4. Control 1. Points of characteristics 2. Skill points 1. Maybe it's time to distribute? No, it's better to wait. Let's see how the development will develop further. So far it's good. Although last night turned out to be hot, we ate our feet away. But, wow! Possessed. And what will happen if the horrors begin to move into people en masse? He shared his concerns with Sledge, and he replied that it was necessary to force the cleaning of the construction site. Suggested to repeat the threesome today. Wrote to Martha. Hello. How are you? Okay, she replied a minute later in the messenger. How are you? How's the arm? Smiley face. Everything is fine. With the Sledge, too, the cuts are almost healed. Cool, yeah. How about we do it again today? How passionate, and after about 5 seconds, or are you talking about night parties? Smiley face. I blushed. How much can I get rid of this stupid reaction? It's good that the girl doesn't see. But her words pleased. I think she will react positively if you offer her to repeat our night. I don't even know. The first option is very tempting, smiley face. But I wanted to ask about the walk. I agree. And for a walk too. Smiley face. It turns out that so little is needed for happiness. Agreed. I moved away from the laptop and wondered what to do next. So, first of all, to the pharmacy for what any guy who has known the charm of sex needs. As soon as I returned, I went online and disappeared for 5 hours, reading a bunch of contradictory advice on what to do with a girl and how to please her in bed. Be cold, don't load yourself, be ardent, be gentle, be rude, do this, do that, be a man and don't be fooled by her tricks, be caring and affectionate. The brain boiled worse than from night fights. And how to understand women? I couldn't think of anything smarter than looking at the girl's reaction and acting on the situation, so I decided to stop there. Anyway, I'm inexperienced, so it's stupid to expect outstanding results from myself. In any case, I am glad that the intimacy happened, and how it will develop further, as it will be, so it will be. With these thoughts, I still got off the computer and got busy. Tidied up, arranged a workout for myself, found a stretching program and watched videos on how to fight properly. Tried something and thought about how to apply it in battle. Also looked for instructions on what to do if a dog or a person rushed at you. I didn't find something that I could implement with my level of training and thought about signing up for the sports section. I'm surprised at myself. Before, such thoughts bypassed me. Googled what sections there are in the district, what schedule and decided to postpone for a couple of days. So I'll work out myself, tighten up the characteristics and reduce the chances of embarrassing myself, then I'll think. I took the idea of going to the construction site again calmly. Yes, it's dangerous, so what? But what are the results? The fact that a person was killed did not cause pangs of conscience. It was enough to see what happened to the possessed person in order not to perceive it as murder. The corpse literally melted. First dried up, then turned into a piece of dust that was scattered on concrete. I twisted the essences of horror in my hands. Somehow by mutual, tacit consent, they all gathered at my place. Glow, crumple, what to do with them is unknown. I have postponed it for now and decided to train control. After discovering the characteristic, the bullet finally succumbed to my influences. In the next half hour I learned how to stretch and compact it. You can create either a pancake or something similar to a needle. But it was frankly difficult and looked pathetic. So a clear pancake and needle have yet to be mastered, while modest outlines loom. I continued to train until the evening, until it was time to go to the General Assembly. Martha and I were approached at the same time. The guy was already waiting for us, and he was obviously prepared, because in his hands he had pitchforks. Real. Ordinary ones, they dig potatoes in the country the most. What he is going to do with them is not difficult to guess. In case of the appearance of the possessed, clearly prepared. We greeted each other. The girl smiled at me, I smiled at her, but Sonia decided to pretend that he did not notice our glances. Without unnecessary preludes, climbed over the fence. The guy also dragged a rope, and we fixed it so that it was convenient to climb. Cool. This made the process a dozen times easier. Again, a quick check of the first floor, killed one horror that came across and went down to minus the first. There the scheme was repeated. Only this time there were about 10 ordinary horrors, and one medium, which were quickly sorted out. The possessed were absent. This time there are significantly fewer of them, commented the girl. And good. Maybe we can clean up this place. The guy answered her. Are you sure you want to destroy him completely? Then we will remain without pumping, I inserted the word. Ernest, are you ready to risk the lives of others? Personally, I don't. I wondered. Fairly. Is the personal benefit of someone's life worth it? The very thought made me uncomfortable. I'm not ready to take on such responsibility. I'm not either. If you can close this place, then let's do it. Martha, are you with us? Sonia shifted his gaze to the girl. Of course. She calmly replied. So we moved forward, towards the unknown. Walked around the entire first floor of the parking lot and cleaned up the horrors. There were a dozen more of them, if we count. In total, I looked at the progress scale of the level. The first required 100 experience points. The second, 200. The third, 400. But the fourth, I suspect, will require 800. I have a little more than half now, and for one horror, on average, I get 1 or 2 units. That is, you need to destroy several hundred of them. Or meet a couple of possessed. The first floor of the parking lot was over. Now the passage to minus the second one was swirling in front of us. For some reason, it was scary to look at him. As if something bad was waiting there. However, when you wander around a construction site at night and hunt monsters, then a priori you expect nasty things. We descended carefully, peering into every dark corner. Tried to walk so as not to leave any missed places behind us, otherwise they would attack in the back, and there would be fun. On the minus second floor it was distinctly colder. I shivered and noticed that the girl also shrank. But Sanaa doesn't care. He peered intently into the darkness. Steam of breath escaped from his mouth as we walked a dozen steps. Rustles were added to the cold. As if you hear other people's voices in the distance. What is the name? Beckoning. Teasing the soul. Minor horrors were absent here. But someone else met. Icy horror. This something crawled out of the darkness. His eyes were burning with an icy flame. The darkness of other monsters against the background of this creature looked warm. And then it seemed like winter breathed. Horror rushed forward. A blue cloud enveloped him and I heard the frost cracking under his tread. Marta fired first, slowed the creature. Followed and I fired bullets. 5 at once. They crashed into the blue blackness, carved out patches of frost, but the creature continued to slide forward. Sonya attacked her with a pitchfork, but she clung to them and there was a crack. So the ice crunches when you break it. A second and a piece of pitchfork turned out to be in the guy's hands, and he missed the blow and flew back. Marta throws the deceleration again and I plant the bullets one by one. Sonya gets up, but commands to retreat. With a practiced movement, we run back to the aisle. The howling around is gaining momentum, the darkness is getting even thicker. There is barely enough light from the lanterns. We run almost at random, but we are lucky. We came out exactly to the aisle and hurriedly ran to the floor above. Icy horror got out after. March slows down, I release the last bullets. Empty, I warn my partners. 2 charges. Adds Marta. Filth, swears Sonya. The guy wraps himself in a shield and rushes forward. Kicks the creature, it slashes him in response, knocks down the shield in one blow. But he creates a new one and continues to beat her. Then it kicks, then it bounces, the creature circles, distracts attention to itself. The horror is nimble, almost the size of a man, and several times as wide. The sledge attacks are like the Battle of David with Goliath. But the guy holds on, wins precious minutes. I have accumulated mana, I throw another bullet, but it's no use. The monster barely wobbles. Marta throws a slowdown and gives the guy a chance to run away. So we continue to retreat. It's easier on this floor, the darkness seems to have thinned out, the lanterns are shining normally again. We're taking him to the first floor. Shouting to Mai. We need to check the guess whether the creature will weaken if we take it further away from the lair. We play cat and mouse. Then Marta slows down the monster, then Sonya courageously rushes at him and wins precious seconds. We got to the first floor. It turned out especially well on the stairs. The monster hung there and won for 5 minutes. Then the game continued. Martha stumbled once and it almost cost her her life. Horror rushed at her, I cut him off. I put the accumulated bullets in and felt the cold shackle. My face burned on the skin and for a second it seemed that death itself had died. Then Sonya flew in with a scream and distracted the creature. I helped Marta get up and retreated again. It took a whole circle around the first floor to fill up the monster. How fat he is, damn him. When the fight was over, each of us was breathing heavily and settled down where he stood. Thoughts flowed lazily. Some messages flashed, but they were too lazy to look. Finally, the feeling of apathy went away and clarity of thought returned. Checked what I got. Level 4 has been obtained. Bingo. No wonder we suffered so much. How are you? Asked the others. The answer to me was a sluggish muttering that it was okay. We agreed to go home together. Enough hunting for today. Martha asked again if it was possible to stay with me, but they came home so tired that they immediately passed out. However, before that they both went into the shower, where a holiday was waiting for me. I was soaping the girl, she was me, and this, I'll tell you, is very interesting. Especially considering that the light is on and you can see everything, really all the details. I thought we would continue in the bedroom, but, as I said, as soon as I touched the bed, sleep fell over. In the morning I was waiting for a bunch of messages. Control +1. Spirit +1. Endurance +1. Intelligence +1. Marta was snuffling nearby. Today is the day off, so we can afford to lie around further. So I decided not to get up, but to think about how to dispose of the characteristics and skills. The first ones are still on the shore, but I will put 1 point in the bullet. We need to raise the damage, otherwise tonight showed that it will be difficult to go further. Maybe I'll invest the second point, but for now I'd rather wait. First, I need to find out how things are with skills in general and whether it's possible to get others. The stats look like this. Level 4. Spirit 14. Intelligence 9. Endurance 17. Power 6. Dexterity 4. Control 2. Points of characteristics 3. Skill points 1. Air bullet. Rank 3 plus 30%. Level 7. Damage 9.1. Range 22.1 meters. Cost 7. This is 20 applications in a row now. Despite the fact that the damage is 9 times more than it was originally. Remembered the fight and estimated that in the territory of horrors, full recovery occurs in about 25 minutes. It turns out a little more often than once every 2 minutes I can hit. If I put everything into the spirit and raise another bullet rank, then almost every minute I can attack. I decided to postpone. Now, it's not relevant, and then we'll see. My gaze involuntarily shifted to the girl. Her hair was disheveled, the blanket moved down and exposed her breasts. A beautiful sight. I sat like that for 20 minutes, just admiring and trying to remember. I refrained from getting out the phone in order to capture the beauty. If the girl sees, it will be embarrassing. But then the bladder insistently ordered to pay attention to it. When I returned, the girl woke up and looked sleepily at me. I lay down next to her and gently hugged her. Her hair smelled delicious. She gave it a minute to enjoy, and then turned around and climbed on top. Kissed on the lips and ran into the bath. But she soon returned and we made up for what we missed at night. Ernest, how do you live at all? Except for the path of the seeker, Martha described a pirouette with a spoon, as if demonstrating what she means. To be honest, this is basically how the oddities started, and they don't let go. Are you studying? No. Here, I'm going to do. I looked down, and also realized with horror that I had given up on this part of life, and no matter how the situation became critical. Wait, how old are you? The girl's eyes widened in surprise. 18, there is no point in hiding it, so I honestly confessed and looked straight into the eyes. Oh, okay then. Marta breathed out, I'm 20, if anything. I was afraid that you were a schoolboy. It would be quite epic. Are you working? There is also no. There was no need before and after. In general, I haven't figured it out yet either. And you? Yes, I worked part-time during the school year. Now, in the summer, I came out full-time. Who are you thinking of applying to? I noted that the girl did not go into details, but did not insist. She will want to tell you where she works. For architectural design. Wow, that's cool. It seems to praise, but it is clear that I was thinking about something else entirely. And somehow I didn't like to answer that I was without study and work. Like some kind of idler. Before this status suited me, but now. Somehow I feel disgusting. Yes, and this appraising look of Marta. If she studies, works, then she probably has slightly different expectations from someone who wants to become her boyfriend. The conversation returned about 5 minutes later, as if nothing had happened. The awkward pause passed, Martha became sweet and smiling again. Well, I tried to cheer her up as soon as I could. I found out that she is studying at the Faculty of Psychology. Considering her skill, this is a funny fact. Do you think, Ernest, the skills were given out by chance, or is it somehow related to the person's personality? I don't know. Here I got air and a bullet from it. What does this mean? In your case, we can draw an analogy. You are studying to be a psychologist, you got a mental skill. In the case of Sledge, he has a shield, and what does this mean? What does he like to protect? And then, I get windy? Not the most flattering characteristic. Yes, you're more likely to say that you're reliable. I remember how you protected me there in the basements. My hero. The girl accompanied the last words with a kiss. She was so warm, sensual, and responsive. She has such soft lips that are so nice to kiss. I naturally lost my head every time we kissed. Listen, Ernest, let's do an experiment. Suddenly, she broke away from the kiss and looked into my eyes. Which one? I want to try a new way of using the skill. Enhance your feelings. Do you agree? Well, come on. I agreed, although I was a little wary. Then observe your feelings and tell me what you will feel. And to make it more pleasant for you, the girl bent down and kissed her neck. I felt the skin burning and goosebumps running through it. And then this feeling intensified a dozen times, and a moan of pleasure escaped from me. Yes, so strong that I arched and almost hit the girl when I jerked. Well? The girl asked quite enough. This is. Yes, you yourself saw my reaction. Something unreal, I said haltingly, trying to catch my breath. Shall we continue then? She smiled slyly. And we continued. I didn't even suspect about such an application of abilities. The thought flashed when Martha began to descend below. Chapter 9. Farm. The day passed in pleasant idleness. I invited Marta to the cinema, she agreed, and we watched some stupid movie. Later, she ran home on business, and I went to my room to also deal with pressing problems. The first is admission. There was no plan where exactly to enroll. Earlier I thought I would have time to decide. But a whole month has been missed, so you need to fuss. I opened the list of universities, wrote out the most suitable ones, and buried myself in the search for answers: what, where, how to apply, passing scores, and so on. Finished only in the evening and outlined a plan for the week, what and how to do. I managed to submit documents and pass exams at universities where it was necessary, too. Maybe I can add points to intelligence and it will help? Tempting, but for now I'll try to manage on my own. At night, the three of them went to the construction site. Reached the entrance to the second floor, killed about 30 small horrors and a couple of medium ones. On this, we decided to finish. The experience fell for ordinary monsters by a maximum of 1, and even then every other time, but for the average they gave a dozen. This is for me and Sana. Marta got more. To go down to the -2nd floor while they decided to wait. The icy horror was too strong. And there is every chance that someone else is hiding there. Yes, and these whispers scared the shivers, this realm of cold darkness that reigned inside. We need to prepare as much as possible. The threat to residents, if there was one, we leveled by clearing the first 2 floors, so that the conscience was calm. On Sunday, we repeated the call, but there were even fewer horrors. We poked into the -2nd, there we met the ice monster again, and according to the proven scheme we killed him. It turned out a little easier and faster than last time, but it still took almost an hour for this. But the reward is good. We will repeat a couple of times, and I will have the 5th level. A marathon of cases started on Monday. Sonia is on shift at the restaurant. He has already submitted documents to the institute and is waiting for a decision. Marta is working full-time, so everyone found something to do. One day we decided to take a break, so the first day of the week at night I slept peacefully, without any adventures. Tuesday, documents, night hunting, day training. Notice that I recover faster, and it turns out to load myself much more. Doing push-ups 50 times is now the norm for me. True, 4-2 approaches, but still. For these successes, I picked up a section where I will go to study. I'm planning 2 bruising workouts and 2 in a regular gym. I'll have to spend a decent amount, but I decided it was worth it. When I looked in the mirror, I saw that the reflection had changed. The look was different. A little hard and confident. I gained a little weight. Painful thinness has gone and now I'm just thin. But there was also a hint of muscles. A very big hint that I will see the muscles sometime. But I like. So, as they say, forge iron while it's hot. By the weekend I was exhausted. Nothing seems to have happened, but the flow of events and new information is such that I feel like a dog that runs, sticking out its tongue, towards the wind. Running so tired of chasing. The result of the weekly farm was pleasant bonuses. In total I received Control, +3. Spirit, +3. Strength, +2. Dexterity, +1. Intelligence, +1. Endurance, +3. But the most pleasant was the 5th level, which finished off on Friday evening. And a new message that it gave out. Congratulations. You have reached the 5th level. The opportunity is open to devote yourself to the elements. And that's it. No details about what kind of element, how to devote yourself to it and what it gives. It turned out that when the bar is reached in 10 points, the characteristic is given a bonus. There were no reports about this, but it became possible to see it in the description when the intelligence reached 10. Intelligence, +10% to memory performance. Stamina, +10% to vitality recovery rate. Spirit, +10% mana recovery rate. It seems a little, but you will be glad of any bonus when it increases your real capabilities. Now my stats look like this. Level 5. Spirit, 17. Intelligence, 10. Endurance, 20. Power, 8. Dexterity, 5. Control, 5. Points of characteristics, 4. Skill points, 2. The plans were to thoroughly clean up the -2nd floor of the parking lot today. It will take all my strength, so I decided to put 2 points in the bullet. This will make me a formidable force and significantly increase the chances of air bullet. Level, 7. Rank 5. Bonus, +50%. Range, 25.5 meters. Damage, 10.5. Mana costs, 5. As soon as I raised it, a new message came out. You have reached the 5th rank in the air skill. Receive the blessing of the elements. Blessing increases the chances of initiation of the element. Curious. I don't know how much it increases the chances, but I'm moving in the right direction to find the element. And what will it give? Surely some bonuses. True, I would prefer something else rather than air, but what is there, that is. I was sorting out my skills in the morning, and then I went to the gym for the first workout. I figured that I was a complete layman, and if I didn't want to waste time, it was better to take a coach. And I did. He was already waiting for me in the nearest hall. When I bought a subscription, they gave me a tour of the territory, so I knew where to change and where to go. I went into the locker room with caution. A bunch of men, some of them naked. A specific atmosphere, what can I say? I said hello, got acquainted, and was asked what I want, what goals. Said that to develop muscles and physical capabilities. Well, to look good, and not like a drwch. Then the torture began. I'm kidding. In fact, as the coach said, the first workout is the easiest to see what I can do and get acquainted with the simulators. I nodded and blurted out that I would be glad if I was being chased properly. To this, the coach smiled and slightly raised the load, explaining that the first time should still be more careful, but in a week or two, if I don't run away, then we will increase the pace. Asked if many run away and got the answer that yes. And then a lecture, why so? Overestimating your strength, waiting for quick results, lack of self-discipline. As this uncle claimed, who had a thicker arm than my leg, it's not enough to buy a subscription. You need to find meaning, cheer yourself up, choose the right load so as not to get caught. And it is also extremely important to soberly assess your capabilities. Here he told me straight out, skeptically examining me and grinning, that you should not wait for instant results. If I want a result, then you need to get ready to plow for at least a year. A year of regular work. The key is regular. I got into it and for some reason immediately believed. Along the way, he told me how to eat, about the importance of rest, how muscles grow and 100 other little things. I absorbed new food for thought for myself, penetrated into the world of sports. There was so much information that I even doubted whether I needed it. But, if I were honest with myself, then I should. In general, I was satisfied with the first workout. On the way home, I picked up the right food, and at home I ordered vitamins and supplements. I looked at my watch, there were 4 hours left before going to the construction site. Just in time to rest and eat. Is everyone ready? Asked Sonia when they gathered at the fence. Yes, was his harmonious answer. Over the past week, our team has changed. Now everyone has a backpack. It has a bottle of water, a powerful flashlight, and a first aid kit. And also cans that, when combined with a lighter, give out a stream of flame. It helps to drive away the icy horror, and scares away ordinary people. As it turned out, they are afraid of heat and bright light. An ordinary mobile phone is like an elephant spitting, but something powerful may well give a couple of seconds to retreat. Protection also appeared. I don't know where Sonia got it, but now his clothes were full of solid inserts that protected him from blows. I was walking light with Marta, mobility was more important to us. Climbing over the fence has become a routine. Now I could easily do it myself, adapted to the loads. Went down, immediately to the parking lot. There to walk and kill a dozen horrors. And now we are waiting for fun. Remember what to do. Sonia looked around at us. If there is an icy horror, then it lures him up. If someone else is strong, we will also go up and drive in circles. Yes, we remember, let's go already, muttered Marta. She didn't really like it when the same thing was repeated many times. When you go down to the -2nd floor, it immediately gets cold. So we are dressed warmly, ready for any situation. Peering into the darkness that has become familiar. The icy horror did not let us down, appeared as scheduled. Hurriedly retreated to the floor above and killed him in 10 minutes. Yes, we became stronger. What used to take an hour and frighten to horror is now familiar and almost easy. We return back down in 20 minutes, waiting for mana to recover. We haven't gone that far yet. Only the unknown awaits ahead. With every step, an ominous whisper grows around. Marta says that there is a background mental impact. I tune in, shut myself off from these sensations, and immediately becomes easier. The horror that spreads through the air knocks on consciousness, but the door is closed. Once a minute, a trifle flies out at our feet. Small horrors are now one blow away. They have become routine, they don't even give experience anymore. Proceed carefully. We are afraid to move far away from the entrance. Here is a special darkness. Thick. The light gets stuck in it, and only if the lights are turned on full, it is possible to look a dozen meters ahead. But this time we are determined. We are going forward. The sounds are stuck, they don't want to spread. As if I was in another reality, I feel so different with every meter. Another icy horror comes out. Marta slows it down, I take turns attacking with the sledge. Together with the monster and the retinue. A couple of medium-sized horrors and a dozen small ones. The first tough situation. Fire comes into play. The girl masterfully slows down opponents. I shoot all the little things in half a minute and spend another minute to kill average creatures. Further, according to the worked-out scheme. When the ice monster is alone, he is not a threat to us. So it repeats 3 more times. The ice horrors, together with their retinue, guard their territory participants. We bypass the -2nd floor completely. We spend a couple of hours, but it's worth it. We finally got the 6th level. Just in case, we went around the circle several times, but everything is clean. Do you feel that it has become warmer? Draws attention to the march change. Or maybe we got hot from running around. Sonia looks around. There is no steam coming out of my mouth anymore, so it really got warmer. I notice. Okay. But the whisper remains. So there's someone else here. As if sensing that they are talking about him, the muttering of darkness intensifies. The space around is filled with rustles. Suddenly, Sonia turns around and imprints an evil look on me. He's so close and his face is burning with hatred that I recoil. Like, what's going on? You're a loser. Thought we were friends? Have you decided that Martha is yours? Only a nobody like you could think that. Die. Marta stands next to me and laughs. Darkness splashes in her eye sockets. She laughs devilishly, her hands reach out to me. I try to run away, but she catches me. The guy turns up next to him and his hands squeeze his neck. The face burns with pain. And then from the other side, and so a couple of times. Come on, wake up. The Morok is leaving. I see that quite ordinary friends are standing next to. Marta's gaze is tense, she shakes me. Sonia holds me tight, I understand that I just broke out. Everything is fine. I answer the concerned looks, it was a glitch. Strong. What a horror, complete game. Let's get up. We control ourselves, we don't give in, the guy says tensely. He looks around. At this moment, the darkness attacks him. A tentacle, a dense clot, crashes into him and throws the guy a couple of meters. Then Martha is beaten. The girl screamed and fell like a mowed down. Then it would have flown to me, but I managed to roll away. I rush to the girl and help her get up. They continue to attack Sonya, but he is already wrapped in a shield. I look around, trying to find where the enemy is, but it seems that he is everywhere. I shoot at random at the places where the tentacles come from. The second bullet successfully hits. Finally, an inscription appears, and our opponent takes shape. Supreme horror. It looks like a canvas of darkness. Dozens of hellish eyes light up at the same time. The size of such that it reaches the ceilings, 4 meters, at least. His tentacles, which look like streams of darkness, strike like whips. Sonya takes the blows on himself, but Marta and I have already turned on. Sending bullets, one by one. The girl slows the creature down. As soon as the mana reserve drops, I take out the balloon, strike a lighter and run forward. Sonya gives way, is also preparing now, and a stream of fire flies in horror. This drives him away, but the jet is too small against the background of the Colossus. The main thing is that it gives us a head start. We were preparing for the most terrible options, so when I bounce off, Sonya comes to the fore and throws a bottle of gasoline. They fly straight into the thick of darkness, explodes, and the flame splashes in all directions. The monster naturally screams, so much so that the ears are laid. Then the second bottle from the guy arrives, and there Marta connects. Throws her own, so successfully that the horror is clamped in a pincer. As soon as mana accumulates, I attack with bullets. Sonya is saving up a full supply, Martha too. When the monster breaks out, a new round will begin. He hisses, rushes, but flames from all sides. Horror tries to attack, but I notice that it is expensive for him. I also have 2 bottles. I throw them when the flow of fire starts to go out. So we win a couple more minutes. At the end, when the fire is almost out, it freezes. But this is not a death agony, but a thirst to kill. He knows he's about to break out. I understand this and I shout to my "Let's run upstairs. He's going to snap." The guys are listening. We manage to reach the floor above, when a furious roar is heard from behind. The monster breaks out of the darkness like a punishing sword. Sonya takes a blow, but he is thrown back, right at me. I act as a support. This allows my partner to hold on, only now I myself fall. Horror continues the onslaught, the fight is on the verge. Here is Sonya wounded in the leg, blood splashes. I get on the ribs and it seems they at least cracked. Martha tore her shoulder and the girl barely stands on her feet. I see that blood is pouring over her, but I can't help. We are trying to retreat, but the horror moves easily and blocks the escape routes. We drive it away with lanterns as best we can. They work better on the ground floor. And the monster itself has slowed down a little, apparently the distance from the lair affects. Balancing between life and death. Accumulate mana, how to take a breath. If you don't have time, you'll suffocate. For every minute we pay with blood. Marta has settled near a concrete column and cannot get up. Only once every half minute throws a slowdown. Sonya is also barely standing on his feet, and I myself am no better. Here the guy falls. Just falls and does not rise. The darkness is imprinted on his chest. I hear a long exhalation full of pain. Horror looms over me, swaying like a cobra, preparing to kill. Behind Martha's back. This is enough to rush forward, breaking right into the darkness. It seems that horror was surprised by such impudence. The spirit is dense, thick, but I made my way straight to his insides. I put my hand up and shoot bullets where the head should be. Darkness captures me. Consciousness goes out. I woke up from being shaken again. Ernest, my friend, let's get up, stop resting, mutters someone nearby. I hardly recognize that this is the voice of a guy. Are we alive? I can barely hear myself, the words come out so quietly. Almost. Here, drink some water. We need to get up and get out of here. And help Martha. That's really bad. These words bring to life. Got up, quickly took a sip of water and crawled to the girl. She looks at me with eyes that seem clear. A bandage is pressed to my shoulder. It's hard to see in the dark, but I see that she is unusually pale. I'm fine. Almost, the girl smiles softly. Yeah, I see. What's with the horror? I look around, but there is silence around. You tell us, says Sonya. I passed out, so much this freak applied. Woke up, I see you lying around, all gnawed. Which one? I'm surprised at his words. It doesn't matter. You'll look at home. It feels like you've been chewed. I look at myself and notice that the clothes seem to have decayed. Or rather aged. Poke your finger and crumble. And the skin burns, as if I was lying in the sun for a couple of days. I think this is a payment for heroism. I jumped right into it. There and disconnected myself. What's next, I don't remember. And look at the messages, there are answers. Did what the guy said. You killed the supreme horror. Level 7 was obtained. Air bullet skill got level 8. Received the element core. Holy shit, I burst out, the creature was filled up. Yes, so you're a hero, slap Sonya on the shoulder, which causes a flash of pain, but it's time to get out. 5 minutes to rest, and we go. And how to clean up further. After all, he was probably the last. Then. We can barely stand on our feet. We need to recover. So we're leaving. That's right. Obviously. Just got used to the fact that Sonya is so eager to finally clean up this place, and then, one step away from victory, he decided to retreat. So he blundered. Helping Marta up. She leans on me, we slowly go to the exit. I feel like I can't be trashier. But I'm going. I need to be strong. Especially now, when the girl is next to. Sonya looks even worse. He clearly got. The guy barely hobbles. We got to the fence. A couple of days ago, we found barrels on the territory and rolled them. Now, it's easy to climb. But still, it's hard. I already hate this fence. Every time, he mocks our torment. It just seemed to me that the fence is simple, as a new adventure falls out and puts everything in its place. I'm sure if the fence is alive and can feel, then it gloats. Finally, we are from the other side. Barely alive, but still alive. Now we need to go home, and there is sleep and, hopefully, we will recover in the morning. The tired consciousness has narrowed down to what is in front of it. But I'm used to listening to the darkness. Probably that's why I notice someone's quick footsteps nearby. I don't have time to turn around. Suddenly, something heavy hits my back. I fly forward, Martha with me, falling into the mud that was left after the recent rain. Another blow. Now to the head. I lose consciousness for a second. Woke up, I feel like I'm lying with my face in a puddle. With one eye, I see that some types are dragging Marta. I'm twitching, but I can't get up. Someone is dragging my leg. Drags me to the fence, helps me lean. Finally, the turbidity in my head dissipates and I can focus on what is happening. Some guy sat down in front of me. I recognize him in the dark. This is the one I knocked out with bullets when he molested Marta. There are a couple more muddy types nearby. They threw Sonia right there, wheezing very close. Well, hello, brat. Here we met. Says the man, you will be naughty, your girl will suffer. So leave the tricks of the seekers with you. And then I also have them, his face is cut by an impudent grin. So listen here. Your girl is with us. I know who you are, where you live and what you're stirring up. I also know where your buddy lives. You owe me 10 skill points and stats that night. Your sidekick is the same. Understood? I can see from my eyes that I didn't know there was such a possibility. Well, nothing, now you know. You'll pay off, we'll let the girl go. If you pay off quickly, we'll even let you go quickly and maybe without consequences. You'll decide to freak out. No, we will not kill her, she will still be useful to us. But we will let her go around in a circle. Understand? Great, I got it. Tomorrow, I'm waiting for you here at 9 in the evening. You'll come to pay. The guy patted me on the shoulder, got up and left. And I remained lying, broken, beaten and dirty. Feeling an unprecedented anger flare up inside. Chapter 10. Disassembly. What to do, I didn't have time to decide. Consciousness went out. Blood loss, general injuries after being in the belly of a monster, a blow to the head, plus strong emotions finished me off. To my shame, I blacked out. Woke up abruptly. As if he had emerged from the water. Looked around. I'm not at home. Hardly found out that this is Sledge's apartment. Tried to get up, but my body responded with pain. The main thing is that I'm alive, and there I'll get out. Then I remembered what happened, my fists clenched with anger. For 5 minutes I thought what to do, but then I passed out again. I woke up when it was morning outside the window. There was a noise coming from the kitchen. I tried to get up again, but I didn't calculate something and collapsed on the floor. Sonia came to the noise. Alive? Relatively, I muttered. Is there water? Yes, now. He brought a mug, gave me a drink, and then brought me to the toilet. All this time I was thinking about the situation. By the time I washed up, the body was more or less wound up and agreed to move normally. Although here and there, pain and unpleasant sensations shot. Martha was taken away, said Sonia when I went into the kitchen. The guy was standing at the stove and cooking something. There was a pleasant smell, but he was the least worried right now. I know, I answered him shortly and sat down on a chair. And what? No tantrums, panic, attempts to escape to save? He turned and looked at me. No. Short answer again. What are you thinking of doing? Sing. I'm going home. I'm going to clean myself up. I'm going to save Martha. Succinctly. And how do you think to do it? First, you need to find them where they keep it. Then save. How do you imagine it? I closed my eyes for a second. How do I imagine? It's hard to say. I imagine rivers of blood, how I'll break these freaks, but, am I ready? Will I be able to radically solve the issue? Apparently something was reflected on my face, because a question followed. Will you kill? It sounded so innocent, as if we were talking about a walk in the park. I don't know, I answered honestly. I'm against it, Sonia directly voiced his position. Did you hear what they said? I don't care about skills, we don't have that much anyway. But what if they let her go around in circles? A new wave of anger rolled over. How do you propose to resolve the issue peacefully in this case? I don't know, Ernest. You can contact the police. Do you believe that yourself? Hello guys, policeman. My girlfriend was kidnapped. Oh, yes, she's still a seeker, like us. Has psychic abilities, but I'm friends with the wind. So, what? Everything is better than killing yourself. Yes, no one is going to kill. I don't know how it will be. But the issue needs to be resolved. Quickly. As soon as possible. Are you with me? I asked what was important. Of course. Sonia waved off, stupid question. I remembered one of those who attacked us. They're all from these yards. I'll ask around my friends, try to find out where they live. Thank you. It became calmer. I'm not alone. Any question can be solved. You just need to figure out how to do it. 8. At 7 o'clock in the morning. The body is still reeling. Thanked Sonia for dragging him home. But now I need to go to my room, otherwise I look like a bum. In blood and dirt. Dirty half of the house here for Sonia. Why didn't he undress me? Although he also took off his top jacket to hide the main traces and hit the road. 15 minutes and here I am standing in my apartment. A host of thoughts is spinning in my head. The villains have march, they are determined. To save her, we need strong arguments. And I know only one such strength. Considering that I am an ordinary kid who has no relatives, then I have only one strength, the abilities of the seeker. So we need to first figure out what I have. I opened the incoming messages and fell into a precipitate. A bunch of bonuses piled up, but I didn't notice. For the fight with the highest shadow, they poured out generously. Spirit +3. Intelligence +1. Endurance +4. Strength +2. Dexterity +1. Control +1. Wow. The chances of success have increased significantly. I take out the core of the element. It looks like a bunch of energy the size of a tennis ball. When the horror was just killed, the core appeared in the inner space. Almost like a spatial bag in games. Only we can't put objects there, but these things, they are like virtual. You can get it and touch it, but you can't hide it back. Which I have done now. Reading the description. Element Core allows you to select an element and dedicate yourself to it. Here it is. Probably, I would have thought a dozen more times whether to agree or not. Maybe I would be looking for another element, but I would definitely postpone the decision for a couple of days. But now, activate. What element do you want to devote yourself to? Attention, if the element fails, the core will collapse. I wonder how. I choose air. I have his blessing. It's enough to think about choosing how the core lights up. I'm sitting in a room and out of nowhere wind currents rise. Paper flies, books fall, things fly up, the door slams, and the curtains hang out like a pirate flag during a storm. The wind pounces on me. Squeezes. Ruffles my hair. But I am calm. I spread my hands forward, as if I know what to do. Well, if the wind wants to play, then let's play. Our confrontation lasts a couple of minutes. Sometimes the wind tries to hurt, but I'm calm and it's better than any defense. I dedicate myself to you. These words come out by themselves. As the final chord. Suddenly there is a feeling of air around. I hear it. I don't just breathe, but I feel it for tens and hundreds of meters around. The air is alive. He moves easily and turns into the wind, you can penetrate anywhere. Weightless and unnoticeable, any doors are open to him. Help, I whisper, find her. Please. The wind understands me. Streams rise again, my consciousness is carried away somewhere far away. I instantly fly dozens of houses and hundreds of apartments. Other people's lives are rushing in a continuous stream. Finally, I see Martha. She is sitting in handcuffs, tied to a chair. There are other people in the house, the same men who took her. I see their faces for a second, and then I'm thrown out of the apartment. I see the house number. It crashes into memory. Thank you, I manage to whisper to the wind, after which I fall. Blood is gushing from my nose, I am exhausted and feel completely depleted of mana. But it was worth it. Now I know where to look for a girl. Congratulations, you have accepted the element. Receive the status of beginner of the element of air. All skills of the element of air are enhanced by 1.5 times. To get the next rank in the element, defeat 10 adepts of other elements or creatures equal to higher spirits. Do you want to know how the battles between the seekers take place? Yes/no. Click yes. 2 options are considered a victory. 1. Enemy death. In this case, you get 2 bonus points of characteristics and skills. 2. The opponent gives up and gives 1 point each of his skills and characteristics. Here it is like. There is no strength to be surprised. My head is too muddy after I have been in the air and wind. But the messages keep pouring in. The air development branch is open. Congratulations, you are the first to devote yourself to the air. The element favors you. The achievement, the only favorite of the element. Award has been received. 5 skill points. 5 points of characteristics. Here I fall into a precipitate. Got stuck, so I got stuck. Laughing happily, lying on the floor. Now getting the girl out seems like a trivial task. You just need to get over it, and then someone will pay for deciding to touch Martha. There is a new tab. Tree of Air Skills. I open it and see what I've seen hundreds of times in computer games. Dozens of shortcuts, each of which shows a skill that can be acquired. At the very bottom is the air bullet. There are branches from it. You can take a neighboring skill, and then get to those that are higher. The tree itself is divided into several trunks. Studying takes an hour of time, at least. Too much information to comprehend and make the right decision. My fate and Martha's life depend on it. Blade, ram, whirlwind of blades. 2 skills are available to me now. Air blade, it's obvious what it is. Base damage is 2 at once, not 1, like a bullet. I see this spell as a more powerful version of what I use. Then a battering ram will open. This is an air press that can be brought down on enemies. It looks like a semi-merciless spell. Here's the next one, exactly aerial, a whirlwind of blades. Base damage is 10. Covers an area of a couple of squares and splits everything there. It's scary to imagine how it will look if you pump it and then throw it into a crowd of people. There are other skills, non-combat. Hearing aid allows you to hear better at a distance. The wind carries sounds. Wind shield creates swirls around, which complicate the task of hitting you with something. There is an air shield, which creates a dense disk, a rigid version of the shield. Farsightedness, if you want to see further. Step, if you want to walk through the air. Flight, if you want to fly. The latter is especially cool. Real magic. Only the higher the skill, the stronger the requirements for it. The blade, for example, costs the base 15 mana. So at the first level it is weaker than a bullet. But if you develop, to get a skill, you need to spend 1 point. So it's good that I saved up. It's time to spend. The general direction of development is clear. The main resource is skill points. Give them either for levels or for victories. So it's not hard to guess that when there are more seekers, mass battles for resources will begin. Have already started, because this freak that dragged Martha away knows that somehow it is possible to transfer skills. But to share with him? To negotiate with a terrorist who took a hostage? No. I will come to him myself and make him regret what he did. I open the blade and immediately ram. The second has a base damage of 3, an area of 1 square meter and a cost of 20 mana. Nothing, I'll pump you, everything is ahead. I looked at the clock, 9 in the morning. While there is. At least until the evening. And if so, it's time to swing. I started calling spells over and over again until I ran out of mana. Then I ate quickly and went to the construction site. There the recovery is twice as fast, so the pumping will accelerate. While I was walking, I checked that I gave 10 in strength. 10% to a one-time gain. SOSO bonus, but in case of a fight, if I decide to hit properly, this jerk can help. I thought, do they still give bonuses when reaching the slats? 20 was empty. But I have 24 stamina and maybe if I throw in 1 point, something will appear, so I did. In the end I won the jackpot. Regeneration, plus 10%. After it appeared, for half an hour the whole body itched, and then there was a strong hunger. It's good that I took food with me, planning to spend the whole day at the construction site. I wrote to Sanaa. Offered to come to me, he agreed. Soon I told him about all the changes. Only now the guy had a bummer. He didn't have the elements. The usual magic shield. Without binding to something. Then we continued to train together. I divided the remaining 10 points of characteristics between the spirit and the intellect. I wanted to invest completely in the brains at first, it swings too slowly, but the bonus from the spirit is more important. In the end they gave plus 10% to the volume. Also, good. Until the evening, the blade and the ram managed to raise to the 4th level. And it was worth it. Invested 1 skill point each, raising the ranks, and got a candy. Now my stats, with all the bonuses and power-ups, looked like this. Level 7. Spirit 25, 275 mana. Intelligence 16. Endurance 25. Power 10. Dexterity 6. Control 6. Points of characteristics, 0. Skill points, 3. Air bullet. Level, 8. Rank 5. Bonus, plus 50%. Damage, 14. Range, 31.5 meters. Mana costs, 5. Air blade. Level, 4. Rank 1. Bonus plus 10%. Damage, 12.8. Range, 21.8 meters. Mana cost, 14.2. Air ram. Level, 4. Rank 1. Bonus plus 10%. Damage, 19.2. Range, 22.2 meters. Mana cost, 18.8. Yes, while the bullet is ahead of everyone in total damage, but this is still. At the 5th rank, at the 8th level, the ram will deal 50 damage. Cosmic value. You only need to spend a little time to move forward. Time passed inexorably. By tacit agreement, Sledge and I spent the day in training. Talked, but little. Somehow not up to talking. But it's time to discuss what lies ahead. I'm going after her, I tell him directly. It's 5 o'clock in the evening, 2 hours before the scheduled meeting. I haven't found out where it is hidden yet, the guy answers. It doesn't matter. I know where she is. From where? The wind said. The guy looks with a strange look, but accepts the answer. I'm with you, he says. Better not. Thanks for the help, but I'm not sure I can stay within. So I'll try to keep you in them. You think? And imagine what would happen if they took your sister instead of Martha. The guy twitches as if from a slap. A blow below the belt. I see pain in his eyes. And anger. Hatred. Rage. Fear. Pain again. Feelings replace each other one after another. You're right. Let's do what we have to. He drops words hard, and I feel like a scoundrel. As if this would not be the end of our friendship. Leaving the construction site. Silently walking to the right address. Looking around. Looking for the faces of those who pose a danger. 50 meters from the house, when we turn the corner, we meet face to face with one of the freaks. He has a package from the nearest store in his hands, the silhouettes of bottles shine through there and the edge of the cigarette block sticks out. He also smokes. Recognizes us, eyes widen, a smile creeps over his face. Kid, and you're here. As Nava, he doesn't have time to finish. The battering ram falls on his head, I hear a distinct crunch. A broken body falls to the ground. Alive, wildly rolling its eyes, mumbling in pain. I see it reaching into my pocket somewhere. I shoot a bullet, interrupt my hand. I would hit with a blade and would not be surprised if the limb flew off. So, I restrain myself. I go up and pull his t-shirt, pull him up to me. Fist falls on his muzzle. I'm surprised myself when I break his teeth, nose. That's where the one-time gain came in handy. I silently watch as his face turns into bloody mincemeat. Grabbed from behind and dragged away. It was Sonia who decided to intervene. I'm calm. I tell him. Hands let go. I approach the body. The man is wheezing, but he seems to be breathing. Sonia is nearby, ready, if anything, he will rush to pull me away again. I slam my pockets, find my mobile phone and keys. I also found my wallet, but I don't care about other people's money. Admit defeat and you will live, I say to his face. He blinks and an additional skill and a point of characteristics fall to me. We go further, find the right entrance. The keys fit to it and find ourselves inside. I climb the stairs to the third floor, the door where they hide Marta is finally in front of me. It looks flimsy, shabby. I open the door with the key. I hope that on the other side they will decide that I am opening my and find myself in the corridor. The first thing that catches my eye is a bloody trail that has flooded the linoleum. I rush forward, with the horror of realizing that I could be late. Interlude. March. The fight came out savory. I thought I jumped, but no. By some miracle Ernest saved us all. I saw how he defended me, how he rushed at the monster when he was the last one standing on his feet. Nice, damn it. There is heroism in this boy. That damn fence again. It seems that everyone in the squad hates him. I'm the most. Damn it, where are the dresses, shoes and handbags? And so I was pulled to fit into it all, I wanted unique opportunities. But okay, I know what I'm doing this for, so stop grumbling. Clench your teeth, baby, and stomp forward. Consciousness works somehow in fits and starts. Ernest allowed me to hang on him, drags me. And he is strong. Although you can't say that from the look of it. A typical cute boy, and there's how much there is in him. The stream of thoughts is interrupted by a hard fall that knocks out the spirit. What the fuck? Then they pull my leg and drag me somewhere. I look around and with horror I recognize the guy from whom the guys beat me off. That's what he's got. And then why did I climb up to him? I accidentally pulled out a thought about skills and got attached. And he noticed that I was influencing him. Wanted to work together, said that there would be applications for my skills. When I refused, he began to push. What would happen next? Somehow it's really bad from these thoughts. I hope the guys are still alive. That was the last thought before I disconnected. I woke up on something solid. My body hurts, the wound on my shoulder aches. My hands are shackled from behind. I gently tried to move them, but where is there? They put handcuffs on the campaign. And where did these freaks get them from? Did they really drop into a sex shop for such a case? Look, the girl woke up, says someone nearby. I opened my eyes. What's the point of hiding? Looked around. There's a squalid environment around. A creepy sofa and a carpet hanging on the wall. Did they send me back to the squalid past? Where does this anachronism come from? The freak who kidnapped me comes up and grabs my chin. Makes me look into my eyes. Well, Cho, I got caught stealing. Haven't seen each other for a long time. This joker laughs. I offered in a good way, but you refused. Now you will work for me. Understand? Otherwise, we'll send your boys to the next world. Yes, and we'll register you. You're a kind of pretty girl. Chuckle again. Then I coughed and splattered this freak with blood. He jumped up as if stung, wiped himself fastidiously. Wanted to punch, his hand twitched, but stopped. Guys, bring this fool some water and tie her up someone. Otherwise, she will die ahead of time. About ahead of time, I made a note to myself. They are not going to disperse in peace. It's rubbish. But they brought water. Got drunk. Spat blood clots right on the floor. For which they slapped. Freaks. Alcohol was poured on the wound, and bandages were applied. Too much for me, doctors. I assessed the situation. There are 3 men. I began to gently pull out their thoughts. So. Another one has gone somewhere. They want to take the skills from the guys in the evening, promise them to let me go, but they are not going to do it. The guys will be wasted if I'm going to mess around. They're going to use me in their dark affairs. The psyche will be useful to them. Freaks. You will burn in the fire. Fatigue rolled over, consciousness went out. I woke up and feel much better. Yes, this endurance works wonders. Outside the window, the whole day. There are 4 men now, discussing what to do next. I listened to their conversations, but I didn't learn anything new. I need to figure out what kind of bonuses arrived there. Spirit +3. Endurance +3. Intelligence +1. Very even. But something else is worrying now. The 6th level was given, free points of skills and characteristics, so, here it is, the core of the element. I look at the description and smile triumphantly. Finally. 2 minutes and I accept the service of the mental, the psychic plan is now my home. The bonus comes out that I am the first. Excellent. +5 skills and stats. Yes, it's some kind of holiday. Running my eyes through the skill tree. Mental impact, as it was the 13th level, and remained. The guys think that I have the 7th level, I decided not to shoot in front of them. The girl must have her secrets. So, what else is there? Emotional impact. I already know how to do this, but now it will be a separate skill that can be improved. Excellent. Thank you, Ernest, for allowing me to experiment on myself. Getting closer to you was the right idea. Let's move on. Implementation. You can put a thought in another person's head. I can do this too, but with the skill it will be better to get. Take. Mental spear, shield. I'll deal with this later. At the first level of the new skill, the damage will be scanty, so I won't be able to kill these freaks. But to influence. With skills, a new characteristic has opened. Will. The higher it is, the better the effects on other people work. I quickly throw away my free glasses. I raise my will, the rest is enough for me. I pump emotions and suggestion. Together with control, this will become a formidable force. Well, guys, cabs debts to you. A predatory smile creeps up on your face. If the freaks saw me now, they would shit themselves out of fear. An hour. It took me so long to calculate the assembled freaks. I looked into their minds, found fears and secret desires. Their emotions are like an open book. I myself pretended that a girl was lying peacefully in a blackout. Her head hung down. Men come in every half hour, check if I'm breathing, and then leave. In vain they touch me. So suggestions are better. One is called Genya. Others call him Jaka, but he is Genya. Timid at heart, although he wants to appear harsh on the outside. He has an interesting skill, to see other seekers and their approximate capabilities. He doesn't like what's happening, but he's afraid of the main thing, Dmitri. The freak who caught me. I reduce fear, strengthen Genya's doubts. I also strengthen sympathy and compassion for myself. I awaken determination in him. Third freak, Gene. Lustful animal. It is he who comes more often than others to check if I am alive. Has already managed to touch my tits a couple of times. But nothing. Ignite lust in him. Reduce control, loosen the bonds of consciousness. Dmitri is also not bypassed. He's in charge here, but he has a fear that the others won't listen to him. He sits deep, but I carefully pull him out, I increase suspiciousness. In less than an hour, Genya warily looks at the others. Dmitri sees this and steams, thinks how to put him in his place. Gene has already offered to let me go around a couple of times. Well, or he can register the girl himself, if others don't want. Dmitri told him to go jerk off in the toilet, if he's so tired, and not to touch me. The lustful brute is furious about this, but so far he is silent. Only his eyes have become angry. I feel a little uncomfortable when he looks. I feel his sticky gaze as he crawls over the skin. I've got you hooked, you beast. Dmitri also sees that the subordinate is ready to disobey him. Walks frowning, looks like a wolf. Took out the trunk unnoticed by others. I strengthen his determination to use it. There's another guy. Pasha is called. He is at their beck and call. It is he who is sent for cigarettes and grub. Great, 3 people remain in the apartment. I hit the Gene with a point effect. I feel it exploding in his groin, and his brains turn off. He turns into a natural animal. Spits on the others and comes to me. The door slams. This animal jumps up, pulls, tears off the chair and throws it on the sofa. It creaks plaintively. Well, I screamed in fright. I strengthened Dmitri's desire to control and anger that he was disobeyed. He breaks in and shoots at the freak that hovers over me. A dead body falls from above. I feel blood pouring over me, but I don't care. I hit Dmitri and jam him to stop. Then I increase my wife's fear and horror that he is next. I introduce him the idea of taking a knife. 3 seconds later, a scream is heard. It was Zeneka who stabbed Dmitri in the back. He turns around, does not believe in what is happening, but manages to shoot. Genya falls. Motherfucker. I just killed 3 people. Not directly, but in fact it was. Only I know about it, no one else. Now we need to call the cops, report the abduction and attempt to rape, tell a fairy tale how they all killed themselves here. Especially since it was. Can a fragile girl, wounded and covered in blood, and even in handcuffs, do it all? You killed 3 seekers. Received 6 skill points, 6 stats points. And here are the bonuses. Super. While I'm thinking how to get out from under a healthy carcass that died right on top of me, someone opens the door. That's disgusting, the 4th one has returned. But no, it's Ernest bursting in. His eyes are dazed, he's clearly in shock from what he saw, and what the hell is he doing here at all? Martha! He shouts. Yes, I'm here, don't just yell. I whisper loudly to him. How are you? A guy runs up. Looks at the corpse, at me, and clearly doesn't know what to do. So, we'll have to take everything into our own hands. I'm fine, darling. How did you end up here? However, this is not about that now. These freaks killed each other. Didn't share something and staged a massacre. I'm almost crazy with fear here. Thank you for coming. Now I'll free you. Wait, he rushes forward and clearly wants to throw the man off. No, wait. Don't leave any traces. Ernest, listen, there's no time to explain. How we justify corpses. You need to leave the apartment and call the cops. Say that I was kidnapped and demanded to unsubscribe the apartment. Found out that you were left without relatives and decided to act like this. You came to negotiate, but the shooting scared you, and you called for help. Remember? All right, let's go out. I'm fine, then we'll talk, trust me. As I spoke, the guy's look changed. Fear for me, panic, relief, bewilderment, fear again, confusion, understanding, determination. A whole cocktail. We caught one of them. The 4th. I broke it well and took the keys. I'm silent. I want to swear, but I'm silent. Such a slender plan was ruined by. And what to do? Ernest, we need to find him and arrange for him to be silent. I don't know how you will do it, but it is very necessary, otherwise they will put us all here. Okay, I'll come up with something. Are you sure you're okay? I nod to him in response and hurry up. That's it, I'll call you now. Wait. Wipe the handle behind you and clean up the traces. I shout after him. The door slammed. I hope no one from the neighbors saw the guy. And then the ass will be. But never mind, let them try to say. I will quickly suppress this idea in them. And the cops will have to be processed to smooth out the roughness. So we relax and save mana. Along the way, I try not to inhale the disgusting smell of death, blood and shit. Chapter 11. Life goes on. I left the apartment full of confusion. When I came here, I was ready for everything. I assumed that it would end in blood. Why? I was ready to grind everyone into mincemeat to save Martha. But to meet corpses? Fresh? This is the turn. Sonia was waiting on the landing. I wiped the door handle and waved him to go down. On the way, he explained what happened. To say that the guy was surprised, it's nothing to say. Called the cops, and at the same time an ambulance. Hurried to the place where they left the wounded man. But he was no longer there, and judging by the silence around, he left himself. Well, I'll solve this problem later. Someone else's keys and mobile phone were thrown in the trash, and then waited at the entrance. Bobik drove up with the cops. They came out, asked what happened. I, a little scared, retold the sequence of events. People in uniform looked skeptical, but agreed to check the apartment. I stayed downstairs with the sleigh. They also went into the entrance and disappeared there. A minute later, Martha's screams were heard, calling for help, as the victim. The fuss began. The police kicked down the door. Fortunately it was flimsy. Found corpses and a wounded girl in handcuffs, under a dead man. An ambulance arrived. The victim was handed over to doctors. Well, we were interrogated. Who are they? How did it happen that we heard that we know? I told the version that Marta suggested. To be honest, it was scary. I got used to fighting a little. But the thought that I might end up in prison is somehow frightening. But everything ended surprisingly quickly. Martha was taken to the hospital, and the guy and I were sent home, having previously taken contacts. Is that all? I was surprised and asked a question to Sana when they moved away. What were you waiting for? Nobody saw us, two young guys, scared and battered. You still have a bruise from yesterday, so it's clear that you were beaten. There's no reason to take us. Strange. Well, okay. I'll only be glad if everything ends well. Sonia didn't say anything about it. We went home. I feel squeezed out. As if a rod was taken out. I ordered food at home, ate too much and fell asleep. I stayed up until the morning. I wrote to Marta and found out that she was fine. Here I'm thinking how to hide from doctors the rapid healing of wounds. I'm already completely fine too. Only in the morning a brutal hunger that woke me up. Did I get so many wounds that I have to recover so actively? However, I'm not sorry. Obediently, I throw food into my stomach. It's Monday. Sonia has gone to work. Martha will be in the hospital for at least another day. I have submitted the documents. It remains to wait for the results. I don't want to do anything, but I force myself to go to training. Today, I have my first lesson in bruising. I come to the hall in mixed feelings. On the one hand, I'm timid. This world of sweat and fights causes awe. I used to see fights except in the movies, and now I'm standing at the entrance, and I'm crumpling before I go in. Newbie? A man with gray hair approaches me. Let's go, I'll show you the locker room. In 15 minutes we start. This is the coach. Shows me what's here and how. The basement room. I see mats, pairs hanging, gloves. We pass by the main hall and find ourselves in the locker room. 5 people have already gathered there. Ordinary guys, plus or minus my age. There are those who are much older, there are younger. Almost zero attention is paid to me. When I came here, I imagined checking for lice, that they would get to the bottom of it, they would mock. Maybe this is waiting for me ahead, but for now silence. People have come to study, which they plan to do. Gradually new students come into the locker room. Who changed their clothes, come out. I follow them, go to the hall. Acquaintances talk to each other, I hear jokes, but I stood aside and am silent, waiting for what will happen next. Well, I waited for first, warm up. To run a couple of laps, then also run, but already add swings with hands, feet, lunges and so on. Gradually the brains turn off. Simple movements, know yourself, do what the coach says. In half an hour, we go to the mats. They show the main movements. The group has its own program, they give me something simpler. What was in the hall is repeated. The coach first wants to know what my goals are and what I can do. Honestly, I tell you that this is my first experience, that I still go to the gym. I came to learn how to fight and stand up for myself. The coach notices traces of bruises and probably makes some conclusions of his own. To my surprise, I stand a full workout. Out of breath, of course, but I give a tooth. A couple of weeks ago I would have died here. And now, I'm holding on. Obvious success lifts the mood. So I stand the hitch with dignity. We work on the press, one exercise replaces another. I returned home satisfied. With the sleigh, we agreed that we were resting today. Each of us got, and the two of us went to clean up the construction site recklessly. At night, I have nightmares. I wake up in a sweat. I dreamed that Martha was raped and killed, and I didn't have time. Another supreme horror came at the end and devoured me for it. I went to wash, come back and open the window. The wind breaks in. I feel it. Literally feel it, but not as usual. As a part of me. It's calming. I'm in my native element, it's all around, everywhere. I go back to bed and calmly fall asleep. We returned to the construction site 2 days later. There had time to accumulate horrors, but we coped. Went like a knife through oil. But the supreme horror was absent. Maybe we need more time for his appearance, maybe something else, but minus the second we were met only by ice creatures. We walked along and across the entire tier, looking for an entrance to the third, but there was none. And it was felt that the aura of the place weakened. As a result, the cause of all the troubles was found in one of the utility rooms. It looked like a haze in space. You direct light there and it refracts. When we got closer, we saw the inscription. Ripples of the first rank. And then there was a message. Would you like to close? All together pressed yes. The horrors got nowhere further. Even as a farm, this place did not want to be considered. The ripples jerked and collapsed. We were given a reward, 10% immunity to horror element skills. It turns out that this is a separate element. Well, go home? I asked when it was done. Strange feeling. Suffered so much, shed their blood, but now they have come and calmly solved the issue. We can say that we avenged our relatives. I hope they see it and smile now. Yes, it's done, the guy agreed. Is that all? Martha's question hung in the air. I proposed to celebrate. Well done, you can reward yourself, I put forward the idea. That's it, we went upstairs. But the question remained hanging. Is that all? There won't be anything else? Will we sleep peacefully in our beds at night? But for some reason this night no one dared to offer joint options for the future. The next day we met at my house. Cake, wine, gatherings. remembered the most interesting moments that were. But they quickly ran out. And the conversation itself somehow deflated. Sonia said goodbye and went to his. Marta stayed. After the girl returned from the hospital, it was the first night they spent together. According to her, she needed to be alone, to put her thoughts and feelings in order. I understood her. My soul is in turmoil. But today we came off for all the missed days. It was a hot night. I kissed her, inhaled the smell. Surprised myself with my greed. But the girl liked it, so we found a common language. "What are your plans?" she asked in the morning. "I don't know yet. So I signed up for the gym, I go to the section, I submitted the documents. Maybe I'll live a normal life." I grinned. "Good plan. I like it so much that you're doing something." The girl snuggled up to me and bit my shoulder. This raised my motivation to continue studying 10 times. We had breakfast and Martha ran off to work. I was left alone. I looked down. Tried to play, but quickly got bored. TV series, similarly. Cleaned up at home, slightly dispelled boredom, but it rolled in with renewed vigor. I began to train skills, namely control. Thanks to him, it was possible to change spells, which I did. Expand the bullet, increase, decrease. In itself, this can increase the menace of weapons. How can I imagine what will happen if the same blade is released exactly into the eye, so it takes? I tried to sort out my thoughts, but I didn't come to anything. I've changed, that's right. I felt the force and almost broke. Because I was really ready to inflict violence on a living person. But what kind of people are they if they went for kidnapping and blackmail? Almost before the rape came. Anger stirred inside again and I hurried to switch. Day followed another day. I went to the gym, went to the section, studied this topic, but there was a lot of free time left. Martha was also busy, and we saw each other only once. She was very apologetic and sad that we could not meet, referring to the accumulated responsibilities. Study, work, it took away my girlfriend. I wanted to spend time with her, but what can I do? Offended? It seemed silly. Sit sad and wait for her? So I'm not a doggy to wait for the owner. To run over her? So for what? Because she has other things to do besides me? I'm afraid in this case I will look like a naughty child, and for some reason there is a suspicion that girls don't like such guys. So if I'm sad, this is purely my problem and I need to entertain myself. Out of boredom, I tried to find a job, but, to go as a waiter? A loader? For some reason I didn't want to, although I understood that it wasn't a good idea to roll out my lip. For a young guy, any job would be useful. Every day I told myself that tomorrow I would start ringing ads, but I postponed it over and over again. In order to do something, I began to study news reports. Continued to map strange events. First in our city, and then throughout the country. Most of the news is a complete slag. You dive into this shit and it seems that tomorrow is the end of the world. You dive even deeper and realize that the news is so distorted that you have to be an idiot to believe in them. I couldn't stand it, I went to one area. I frankly stayed too long. I wanted to have adventures again. Feel the adrenaline. I honestly tried to live an ordinary life, but it turned out to be too bland. Or, to be honest, not life itself as a whole, but mine is bland and boring. Without work, friends, studies, without everything that saturates life, I was ready to climb the wall out of boredom. The first sortie turned out to be fruitless. I wandered among the houses, found a place where several people died. Checked if there were abandoned places in the area, but in vain. Killed a couple of hours, and at least one trace to find were there. Emptiness. The second place in line was a park. News flashed that 6 people were missing there. When I arrived there, I thought it would be too much to call this place a park. A real forest. You can wander for hours and not get out. I immediately noted that although the day is sunny, but there are few people. There are passers-by, but rare. I passed by the place where bicycles were rented. I wanted to take them, but it was closed. Walking, breathing fresh air. Nice, but the further into the forest, the fresher this air is. I focus on where there are the least people and on my own feelings. I go chaotically, I can turn sharply if some direction seems particularly promising. After half an hour of walking, I guess I can use skills to detect mana recovery. In special places, it is replenished twice as fast. So it was at the construction site. If there are other places, then maybe it's similar there. Another half hour and I'm lucky. Yes. Found it. The replenishment has jumped sharply, so I'm in a special zone. But the smile quickly fades away. It can be dangerous here. I look around, but silence. Suspicious. Except that the creaking of the wind is walking. It's amazing how the same forest can look different, depending on whether it's a pleasure walk or an enemy zone, where danger can wait anywhere. Ordinary branches that seemed harmless a second ago turn into the paws of monsters that reach out to me. It's a game of imagination, but it makes you nervous. I'm standing, kneading, thinking about the situation. Opening the skill tree. I choose the listener skill, confidently activate. Now the wind will bring me interesting sounds. This is a passive skill, not a combat one. He has no levels, but you can raise ranks, then the efficiency will increase. Listening. The wind tickles the hair, ruffles it. Brings rustles, creaks and sounds of the forest. I throw a hood, tie a bandana on my face. The last thing I want is for someone to remember me wandering around in questionable places. I cross the bridge, the river murmurs below. I hear a splash, I peer into the surface of the water, but silence. I hope it was just a fish. The path leads deeper into the thicket. The found paths have ended. Here is the kingdom of moss, dampness and cobwebs. The first monster attacks in 10 minutes. I have long felt that someone is nearby, the wind carries his presence, whispers where the enemy is hiding. The creature looks like a monkey resembling a piece of moss. It jumps from a tree, wants to cling to the neck. I manage to bounce back and punch the monster through with a bullet. Scraps settle on the ground. Small spirit of nature. So, it's clear, the familiar scheme. There are kids, then the average spirits will go, and there are probably higher ones somewhere. Another zone where you can swing. The idea flashes to write to Sanaa and offer to participate, but first you need to scout. Maybe I can manage it myself. Our communication with him came to naught this week. Only the hunt connected, and as soon as it ended, there was nothing left. Maybe it's not true, but that's what I felt. Therefore, the itself I will always have time to call for help. I walked a couple of 100 meters more, but it was the only spirit I met. I doubted that I was going in the right direction, but suddenly there was danger from behind. I look around, ready to cast a spell, but I stop. A girl is standing in front of me. In a camouflage suit, military colors. And in her hand she has a barrel. Real. And the muzzle looks right at me. "Well, who the hell are you?" she asks rudely. "Just passing by," I blurted out. "Yeah, of course. And if I shoot you in the leg, will you become more compliant?" The girl looks evil. I feel in my gut that if I twitch, it really will shoot. There is a crackling nearby, someone is coming to us. But she didn't even raise an eyebrow. "Who did you catch here? Another passerby?" A man's voice comes from behind his shoulder. I turn around and see two. Also in camouflage. There is a weapon, but hidden in a holster. The speaker is an adult male. It looks like 40, maybe 50 years old, it's hard to say. Hedgehog hair, gray hair is barely visible. The second is younger, but healthy as a bull. I look definitely pathetic against his background. Yes, all sorts of people are hanging around here. "You're a seeker, aren't you, boy? And why are you here?" The girl answers. It can be seen that the older man is in charge of them. He looks at me scrutinizingly. Appraisingly. And then smiles. Lower the barrel. He's an ordinary kid. "What's your name?" "Maxim." I introduce myself by someone else's name. Somehow, I have little confidence in these people. "And what are you doing here, Maxim?" He pronounces the name with irony. Most likely did not believe that the real. I was walking, decided to take a shortcut, got lost. It's clear. That's what, man. This is our territory. We're hunting here. Do you understand? You have nothing to do here. The look is serious, there is no kindness in it. Everything is shaking inside, but I answer calmly. "Yes, I see. You won't see me here again." "Can I go now?" "Yes, of course." "Go away." I'm slowly taking a step. I'm looking to see if anyone will grab a weapon. I walked 2 meters as a man raises his hand. But wait. How about a duel? You know there are such things between seekers, don't you? Let's arrange a friendly sparring, and you'll go in peace. Yeah, of course. That's a freak. Friendly sparring wanted. And the fact that the loser gives away skills and characteristics, did you forget to mention that? The second man comes in from the side, covers one side. On the other, the woman is standing, the weapon is lowered, but the eyes look tenaciously. I agree. Explain the rules. Playing the fool. They are standard. We disperse to the sides, the distance is 10 steps. We do not deal fatal blows, we use skills. Exchange of experience and pumping abilities. As usual, tells and smiles. I nod, I see who will be the first. A woman is called. We disagree with her, I see a smirk full of superiority. She hid the weapon. But I doubt she needs it. Panic is walking inside. That's what I got. I ran into myself and now I will pay for my carelessness. The commander gives the go-ahead. At the same moment, a bright ray breaks from the girl's hands and crashes into my stomach. Feeling as if a sledgehammer was hit. I am thrown back and I am hitting a tree. Another ray arrives and seems to break my ribs. Well, boy, aren't you going to show me anything at all? This bitch is coming close. I throw the blade at her leg. She manages to jump away, the blow goes to waste. But then a battering ram falls, which imprints a woman into the ground. She screams in pain, but the second ram makes her shut up. Thanks to the control, I calculate the force so as not to kill, but to press into the ground and press down properly. Give up, I shout to her. I let go of the wind and wait for her to say. Her accomplices look surprised. I still hope that it will end peacefully. But this woman reaches for the gun. Her face is distorted with anger and rage. The blade interrupts her brush, and she falls into the grass along with the weapon. The second man roars like a beast and rushes forward. A bullet in his leg, another one, a blade in the head and a ram in the chest. It shook him, but he continues to tear. I throw 2 blades into the leg and one breaks through. The guy rolls head over heels, he's turned with all the dope. Then I'm slammed back into the tree. I feel that the body is squeezing from all sides. The squad leader approaches, holds his hand like a fucking Darth Vader. Telekinesis? Fuck you. He's not a hindrance to my skills. Hail of bullets, followed by a battering ram on the head. You need to save mana. The first bullet knocks the man's concentration. The second pushes back. The other 3 knock him to the ground, where a battering ram falls from above. I hear something crunching. Either bones or branches on the ground. The big guy got up, wrapped in a silvery haze. I jump to the side and dodge the attack. I manage to throw the blade and hit the leg again. He stumbles, crashes into the trunk, the tree moans plaintively. The battering ram in the back of the head blows the big guy along with the trunk. I look around and see that the woman is still alive. A solar clot forms on the second hand. I throw the blade, and the second hand flies away. Fool. Well, fuck it. I want to throw another bullet to knock her out, but there is no mana, it's over. But she had enough. Disconnected. And after 10 seconds the messages come. You have defeated 3 seekers. Received 6 skills and 6 stats points. Level 8 received. Yours. I sit down where I was standing. Did I just kill 3 people? I glance at the big guy. He ran into a bitch, hanging like a barbecue on a skewer. Con to him. With a woman, too, it is clear. And what about the head of Rem? I find the strength to get up and examine. The neck is bent at an unnatural angle. The head is dented inside, as if a watermelon was stepped on. That's it. My heart is beating furiously. I want to rush and run headlong out of the forest. But I force myself to calm down. I sat down near a tree, closed my eyes, breathing. Did I have a choice? No. She would have shot me. So either they or I. The harsh truth of life is not how I imagined growing up, but who asked me? 10 minutes is enough to collect my thoughts. The pain helps in this. The woman applied well, the chest is torn apart by the hum and burning. To call this fool a woman, after all, the tongue does not turn. I approach the corpses. I restrain myself from letting lunch out. The body is rebelling, but I subdue its impulse. I carefully search through clothes, find personal belongings. Mobile phones, documents, wallets. 2 cores of elements. One of light, the other of telekinesis. Became a surprise the big guy is empty, apparently he did not have time to devote himself to the elements. Or what do these cores mean? It remains to guess. Along the way, I put my fingers to the phones and remove the protection. A minute and you can disable passwords, and then turn on the mobile phone when you want. Soon you will need to get rid of the phones. This is too obvious evidence, and they can track it, but I really wanted to look into the secrets of these seekers. Suddenly, there will be something new to learn about the changed world. The idea of cutting off fingers to gain access was clearly superfluous. Why, if you can disable the password, you just need to figure out the settings. 15 minutes and I quickly walk away from the clearing, after making sure that I did not leave any traces. Both in the forest itself and on myself. Chapter 12. Other people's correspondence. I leave the park and look around nervously. I see danger in every rare passerby. Suddenly, they will shout now, "Hold the killer!" Either the friends of this trio will show up to take revenge, or the police will immediately come to pick me up. I scroll through various options in my head and what to do in each of them. Most are just fears. I understand this with my mind, but it does not help to remove emotions. Anxiety and fear are beating inside. I go to the nearest bus stop and get on the first bus. There I huddle in the far corner, glad that there are few people. For 5 minutes I just breathe, bringing feelings to a semblance of order. The world turned out to be cruel. I was not prepared for this. But somehow you need to move on. I get the first phone. This is the pipe of the squad leader, the guy with the nasty smile who decided to breed a lonely guy like a sucker. And now he's lying dead in the woods, and I'm driving with his phone in my hand. First of all, I climb into the photos, and, wow, I immediately stumble upon something valuable. A photo of spirits. A guy I've already seen. Alive, who attacks that woman and dead from different angles. There is also a video. I turn on and turn off the sound so as not to attract attention. 30 seconds of video shows how a lady kills a spirit with rays of light. Nothing special. I have already observed her in action, I felt it on my own skin. I scroll through the photo further. There is a larger spirit, the size of a dog. This is probably the average. Then there are personal photos. Some woman, a child. This person had loved ones. They won't see him again. It makes you feel disgusting. So lousy that you want to howl. But down with the feelings, I check the phone further. SMS, I go through messengers. The squad was clearly not hiding. I find correspondence in the Telegram. They communicate freely, discuss plans, throw off photos to each other. Looked at the number of chat participants and strained. 6 people. This is no longer a small group, this is a serious squad. There is an idea of what the seekers are capable of. I go to everyone's profile and try to remember the faces. Just in case, I take a picture of their avatars from my phone. Then I'll study it again so that if I meet, then be ready. There are hundreds of messages in the correspondence. Circle of friends, damn. It takes half an hour to read the main. I looked at the other phones, everything is about the same there, only the photos are different. I find communication with other groups in a woman. I think she was leaking information and didn't bother to remove the traces. Too carelessly, I conclude for myself that I need to be more sensitive to the information. When I get home, I'll check everything for the presence of such traces. Maybe not obvious, but which a knowledgeable person can tell about my affairs. As soon as we got to the metro station, I get out and go to the nearest channel. Then I guess the moment and throw everything I took from the corpses there and hurriedly leave. I did not go directly to my house. I went out on the next branch, caught a taxi there, drove to another left place, and from there I already went home. Unnecessary precaution? It didn't seem that way to me at that moment. There is so much new information that my head swells. When I got home, I collapsed on the bed and thought hard. There are other seekers. This is once. 2, they are already acting in coordinated groups, killing monsters, gaining levels, growing skills. 3, other seekers, at least some of them, are ready to kill a random guy. Maybe they would have let me go alive, but why, if you can get twice as much reward? This new underside of the world scares reality. I wonder how long ago the seekers appeared. Judging by the fact that I was in the first 1,000, then quite recently. In correspondence, there were discussions of other places where you can arrange a hunt. Actually, that's why the squads did not hang out together, so as not to interfere with each other and cover different territories. The experience is cut at all. There I also found out that there is a black market. On it, you can sell essences. A small one costs from 10,000 rubles, depending on which element. There was a rumor that there are healing spirits somewhere and that on their basis you can make a cure for all diseases. Just like scarlet potions in games that restore health. I imagine what kind of battle will begin if researchers get to them. Contact for sale was found there, next to chat. Are they really? They communicate so easily and freely, as if they send drunk messages to classmates. Or do I not know something? Contact, through whom you can sell the goods, I wrote down. Just in case. So far, one conclusion suggests itself: something strange is happening in the world, a new, shadow side of it has appeared, of which I have become a part. And therefore I am at risk. My life is now a resource in itself. Taking it away means becoming stronger for someone. And what conclusion does this suggest? Need to hide. And you also need to develop yourself. This in itself increases the chances of survival. But how stupid I was today. A blockhead in a square, that's who I am. Firstly, he went to an unknown place. Secondly, he went without distributing skill points, focusing only on attacking skills. Yes, and I forgot about their development. We need to fix the error. I open the skill tree. Since the last time I managed to study it, so I know approximately what I will invest in. I need to take into account the experience of encountering other seekers, be ready for them. Monsters seem safer against the background of people. Now 6 development branches are open for me. Attacking spells, bullet, blade, ram, whirlwind of blades. After the battering ram took and swung it, the following skills. Opened. Tornado, creates a stream of air that twists everything that got into it. While the application is questionable, but it can be used to slow down. Stops the cost of 30 mana. A storm is something terrible. Chaotic air flows with an area of 24 square meters. Cost 200 mana, damage is 100. And this is on the first level. But there are already requirements for it. You need to raise intelligence above 40 units to use, and control above 20. For a snack, a vacuum. Costs 300 mana, an area of 1 cubic meter, 200 damage. Requirements, 50 intelligence and 40 control. I look at these spells, and it's scary. And if something opens up further? More powerful and deadly? Some kind of Armageddon or, what the hell is not joking, the sunset of a scarlet star, or maybe the last storm of a suicide bomber. In general, a big airy ass. The second branch is amplification. Hearing aid, smells and air purification, farsightedness and dexterity. Obviously. Is responsible for what I'm looking closely at air purification and smells, maybe I can still take dexterity. In both of their skills, the wind helps. The air filters what I breathe and accelerates my movements. I haven't participated in melee combat yet, if we take seeker skirmishes, but who knows where the difficult one will lead. The third branch, unfairly deprived by me, protection. Wind shield, creates swirls of air around the body. Prevents something from hitting me. The duration is basic 10 seconds. Costs only 10 mana. But the exhaust from it, I suspect, will be SOSO. Air shield, creates a square meter of compacted air that absorbs physical and magical damage. Costs 20 mana, absorbs the same amount of damage. Not a lot, but there will be a lot of sense during development. The main disadvantage is that you hang it and that's it, it hangs. If you move away, the shield will remain. Perhaps this can be corrected by training and due to control, but you will have to learn this. Visibility distortions are a bid to hide. The air creates a kind of haze around you. I knew what it would look like, because as soon as I focused on the skill, a picture with a demonstration would open in my head. Worth 50 mana, duration 10 seconds. Annoying such small values. Every skill to become serious requires serious investments and time to pump. So whether you want or not, but you have to choose. The last skill in the defense branch is air armor. Imposes a movable shield from the air on the whole body. The cost is 300 mana, the margin of safety is 100 damage. Hanging until you dispel or until the charge is spent. That's a cool thing. But it requires 40 intelligence and 30 control. Moving on. The next branch conditionally refers to melee. Air blade, a meter-long blade. Costs 50 mana, lasts 10 minutes. In terms of damage, and then how do you hit? An analog of a sword, initially a little weaker. I would say that the skill is questionable, but you can create a blade in advance and wait for the mana to roll back. And then you have no weapon with you. I'm sure if you develop it, it will also become a force. The main disadvantage is that it requires 30 control. Air stage, creates a stand on which you can climb. Skill without development. The juiciest flight, at the basic levels you can soar. Potentially, if I am thrown off the plane, I will be able to survive without a parachute. Yeah. God forbid from such situations. It's kind of too much. I'll feel like an action movie hero. Activation is 0, but spends 20 mana per second. requires 30 control. So for now I'm drooling and waiting for me to develop the characteristics. The fifth branch is weakening. You can strengthen yourself, or you can weaken others. Hypoxia creates oxygen deficiency around the object. Spending 10 mana per second. On basic values, it will make it difficult to breathe. If you pump it, I can literally strangle people. In battle, this is an imba, and the glory of Darth Vader is a bonus. But only if you develop, and it's useless. Mana will fly into the pipe, a person will be able to hold his breath longer than I hold the skill. Morok is an analog of distortion, only you can influence another. You distort the enemy's perception. At first I found it useless for me. But then I thought. To distract attention, to confuse in order to attack or hide. The skill has potential. However, here all skills have it. Wind fetters, what can I say, fetters are fetters. Costs 50 mana, you can hook your legs. Whether the opponent breaks out or not depends on him. Due to the control, the fetters can be strengthened. But a strong person can also turn out to be an analog of the camp. A curious ability, but for now I will postpone. The situations I found myself in so far were quite fleeting. If we are talking about people. However, my experience is not so impressive, so it is not known how it will be further. The sixth branch, so far I only see the name. The Path of the Call. Sounds promising, but what is there? I hope to find out sometime. I have 8 free points of characteristics and 10 skills. Once again examined what choice is in front of me. I take the wind shield, air shield and distortion. -3 points, but I hope it's worth it. Another point in the vortex of blades to hit the area. Air purification, it takes the 5th point. 2 for the frost and the wind's fetters. The latter is doubtful, but suddenly there will be a situation when it will allow you to escape and not kill? So let it be. In total, there are 3 free skills. Characteristics, I put everything into intelligence. As soon as I finished, before I fell asleep, I methodically trained new skills. I managed to catch up with everyone to the first level. Then I pass out. In the morning, bonuses for the fight are dripping. Spirit +1. Control +1. I wrote to Sana, offered to arrange a workout. He said he was busy until the evening, but then agreed, it was worth mentioning that I would show him something new. I went to the gym myself, and then trained all the time. Met a guy on the construction site. Surprisingly, there was accelerated mana recovery left, so this is an ideal place to develop. Demonstrated new talents, which surprised him considerably. And inspired him to new achievements. In the end, I decided to thank him and took out the core of the element. Look what's there. Just don't ask where. This is the core of light. The chance that the element recognizes you is 1 in 10. Do you want? Are you kidding? Of course, I want. But what don't you use yourself? He looks suspiciously. But so, in a friendly way, it is rather unclear to him where such generosity comes from. You can take the second element. The chance is 1 in 100. So I don't want to risk it, I'd better give it to you. This is said by the system itself, shows in the description. That's how. Then I'll take. Light means. Well, probably not the worst choice. What should I do? Activate. Can you pray for her? Maybe something else. Take with you, you'll study at home. If you succeed, then unsubscribe. What and how? I'm terribly curious. On this note, we say goodbye. Sonia is so delighted with the gift that he really forgets to ask where such happiness comes from. Or does not forget, but decides to keep silent. They do not look a gift horse in the teeth. I spend the night with Marta. After the experience, when I got into an adventure again, life is bubbling in my veins. The girl notices it, responds, and we spend a wonderful time, as two young people can do. Just like a couple of weeks ago when we were actively hunting. She asks what's wrong with me, where the blues have gone, but I answer evasively. I try to think about anything, but not about the night in the woods. It seems to succeed. Marta remains unaware of what happened. All next week I train. What can I use on random passers-by? For example, you will direct the hassle at a person and he seems to get lost. As if he caught a sunny hair right in the eyes. A little ashamed to mock people, but I go for it. A little someone else's discomfort or my own survival? The choice is not as easy as it seems. I'm really ashamed, but I overcome doubts. I also pull out Sonia when he has time. The light recognized him. The guy is happy, exploring new opportunities. He now has a shield of light that burns, an array of light, like that woman. Let the earth be down to her. So far I have taken only 2 skills, but they are enough for the fights to reach a new level. I use all available arsenal. This is both a strength and a weakness at the same time. While Sonia is learning to master 2 instruments, I am sprayed. But I can surprise him suddenly. Distortion in battle is meaningless. I'm losing clarity, but what difference does it make if the enemy sees a blurry spot and where exactly it is? Even if you throw a hassle, shoot down your gaze, and then hide, there is no sense. Too short a time. But if you sit in ambush, a person is not ready, then yes, it makes sense. But I still train both. Shields are just a fairy tale. Wind shield at the end of the week began to reduce incoming damage by 25%. But here is a complex system. If the blow is strong and of a high rank, then the percentage decreases. If the usual blow or weak, the more it passes casually, then the percentages can also increase a little. I had to tinker with the air shield separately. This is a tactical device. More tactical than others. It should not just be put, but in the right place and at the right angle. The same rays of the sledge are one pleasure to reflect them. Especially when I got the hang of doing it. My scariest spell is a whirlwind of blades. At first, I was afraid to use it in a duel. But then, somehow got used to. Sonia put a couple of shields in advance and then it's fine. Under 40 damage at a time is a force. Terrible force. The blade at 15 damage easily cut off the brush. What happens if you throw a whirlwind into a person without protection? Imagination drew images of minced meat, which made them sick. This weapon, as the last argument. I hope I will do without its applications. I hope so, but I keep training to be ready. I recall the path I have traveled, evaluate the skill set. Sonia is standing in front of me, ready to attack. I nod to him and show my readiness. Throw a wind shield. The air swirls around me. Sonia starts as standard, throws a beam of light. I shift to the side and the wind stream knocks him to the left. It looks like a smooth refraction of the beam. It's like he's walking around me in an arc. In response, I throw a bullet, a blade, and a battering ram. I try to use all the spells to pump them. But Sonya is not standing still either. Dodges the bullet, the blade passes over itself, barely the crown of the spell will miss. A little more and would cut off the hair. If it were an ordinary person. And so Sonya is shrouded in light, he reflects the ram. The guy breaks through it like a film, abruptly and confidently. When there are 2 meters between us, I throw a hassle on his face and shackles in his legs. They cause damage by themselves, which is a nice bonus, although small. They will tear an ordinary person to blood, but this paladin of light is like tickling. The guy froze as soon as he hung up, learned to stop and not fall. Wrapped in shields, and I hit them like a machine gun with bursts. For 3 seconds, and the beam flies into me again. I put an air shield at an angle, repel the attack, but then I have to put another one. Here and Sonya is already next. Again marks and a shield in front of. He's beating his head, I haven't used this trick yet. The guy's head fell back, and I added. With a battering ram. But the guy is holding on. Shields are his strength. You can break a horseradish if you spar. We don't really fight, otherwise there would be a completely different pattern. So, we play to pump skills. Both searching and quite ordinary, body motor skills. Sonya came to himself, rushed to me and punched the shield. That's it, that's it. Mana is at 0 for both, then go into melee, and in this the guy has an undeniable advantage. He is stronger, more experienced, and has shields. It's like hitting a wall. Long and useless. By the end of the week, I had brought each new spell to the 5th level. In the characteristics, I particularly leaned on control and succeeded. The result was +5 to control, +3 to spirit, +2 to intelligence and +1 to dexterity. With a dozen controls, the quality of mana saturation increased. Now I could strengthen any spell if I wanted, with losses of 1 to 2, and even then, a maximum of 1.5 times. Waste, but it may come in handy. At 25 intelligence was given 10% protection from mental influences. Bad news for Martha. Anyone who pumps this characteristic, it will be more difficult for her to influence. Separately, I note that it turned out that intelligence gives an increase in damage +1% for each point in the characteristic. Gradually, I am becoming something more than an ordinary person. Now my stats look like this. Level 8. Spirit 29, 319 mana. Intelligence 26. Endurance 25. Power 10. Dexterity 7. Control 13. Points of characteristics 0. Skill points 3. Defeated followers 4. Air bullet. Level 8. Rank 5. Bonus +50%. Damage 16.1. Range 31.5 meters. Mana costs 5. Air blade. Level 5. Rank 1. Bonus +10%. Damage 18.6. Range 23.5 meters. Mana costs 14. Air ram. Level 5. Rank 1. Bonus +10%. Damage 27.9. Range, 24 meters. Mana cost, 18.5. A whirlwind of blades. Rank 0. Level 5. Damage, 44. Range, 22.5 meters. Cost, 40. The Listener. Rank 0. Air Purification. Rank 0. Morok. Rank 0. Level 5. Duration, 6 seconds. Range, 22.5 meters. Cost, 30. Wind Shackles. Rank 0. Level 5. Damage, 8.8. Range, 22.5 meters. Cost, 30. Wind Shield. Rank 0. Level 5. Protection, 26%. Duration, 22.5 seconds. Cost, 10. Air Shield. Rank 0. Level 5. Protection, 37.5. Duration, 22.5 seconds. Cost, 20. Visibility Distortion. Rank 0. Level 5. Distortion, 22.5%. Duration, 22.5 seconds. Cost, 50. By Monday, I take out my left phone and SIM card. It turns out that it's not so difficult to do if you find the right place. I register an account under a fake name, get on the subway, and go to the other end of the city. There I connect to the internet and write to the person who bought the goods of the seekers. He responds in half an hour. Who are you, and how did you get this number? Friends suggested. Someone, it doesn't matter. I just want to sell something. Silence hangs for 5 minutes. In order to spur a person, I throw him a photo of the essence of small horror. 2 more minutes pass. I am very nervous because this is the only contact with the world of seekers. I see that the message has been read, but there is no response. When I regretted 10 times that I wrote it all, a message arrives with the address and the time of the meeting. Offer today, in a couple of hours. I Google what kind of place it is. Almost the center, oddly enough. Some kind of eatery, or rather a bar, not far from the metro. Weighing the pros and cons. I have accumulated a total of about 50 small essences and a dozen medium ones. Caution or money. Although I have a more creative mindset, but I can count. So I change the route and go in the right direction. Chapter 13. New Horizons. The bar is the most common. In the sense that it is located in the basement, the entrance from the courtyard. No pretense of pathos, rather a typical eatery. I would not look at this, but the meeting will be right here. I came in half an hour, but I'm not in a hurry to come in yet. Here I am, looking around from afar, pretending that a random passerby. There are museums nearby, an exit from the subway, an embankment in 10 minutes, an institute somewhere nearby. So there are more than enough people and, I hope, a lonely teenager will not cause unnecessary questions. I remember all spy films and feel like an idiot if I have to rely on them. Feeling that right now they will pounce on me and grab me. I didn't come up with something better than putting on a hood and a hospital mask. I look strange, the bartender squints, but is silent. I order tea. To choose alcohol, it will be fun if they ask for a passport. So you can also take tea and food so that they don't squint at all. It seems to be the right move, because the guy behind the bar calms down. They say, if you pay, then I don't care about you. I sat down at the far table, looking around. I see a couple of drunks who are clearly hungover. Besides them, the bartender himself and a couple of men. Who is the dealer? I looked at my watch. The appointed time came 2 minutes ago. Is he already here, or is he late? I opened the phone, looked at the messages, silence. After 5 minutes a short message arrives. Where are you? I answer, here. One of the men catches my eye. Here he is. The most ordinary, except in a gray suit. In this ordinary people go to ordinary offices. You will see and think that someone ran from the office to the bar during a break at work. Whether to have a snack, or to get drunk after a fun night. In his hands, he has a briefcase, also ordinary, leather. A feeling that he will come right now, take out booklets, and start offering some miracle cream, vacuum cleaner or doors. A man comes up to me, squints at a chair, nod. So you wrote this? There is disbelief in his voice. Yes. Somehow you look young. Even despite this disguise of yours, he circles the mask and hood with his finger, smiles. Let him do and think what he wants. It's better this way than shining a naked face. How will we negotiate? Right here? I ask a question and ignore his remark about age. Can I do it here? Or do you want to go to the toilet? True, it's dirty and stinks, and there's not enough space. But if you want maximum secrecy, there are norms. How much do you offer for the essence? You show the product first. You have it with you, don't you? The merchant accepts the transition directly to the case. I look him in the eye. Once again, I look around the bar. If he decides to throw, I have to fight back in the center of the capital with busy streets. Then I will definitely be caught. I prepared in advance. In the left pocket, in one of the packages, there is one small essence. In the right pocket, a bag with 5 pieces. I take one out and hold it out. The man is sitting with his back to the hall. Besides, we are in a dark corner. So that someone sees what is happening here, we need to set such a goal and look closely at. And it's even better to come up and look behind the man's back. But there are no such people in the room. Everyone is busy with their own business. The bartender serves, the rest drink and eat. 5,000, the merchant finally gives a verdict. I look at him in surprise. Does he really want to breed? Or were you mistaken in the chat? But no, there was definitely a conversation a couple of days ago that prices start from 10,000 rubles. And here, they are 2 times lower. Are the essences of horror so meaningless, or am I being bred? The man pushed the bag away from him, leaned back on a chair, having previously covered the goods with a napkin. I take it to myself, I start to rise. He looks at me carefully, studies me and smiles. Are you leaving already? Yes. Why so? And the point of doing business with this approach? Okay, sit down. Consider it a test. 9,000. I stopped. Looking at each other, playing peekaboo. I decide to go back to my seat. Here the bartender brings food. Tea and some croutons with garlic. Choice of the year. I don't think to touch, how to do it in a mask. And to remove it is to let the whole conspiracy go to hell. 20,000, I call my price. Wow, the lip is not stupid. The trader pretends to be surprised. A maximum of 10. 19. 10. 19. I speak calmly, but inside I'm already shaking. Like this, looking an adult man in the eye, taking risks and haggling is something new for me. Boy, how much product do you have? He changes the subject. How many is there? Is the source renewable? No, I open up a little. The information does not seem secret. Sorry. But tell me, what do you know about the world of seekers? You somehow found out the contacts, you got essences somewhere. Wasn't it scary? Tolerable. We sit, we are silent. The man poured the tea that I ordered. Drinks, looks at me and smiles. They say, let's join, why so tense? Let's be honest with you. Let's pretend that I'm kind today, and you're lucky. The market for seekers is young, just forming. Prices are jumping. It's hard to find a buyer. Do you understand? I'm sure you can do it. Yes, I can. Have contacts, this is my bread. But the risks, in this case, are high. So you shouldn't have gotten involved in this case, man. Do you even know how to use essences? I'm silent, what can I say here, it's clear. You don't know, he guesses, what to do with you then. He sighs like that. Well, he's just worried about the fate of a negligent boy. Already a tear comes to my eyes. No, of course. I see that this friend is joking. What kind of batch do you have with you? Total of 6 essences. How much more can you sell? If we agree on the price, I will say. How stubborn you are, he smiles, let's do it like this. The price is 15,000. I won't give you any more. If you are not satisfied, then you can leave. Multiplied in my mind how much money it is. My back was covered with sweat. I agree. But I still need information. How much will it cost? Depends on which. How to apply essences. Oh, what a tricky. It's expensive. I already know approximately, I only need the details. The details are just the most expensive, guy. What's your name, by the way? It doesn't matter. Okay, Mr. Nevermind. The information will cost you 5 of these essences. I'll buy one from you. 75,000. Someone's monthly salary. 4 and done. Boy, don't you start. 5 and this is my last word. Okay, I agree. I feel that there is no point in arguing. Then listen to. Essence is the basis for potions. Such a thing as yours can potentially be turned into a dangerous liquid that will cause horror. Or gas. Both seekers and ordinary people are willing to pay for this. Don't ask why. Manufacturing method, mix with alcohol. Ordinary medical will do. Then find a suitable bottle and throw it where you need. With gas is more difficult. Here you will need a good chemist that will dissolve the essence and put it in a balloon. So with all the essences? Yes. I admit that there are ways to enhance the result, but they are not yet open. As I said, the market is young, the seekers are just starting their way. Did you find out what you wanted? Which essences are the most expensive? Practical. If you find the essence of life, let me know. The prices there are delicious, you will like. Okay. I take out both bags, hand them to him. The merchant hides them in his pocket and smiles contentedly. I know that he is cashing in on me, but I accept it. This is his job and his interest. I have my own interest here and it is being satisfied so far. In cash or by card? The man asks sympathetically. Cash, of course. Whatever you say. He takes out a briefcase, and from there the money and counts out 3 bills. So how much more do you have? And how much are you interested in? Bring it, I'll buy everything. There are 50 pieces of these. Will you take? Wow, the merchant was genuinely surprised. I admit, I surprised. And it turns out that you are not so simple. Considering that not every creature falls out. What level do you have? Won't you tell me? Of pity. I'll send you the address where you can drive up. In the afternoon? Excellent. 50 grand. Wow, if there's more, then you know who to contact. 750,000, that's exactly how much I'll earn. If they don't decide to throw me and kill me, of course. And you also need to divide it into 3 parts, because the essences were extracted by the team. It will be somehow a trap to keep the money for yourself. But even so, 250,000 is seriously much more than in any job where I can potentially get a job at my age without skills. After I left the bar, I wandered around the city as best I could. Transfers in the subway, bus trips. Killed 2 hours, but what you won't do for your safety. The question is almost a million, should I call Sonia tomorrow to insure or not? On the one hand, why should he shine? And why should he shine the merchant's contacts? Cynically? Maybe, but I want to have trumps up my sleeve. Besides, I'm not a fool myself. The skirmish with the squad clearly showed that a person is a fragile being. And the skills that are bestowed by the seekers easily break this fragility. So I can stand up for myself. Unless the merchant calls for a meeting of cool seekers, which is an order of magnitude stronger than me. And even then, if I have time to react, it will turn into a massacre on the streets of the city. Is the traitor himself the seeker? Maybe. If he's so involved in it. But I doubt that he is focused on battles. Who knows, maybe there are trading skills. The day passed in a slight sense of confusion. I was distracted only when I went to training. I slept fitfully, I still couldn't fall asleep. Not because I was worried, but because very tempting prospects were opening up. If you can earn so much on the path of the seeker, then I know what I want to do. In the morning, the merchant threw off the address. In the afternoon, we met in a new place similar to the first. The transaction was routine. He handed me a package, there was money in it. I didn't count. I just looked through it and made sure that it was like real bills. I gave him the essences, wished each other a good day and said goodbye. I texted Martha that there was a surprise and offered to meet today. She agreed. In the evening I decided to go to Sanaa again. I also wrote to him beforehand, so the guy was at home. When I entered his apartment, I saw a row of boxes. Are you moving out? Yes. I don't want to stay here anymore. I collected money and, here. He spread his hands. Then, I'm on time. Here, hold. I hand him a plump envelope. What is it? He asks, unfolds it, and his eyes climb on his forehead. Ernest, I sold essences. This is your part, a third of the total amount. 250,000. A third. I earn 40 grand in a month at best. And here it's more than 6 times. Yes, I'm a little shocked myself. Selling essences is a profitable business, I say with a hint. The guy looks up and looks at me, waiting for me to say, "How about going hunting again?" For the money, and why not? That's good money. Plus skill development. Don't you want to get stronger? I want to, but, besides, it can save someone's life. So there are enough motives, choose any. I need to think. I'm not rushing. If anything, call. Agreed. And, thank you, Ernest. You're welcome, I smile and say goodbye. In the evening, Marta looks in. I note that she is in a new suit. And the earrings are new. And the phone along with the purse. I'm used to her wearing simple things, maybe even a hoodie, but now she's dressed in a businesslike and expensive. You look great. Thank you, she smiles, kisses on the lips, goes to the kitchen. There is already an expensive bottle of wine, cheese and other snacks waiting there. And also a bouquet of flowers. Oh, and you prepared, it's so cute. I get a series of kisses and hugs, but first I want to solve the cases. Here, this is for you. Not a gift, your share, I clarify. The girl unwraps the envelope, but looks at the money much more calmly than Sonia. It seems that she was not particularly surprised by the amount, although it caused a small smile. I sold essences, I explained to her the origin of the money, this is your part. You're not standing still, are you? She smiles. How are you doing in general? And then I keep running and we spend so little time. Marta moves to my lap. One arm hugs my neck, the other holds a glass of wine. Yes, it's fine. Here I found the contacts of a merchant who outbids loot from monsters. And you weren't scared? They can be serious people, you should be careful, Ernest. Don't worry. I can take care of myself. I have no doubt, my hero. Thoughts flash through my head that I should ask the girl what she does, but she turns to kissing and this idea disappears. In the morning, breakfast together and Martha flew out of my life again. I see a taxi approaching the entrance. Yes, not economy, but business class. Interesting. Why didn't you go home? Where did you go? There are clearly increased financial opportunities on her face, and it's certainly not thanks to the envelope that I gave her. In addition to clothes, I notice other changes. The posture has changed, it has become straighter. The look is different, sometimes warm, sometimes condescension slips. I feel that the girl is changing and seems to be moving away, but I can't express in words. We haven't talked about the relationship. Couple or so, are we playing? God, I'm only 18 years old. Feelings are boiling inside, but I keep them in check. Smart enough. Would I be able to do that? A couple of months ago? For some reason, I clearly understand that there is no. I would run after her, suffer, beg for attention. And now I calmly admit that she has another life, without me. Is there someone else? I don't want to think about that. It's none of my business. How can I spend the fallen money? I went to Google my teachers. I will leave group training for now, but I want to take some individual classes. Knife fight, hand to hand, I would like to go to the shooting range. I look at websites, write out prices, addresses, read reviews on forums. I understand that the extracted money is not so much. For an ordinary person who studies 3 times a week, it's normal. But I can do more. At the pace of training every day, I'm holding up normally, the body has time to recover. I just want to eat constantly, but this is a solved case. I'm making a schedule. If you go hunting, it's better in the evening. So there will be an advantage of training in the morning and afternoon. Yeah, how much I've changed. If my sister saw how much money and time I'm going to invest, not to mention the effort, she wouldn't believe. I would have laughed more. Memories of loved ones make me sad. I drive these feelings away from myself. Yes, I am alone. But this can be solved if you don't stand still and move forward. I haven't been living an adult life for so long, but I managed to figure it out. Sonia replied a day later. A short message, I agree, was better than 1,000 words. Decided to go to that forest today. It was a risk. It was possible to run into those who would come looking for there. But they might not have missed them yet. Who knows? Besides, without a cleaning group, natural evil spirits will breed in the forest, which will lead to victims. So it's better to take a risk to hit the jackpot. The main thing is to keep the listener so that the wind whispers who and where is hiding. Then I took it off, for which I paid. Looking forward to a new adventure, I felt almost happy. Chapter 14. Forest. The forest meets with dampness. It rained yesterday. I decided to add difficulties to night seekers. Shoes are sloshing through puddles. For this occasion I put on those that are stronger, and I myself in a military-colored jacket. It is convenient that the visibility is slightly lower in the forest, but it looks nice in public. After I started actively doing sports, I even began to like such clothes. Do you feel more masculine? Sonia walks next to. He is dressed simply, but functionally. In the backpack, a mini first aid kit, water, a flashlight. A knife or other weapon decided not to take. If the police stop us, how to get rid of? Personally, I do not know, I am deprived of such skills. Nevertheless, we drove half the city by metro. Here is someone else's territory, and not native yards. Time towards evening. It's still light, but an hour will pass and it will be dark. At the same time, the park seems to have died out. There are fewer people than last time. I note that it was quieter to walk on the construction site. It's quiet there, you get used to the horrors quickly. And here there are a lot of rustles and strange shadows that look like monsters. You don't know where to look. Therefore, I turn to hearing. I feel my partner breathing, as his lungs pump the air. The creaking of every branch in the neighborhood that forms a bizarre melody that scares to the point of trembling. So we walk. Sonia is outwardly calm, I hope, too. Although I'm not at ease inside. I know that somewhere, then I left 3 corpses ahead. What happened to them? The thoughts are oppressive. I don't know how one would walk here, but it's calmer with a partner. It's good that we get to the right place quickly. I know where to go, so I'm taking the shortest route. These creatures are like small horrors. The size of a small monkey. Like to jump from branches, so look around. I remind Sana what I have already told. This time it's different. Before that, he led the squad to the construction site and led everything there. Now I'm leading, since I've been here. There's no rivalry between us for leadership. What's the point of butting heads when it's just the two of us? I sometimes wonder what I will do in case of a conflict, but I chase these thoughts. Why lament in advance? The wind caresses the skin. We can say that I became a little friends with him. I understand him better, I feel. The ability to smell a separate song. You can ask and the wind will show the charm of the evening forest. It smells so that your head is spinning with pleasure. And you can shift the focus, then there will be completely different smells. Dangerous, twitching nerves, smells of dampness and future problems. I detect the first wave of forest spirits 20 meters away. I warn Sonia, choose a drier and smoother place where there are fewer trees. Cozy paths are a couple of 100 meters away. There is little chance that a random traveler will wander here. This place has a special aura. Repulsive. The first spirit got out of the shadow, broke through the bushes and joyfully rushed to us. Only bared its teeth. It looks like animated moss, and the teeth are sharp. One bullet shot and the trifle settles to the ground. And then the shooting range begins. The spirits run out in waves, 5 or 6 of them, and I shoot them with a pair of sledges. As in a dash. More precisely, I have a shooting gallery, but the guy has football. Kicks under the shield send spirits back to the forest wilds. Zero experience, but at least the skills swing and then bred. 50 pieces were killed, there were unexpectedly a lot of them here. The place of the skirmish turned into a cemetery. Let the corpses be small, but there are a lot of them and a couple of slides are piled up. Also the stench from them. The smell of vile dust. But the wind is blowing, the usual one, I have nothing to do with it, and the carcasses are scattered. I come up, drag the dust and grass with a stick, rake out essences. 8 pieces were collected from such a horde. Not bad, I comment on the extraction. How much do these cost? To be honest, I have no idea. The horrors went by the tag, and these, it is necessary to find out. Here comes the thought that this is someone else's territory, where the same squad was hunting. Which also gave the goods to the same merchant. If one place is known with the spirits of nature, then you can draw an analogy, compare and draw unpleasant conclusions. I didn't think about that. However, you can wait a week or 2. There is a stock of money, Sonia, I think, will agree. And there it will be seen. We walk another 100 steps. The forest is changing before our eyes. It gets dramatically darker, and the trees themselves, as if they are hooked by something. The smells also change, it smells completely different. It's creepy here, says Sonia. I see that he is uncomfortable. Me too. The silence is cut by a creak. A rotten stump crawls out of the forest, not otherwise. The size of a large dog. This is the average spirit of the forest granted. Not nature, namely the forest. It takes 2 blows already. I ram it into the ground, Sonia finishes off with a beam. For this, we get 1 unit of experience. Somehow the guy turns his hand. Yeah. I think it will be more fun later. The main thing is not to get lost in this forest. Scenery, damn, like in a horror movie. The forest hears our words. Sends 3 opponents, and when I see them, goosebumps run over my skin. The same slain squad emerges from the darkness of the night forest like ghosts. Possessed. Yes, not simple. A dead woman shoots a beam. Thank God, not light, but green mud. He crashes into the guy's shield, entwines it, as if a quagmire is tightening. A flash of light and the shield burns this shit. I was confused for a second, I missed the moment, but I come to myself. A battering ram, another one, a series of blades into a big guy, otherwise he has already started to accelerate. I know what to expect from opponents. I try to knock them casts, for this all means are good. On the big guy shackles, on the witch a hassle to smear, and the head of the Rhea to throw blades. Sonya is also connected. This time it gives something new. A golden ball crashes into the witch, burns a hole in her and explodes. Good skill. A couple of minutes and the trinity is over. An average essence falls from each possessed, wonderful. I'm sure they cost more. Looking at faces. Those are distorted, covered with swamp-colored ripples. There are no eyes, black holes, from which green slime is now flowing. The sight is muddy. But I look and remember that the lesson was. That's what will happen to me if I die. Do I feel anything towards them? No. I'm surprised at myself. At first I was scared, but now I realize that these are no longer people, but monsters. In fact, I just cleaned up after myself, brought the matter to an end. Sad fate, says Sonya. Ernest, if it gets dangerous further, then we'll leave. Somehow I don't want to become so obsessed. I agree. I step forward, but the guy stops. Wait, I suggest you try something. How about getting attention? Only mana will be restored. Do you want to draw attention to us with a light? Maybe not necessary. Do you think too many will come at a time? Also, true. Okay, then let's go. In fact, I think about something else. That other seekers will notice us. Judging by the number of spirits, it's empty here, the territory has had time to work up fat, but God takes care of. It would be necessary to tell Sonya about others, let her know what dangers there are. But later, now is not the time. In the next half hour we meet 5 more average spirits and 30 pieces of trifles. Interrupted, restored mana, go ahead. Ernest, does your phone display where we are? I take out the phone, there is no signal. I shake my head. So I don't have. A strange place. How long have we been going? An hour and a half? Is this forest that big? Basically, yes. Or do you think we're going in circles? I don't think anything yet. But the area of the place is large. How have all the people not been eaten yet? And there may be someone more dangerous than the Supreme Spirit. Do you remember, there was an inscription that the construction site is a facet of the first rank? Here it can be the second. Or the 10th, and we are just at its beginning. While we're standing here, we won't find out what and how. Are we moving on? Sonya nods silently and steps forward. After another couple of 100 meters, the forest changes again. Strangely, but the light, red, is added now. It is obvious how different this place is. There is a different air here. But still a friend to me. Shows where the opponents are coming from. They are not hiding. They walk impressively, push branches apart, push through bushes. Crackling comes from all sides. There are at least a dozen of them. I don't see the creatures themselves, so far only shadows. Massive, such that fear covers. 3 or 4 meters, at least in height. Yes, it's the Ents! Exclaims Sonia. A light comes on in his hands, illuminates the darkness. Now I see the enemy in full growth. A rough tangle of branches. A mouth such that it will bite off my head and not choke. Eyes are glowing green. Instead of hands, branches. Immediately show that sharp. Will easily break through and sew through. Or even worse, they will sprout inside you. We knock out one and break through, I shout to the guy. He nods. The beam breaks from his palms, crashes into the Ent. He creaks, but continues to walk. The distance is 20 meters, time goes by seconds. I throw a battering ram, the branches crack, but they withstand. I throw a blade and cut down 3 sticks. The bullet goes through, it seems that it is of zero use. Sonia hits his head, burns it out. It flares up like dry brushwood. I aim at the legs to break the creature. In other ends, those that are faster, I throw the fetters and slow down. To escape from the trap, most of the reserve goes away, and the Ent is still alive. He's fallen, but he's crawling. Our only salvation is that the creatures are slow. If you run, it's easy to keep a distance, and in this we are masters. We understand each other without words. We stretch the chain of creatures, save mana and start firing. We know from bitter experience that at any moment other monsters can also come. Therefore, half of the reserve is an inviolable reserve. This is not a game for you, just one life, and any injury can lead to its loss. It takes about 10 minutes for the first Ent to finish off. The second one falls after him, and after an hour we finish off all. Sweat is running down his forehead, his heart is pounding, he wants to jump out and run away from the fool of the owner. Sonia is also out of breath. The fight is slow, but exhausting. Still this damn forest. Every time you have to look where you put your foot. I once fell into a hole knee-deep, still shooting pain. But the experience was well spent. Sledge and I now have 9th levels. Fat mobs got caught. And 10 average essences of nature fell from them. Are we leaving or moving on? Asks the partner. It's 11 o'clock in the evening. I suggest 20 minutes to rest and still walk. At least to understand what awaits us. Walking on the edge, Ernest. Yes, but where to go? Home? The guy grins. I remember you used to drag me towards an adventure. Now I'm you. Everything flows, everything changes, I laugh, and the guy joins. We drank water, had a snack, rested and put our thoughts in order. After the fight, every time the withdrawal. First shakes and beats, after a moment of weakness, when you want to sit down and rest. And then nothing, it's fine again. The further into the forest, the thicker the fog. It appeared somehow suddenly. 3 steps back visibility was good, adjusted for the fact that this is a wild forest, and a little forward, and that's it, you can't see more than 10 steps. Ernest, are you sure you want to move on? Clarifies Sonia. I look into the fog. And somehow it doesn't feel right. There is no signal, the terrain is changing, and who knows what awaits us ahead. Too suspicious. But one part of me wants to go ahead. The other part says it's better to go back. Okay, let's go back. We need to get a compass, and sit over the map. Where can we go at all? We turn around, go back, but the forest does not let. The fog is hanging, and it remains. We walk 100 steps, visibility only gets worse. Something is wrong here, says the partner. Listening to the wind. But he is silent. His whisper is barely audible. It feels like in thick molasses. And the more you go, the deeper you dive into it. Laughter spreads through the haze of fog. We shudder with the guy synchronously, look around. Again a laugh, from which the soul goes to the heels. You can't tell right away whether someone is laughing or the creaking of branches. So, the main thing is not to run, the guy says either to me or to himself. Stay close. Back to back. I approach my partner, another laugh is heard. Leaned on each other, there is no modesty. I feel my partner's back, so it's calmer. Everyone looks in their own direction, but there is a smoky haze around that envelopes and hides the threat from the eyes. There he is! Shouts Sonia. I turn around, peering into the fog, but no one. Now a laugh from the other side. Again peering into the void, but zero effect. Releasing a series of bullets in an arc. Unexpectedly lucky. There is one hit. The chuckle was replaced by an angry grunt. For a second, something appears out of the fog. It looks like an ancient grandmother who is so old that she hunches and reaches for the ground. Only this monster is fast and evil, playing with us. I have time to notice the name. Leshii. San, the creature is playing with us. The name of the goblin is. It seems that the goblin liked to lead travelers into the wilds. Maybe this one is the same, maybe. I'm so scared that I'll believe in Koshchai. Then we need to kill him and we can return. A good plan, only how if it doesn't show? The goblin appears from one side, then from the other. Sometimes very close. Hit him a couple of times with skills, but missed. Finally decides to show up thoroughly. Jumps out, eyes are burning, straightened up and immediately became 3 meters tall, rushes forward, exposing claws. I was scared to charge everything I could, but the spells pass through him. I mentally say goodbye to life. I don't even have time to close my eyes, as he gets to us. And it dissipates. It was an illusion, a trick to fool us. He wants us to spend our strength, I share a guess. He's good at it. Do not attack, risk. Attack, deferred risk. Then I throw fetters on him. If it slows down, it means real, if not, it means an illusion. And if he knows how to throw off the bonds, or ignore, then we are corpses. In extreme cases, there are shields. I object. Does this somehow sound like a plan? The danger is localized, this makes it less scary. Just another mob to kill and get a reward. The goblin pounces again. The bonds pass by. We save mana, he gets to us and dissipates. It's creepy to look and do nothing when a creature runs at you. But I restrain myself. The third time he attacks. He really throws off the bonds. But I notice it, as they still hang on it for a second. A battering ram in the face, and then another one to attach properly. Sonia throws a new spell. The bonds of light. They bite into it, burn it, bind it. I throw the monster with blades, carve rotten pieces of meat out of it. But the fog comes to the creature's aid. Hides it from us, takes it away. Suddenly, the goblin jumps from above. Crashes into us, throws us to the sides. It seems to have only flown 2 steps, but this is enough to lose sight of Sonya. I shout to him, but the answer is only silence. This goes on for about 10 seconds, and then a heart-rending cry of a partner is heard. Imagination draws a picture of being torn apart. I rush forward to where the sound seems to be. I stumble over the root of a tree, I fly head over heels. Then the goblin rushes, bites on the shoulder, leaves a bloody stripe. A shield in front of his muzzle so that the tooth breaks off. And then there is the same blade that enters exactly into the mouth. The creature resentfully crawls back into the fog. I note that the scream stopped exactly when the creature attacked. Morok? Most likely. I hope so. The pattern repeats. Another scream, but I keep myself in hand. Staying put. It seems that the partner is somewhere nearby, take 2 steps and you will see him. But I feel that this is a deception, I feel it in my gut. My reward was a flash of bright light in a completely different direction from where the scream came from. I risk going there and find a guy. He clashed with the creature, it presses on him, slashes with its claws. I knock down a goblin with a battering ram, throw blades. Then Sonya connects, throws rays of light. The creature fell to the ground, we piled on both sides, we spend mana generously. The forces have run out, then the creature on its last breath barely crawls away from us, dragging the body in pieces. There was a pause. There is nothing to finish off with, except with your hands, but it's too fast. You never know how the monster snaps. A minute passes, we slowly walk after the freak. As mana has accumulated, the control in the head puts an end to our dispute. Are you all right? I'm asking the guy. Yes, he just knocked me down, the shields kept me from the wound. How are you? Blood? I'll tie it up now. I looked at the wound, nothing serious. Somehow it's even customary to shed blood. Sonya quickly bandaged, the skill is there, and then regeneration will do what is needed. By morning I will be whole and healthy. We examine the corpse of the goblin and find something new. Object. The sign of the devil. Increases the chances of not getting lost in the forest. Plus 10% protection from the devil's troubles, plus 10% to the sense of direction. Bingo. That's lucky for us. We can say that this is the key to the doors of the forest. I take it in my hand and immediately the fog around seems to become clearer. And a sense of direction arises. I now know which way the exit is. I give Sana a hold, he is happy that now it will be possible to get out. Without further ado, we are moving back, but there is something strange with the road. I remember for sure that we have passed 400 meters at most. But it took us an hour to get out. An ordinary park contrasts with the place where we were. This catches the eye and is obvious even to me, a typical urban dweller. Where do you think we've been? I ask those questions at Do Not Give Rest. If I knew, Ernest. Maybe it's another world? That's what I think. But the magic of the devil should not be written off. Do you remember how it was with the cold? As the horrors were interrupted, it got warmer there. Maybe the same scheme works here. The goblins envelop the forest with fog, catch those who wander to them. This does not cancel the games with the space. I give you a tooth, they went there much less than back. Yes, there's no arguing. Next time you need to think 10 times before going deep. And what if there really is another world? After all, you can get lost. With the mark of the devil, it will be easier for us. We went back. I say optimistically, although I don't have complete confidence inside. The subway is closed, I have to take a taxi. First to one address, then to another. I want to sleep, I have no strength, but also Sonya for conspiracy. So we endure, we loop like hares. Finally, I get home and that's what's strange. I was knocked out in the car, and now I went to the shower with a cheerful. Cleaned myself up and climbed to count the jackpot. 26 small essences. 14 average. In a week I will write to the merchant, ask if he wants to buy the goods. Chapter 15. Confession and Will. When I got home, I connected to the network and saw a dozen new messages. Martha wrote, asking how are you, is it possible to visit me today? Then she added that apparently I'm busy. Damn it, and what should I answer her? As a result, I wrote that of course I would be glad to see her, the phone was turned off and it's a pity that I didn't see the messages earlier. But, considering what time it is, the girl will read the answer only tomorrow, most likely. So, I didn't wait. Went to the shower and fell asleep. The next morning we were pleased with the bonuses. Spirit, +1. Endurance, +1. Control, +1. The Will feature is open. Will is responsible for the ability to resist any influences, both magical and psychological. Will is the center of the seeker's personality, relying on which he can always preserve a part of himself. Value, 1. Unexpectedly. A gift for the battle with the devil? I am sure that he had a full effect. We need to ask Sledge if they gave him a new characteristic or not. If so, then walking through the forest will become easier. I looked at the phone, Martha read the messages, but did not answer anything. Offended? And what to do in this case? Do I need to apologize or what? Maybe she's jealous? I took a general look at our relationship, tried to look as soberly as possible. I doubt it's jealousy. Rather just busy or something. Her right. The mood rose from the bonuses, fell from the lack of messages, so the morning started with mixed feelings. But never mind, I know a great way to do. Wash up, do 100 push-ups, squats, and the same amount of abs. Cook breakfast, look at the schedule for the day and go spend your earnings on trainers. While I was looking at the schedule, I thought, who will I become? Judging by what I'm learning, then by some kind of action movie. Do I want such a life? What do I even want? What is my global goal? This strange question put me in a stupor. I used to live as I have to. I need to go to school, okay, I'll go, although I don't really want. School, house, play at the computer. Mother presses that I need to pass exams, okay, I'll pass. They tease me about choosing an institute, okay, what do I get, where do they take it? Architectural, well, let it be. And then the mother and sister died. I was left alone. The adventures of the seeker carried me away, hooked me on a needle of personal strength, adrenaline, adventure, and involvement in something secret and exciting. After all, to be honest with myself, what did I like about it? Feel important. Hero. I felt that I could do something. Like a simple feeling, but how does it beckon? I can join the fight and win. Previously, this was only available to me in games, but here life is 100 times more interesting than any game. But what's next? So I'm going to look for locations, but hunt monsters? However, this is not the worst path. But maybe he wants something more? Yes, I loaded myself thoroughly. And where do such questions come from in my head? There weren't any before. And now there is, but there are no answers. You will need to think about it properly. Can I do business? Huh, a good joke. How is it in general? What to do, where to go, what business to do? I wonder if the supply of essences from mobs is considered a business? I should Google what they write on this topic on the internet. Not on the topic of hunting, but on the topic of business, there may be an understanding of the issue. The idea to study the topic prompted me to look at something else. Can I go to some kind of training? What are they offering now? The next 2 hours of surfing on the internet blew up the brain thoroughly. Leadership training? Please. Oratorical skills? Here are a dozen sentences for you. And maybe a relationship? Do you want to establish a personal life? A pickup truck to help you. Does it work at least, or is it some kind of divorce? Okay, I'll think about this question later. It's time to go to training. Today, according to the plan, a visit to the shooting club. While getting there, I was more worried than when signing up for martial arts. Somehow, it's too much. As an adult. Weapons are another world, from which I am so far away that there is nowhere else. Correction, I was far away. But after one evil woman tried to shoot me, I realized that why not? Anything can come in handy in life. At the club, they asked me for a passport and clearly squinted at the fact that the young. But they allowed me to practice. I took an individual workout, which cost a good penny. But you also have to pay for cartridges. It's creepy, in general. The lesson started with safety. A tedious part, but important. Then how to hold, how to handle weapons, how to stand and not get killed. At the end they gave me a shot. Cool. What else can I say? I feel like a boy who got to big toys. At the end, the coach praised. Said that I quickly grasp and I'm fine with accuracy. I didn't have any shooting talents before, so I attributed it to increased opportunities thanks to the path of the seeker. After the shooting range, I immediately went to the next training session. It was a knife fighting lesson. Individual. Topic: How to survive if they want to stab you. Here the brain boiled even more. I realized how wooden my body is. Here I seem to be doing, but I'm still frankly stupid, moving slowly and uncertainly. It's easier to get me, which was demonstrated by a serious-looking guy from whom I took a lesson. But nothing will master the road. The Seeker. In the late afternoon, Martha finally wrote. And there was what I least expected to hear. Ernest, dear, I have some problems here. Can I stay with you for a couple of days? Smiley face. Yes, of course, not a question. Serious problems? Not really, but I'd rather stay at home for a couple of days. Okay. Will you tell me what happened? Nothing special. Let's talk at home, okay? Okay. Then I'll be with you in an hour and a half. You're home, aren't you? Not right now, but I'll be back by this time. Super. You're a miracle. Kiss equals asterisk. I closed the chat with the girl and thought. What kind of problems can she have? Yes, so that she does not appear at home. And, as I understand, she is going to live with me, that is, to sit in four walls and not go outside. Anxiety settled inside, but I tried to throw it away. When we meet, we will discuss what is happening. Before Martha's arrival, I managed to run into the store and collected a couple of large bags of food. If she is at my house, then we must try to make her comfortable. Maybe then she will want to visit me more often. The girl came dressed up, again in a business suit, obviously expensive, which I have not seen yet. At the same time, she looked a little confused and disheveled. As if she had been running around like crazy all day. How are you? The first thing I asked was. Yes, it's fine. Oh, you made lunch. I'm hungry as a wolf. Will you feed the poor girl? She made a plaintive face, Alia the cat from Shrek. Of course, have a seat. Water, juice, maybe tea. Is there something stronger? I wouldn't mind. Well. I'll take a look now. Got into Mom's stocks. They were not that extensive, but a couple of bottles of something strong were found there. Poured. The girl quite a bit, she drank at a time. Sighed and leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. Will you tell me what happened? Oh, Ernest. I don't want to talk about it, to be honest. You'd better tell me. Where you disappeared yesterday, what's new with you? I look at her, smiling. Such a sweet, beautiful, the very charm. Thoughts somehow went the other way by themselves. I shared with her that I decided to actively do sports. Today, I looked at the shooting range. She sighed, admired, said that I was well done. After 30 minutes of such a conversation, I could not stand it, asked again. So anyway, what happened to you? You look kind of strange. You seem to be smiling, but your thoughts are clearly not here. The girl was confused and looked at me strangely. Yes, there are problems at work. Don't worry your head. Can I go to the bathroom to lie down? Do you have any salt? No, unfortunately. Although we need to look in the lockers, maybe it's lying around somewhere. It would be great. Will you join me later? With pleasure, I smiled at her and hugged her. True, I should have a workout in half an hour, but I'll score, once you can. No, wait, Martha thought, let's go like this. Go to training, I'll wait for you here. Just rest, I'll put myself in order. And then, her finger stroked my chest and our lips met. What could motivate more? I went to training. And when I returned, Martha met me at the highest level. She arrived with a big bag and there seemed to be something sexy in it. I think it's called a negligee. The day turned out to be busy, I felt tired, but I found strength quickly. Fell asleep blissfully in the arms of a woman and felt great. I woke up, stretched and felt Marta sleeping next to me. Looked at her and admired. Face relaxed, hair scattered on the pillow, the blanket ran away again at night. And then my gaze shifted to the flashing messages. Will +3. What? From where? Thoughts rushed in confusion. I thought skills were growing. Only when you interact, so to speak, with the world of seekers. Did you fight with a mob? Did you tense up properly? Get a bonus. You can train at home, but it only works in the initial stages. I've been doing sports for the second week now, and at least 1 point of endurance has been added thanks to this. And then, immediately +3 to the will. Which? By the way, he is responsible for resisting other people's influences. His gaze fell on the girl. Gears turned in his head with a creak. By the time Martha woke up, I had been sitting in the kitchen for an hour. Brewed myself coffee, bitter, but I didn't feel it. I thought a lot. I remembered the whole experience of communicating with this girl, who is now sleeping in my bedroom, and went over the events. Where was my will, and where is her? What do I know about her? Yes, not so much, in fact. She often evaded personal questions. I didn't attach importance to this before, but now I saw. At once, if Marta didn't want to answer something, then I quickly lost interest in it and kind of forgot. Did I myself? Or was there an impact? I have only one explanation for where the increase in will came from. Yesterday, I was influenced a lot. And by a strange coincidence, there is just a mental patient with the appropriate abilities. Is everything all right? The girl asked when she entered the kitchen and saw that I was sitting here frowning. Regarding. Tell me, how many times did you try to influence me yesterday? What are you talking about? She frowned, followed by the message. The attempt of emotional influence is reflected. Martha, if you continue, then I will have to ask you to leave. The words that were given so hard hung in the air. She looked at me, I looked at her. Well, yours took. How did you learn to block? She calmly walked forward and sat down at a chair. Will you make me coffee, or am I an enemy for you now? I will do. But first answer the question. A lot. I constantly influenced you. But why? I was genuinely surprised. Honestly? I just like it. I got hooked on it like a drug, the girl grinned. Now, she looked completely different. As if a stranger was sitting in front of me. And also for the sake of pumping skills. It's not so easy to find a seeker for this. I got up and started making coffee. I need to make sense of what she said. To understand that being next to her, I was not completely myself. And how would things have turned out if not for that? How did you influence me? My feelings, are they your infatuation with me? The girl asked directly. We had never said words of love to each other before, but it turns out she knew perfectly well that I was in love. Don't worry, these are your feelings. The maximum I can do is to strengthen emotions and feelings. Don't create new ones. Yes, you yourself are aware of this skill. You really like some of its manifestations. What else was there? I tried not to be embarrassed. Motivation. I have slightly increased your desire to develop, to direct yourself in a useful direction. I'm sorry. I didn't like that you were sitting here and went out. You're quite vulnerable inside, Ernest. With no purpose, no meaning in life. I wanted to help you. For some reason, these words hurt. Did they overlap too much with my thoughts about what I live for? Why are you here? Why do you need me? I like you, is it hard to understand? She was surprised. Or do you think that I'm all such a cynical bitch that sleeps with a guy for the sake of pumping? Aren't you fucked up? Marta got angry. There was real anger in her eyes. But is it real? I didn't know. But I wanted to believe that she liked me at least a little. What are your problems? Just let's not shirk. If you want me to trust you, I need to know. Are you sure, Ernest? Do you need it? Marta looked into my eyes. Okay, if that's what you want. The truth? Yes, there's nothing much to hide. I got a job. To serious people. Using their abilities actively. Well, I ran into those who also have abilities. So I'm hiding from them until my patron settles the issues. Patron? Boss, call it what you want. Clothes, money, is it all from there? Exactly. And what kind of work is this? Don't be naive, think for yourself how you can apply the psyche. Reading thoughts and intentions, manipulation of emotions. I once helped to make a deal for several million. Not rubles. Everything is so serious there that it scares. I've already thought several times that I poked into this sewer in vain. How serious is it? It's hard to say. Don't worry. They won't look for me at you. My abilities have been detected and the patron is afraid that they will decide to steal such a valuable frame. He wanted to lock me up and not let me out, but I decided I'd better do it myself. And here I felt doubts. If everything is really like that, then it's better for her to sit under guard. Ernest, I'm sorry, I can't tell you everything. For your own good. I was immediately told that the main thing in my work is silence. I heard you. And what else can you say? Nothing. Like not everything is as tragic as it seemed. But again, is this my idea or is Martha introducing it to me? I can find out tomorrow. If the will grows, then the girl continues to manipulate me. You can stay, but under the condition. No more influences. I'll notice, sorry, but I won't be able to communicate with you. Fair enough. And thank you. The girl looked upset. But with what? That she lost my trust, or is it a shame that she got burned? My head is in a mess right now. What to do, I don't know. I don't want to be with her somehow. It's good that today is also packed all day. I packed a bag, told Martha when I'd be back and left. I hope I'll be able to sort myself out by the evening. Sports, an abundance of information, new impressions, it helped to come to my senses. In fact, Martha didn't do anything wrong to me. But she did a good thing. We hunted together, Anne. She's my first woman. For this alone, I am grateful to her for the rest of my life. Well, okay, not so much, of course, but still this moment strongly influenced me. Looking back, I see how much I have changed, and this is the merit of the girl. As if the very fact of her presence in my life stimulated activity. So there is no point in spreading resentment and sulking. I have outlined the conditions, the format of communication has outplayed. How it will be next, it depends on her. When I returned home, I met an oil painting. The girl wants to make amends and tries. Like nothing unusual. But they cooked dinner for me. Yes, it's not just pasta, but it's gone too far. You come in, sit down. What will you do? Should I put it on, or take a shower first? Marta surrounded me with attention, and I even felt awkward somehow. And what happens like that? The holiday lasted for about an hour, and then they gave me a massage. If any resentment remained with me, it disappeared. I hope that tomorrow the characteristic will not increase, otherwise we will refuse such. Well, if the will grows, then we will check it. Whether I have the courage to be decisive and stop a dangerous, but so pleasant connection. Massage smoothly flowed into erotic, but then we were interrupted. Sonia called and asked where I was and if we were going to the forest. It seems like we agreed today, but I'm suspiciously silent. Slapped my forehead and said yes, of course. When I hung up the phone, I saw Martha's very attentive look. Dear, and where are you going for the night looking? Will you take me with you? And her eyes are popping. Naked. All in massage oil. Chapter 16. Face. Hi, Martha. Hi, Sasha. We met near the entrance. I won't say that the guy was happy to replenish the team, but he agreed in the end when I asked his opinion. Considering that the psyche against the goblins is the most natural and logical. An hour ago, before I finally decided to take Martha with me, we had a conversation. I'm going hunting. How interesting. And what kind of hunt? Smiling, and in the eyes of laughter and excitement. Fruitful. I don't mind taking you, but I need information. True. Ask. The girl's fun diminished and she fell on the bed. Go ahead, burn. At the same time, she did not bother to get dressed or cover up, which was confusing. What skills do you have? What is your level and how much is in the characteristics? Wow. You want to get right into the soul. I offer you pumping and money. But my condition is trust and openness. Are you ready to disclose your indicators? Here I thought, you'll see the skills in action anyway. Come on then, tell me what you can do, and let the rest remain a secret. Don't you want to share? Well, Laudnu, she drawled, affectedly and resentfully. What will be the task? Remove illusions, suggestions, and troubles. Can you? I can. What else can you do? Yes, actually, everything. Control, suggestion, emotion management, disillusionment. The last consequence of the previous. Do you have shields? If it's magic, then no, I didn't take it. But there is a mental shield. It shields from impacts mostly, but physical damage also reflects. More precisely, you can swing it in this direction. Have you already taken this skill, or is it just an opportunity, possibility of bad? Where we go, shields are important. Yes, they are important everywhere, if you think about it. I'll think about it. So, will you take me? Where are we going? And how much time do we have? There's an hour somewhere, just in time. Yes, we'll make it. Finish what you started. The girl interrupted me and beckoned to her. And I didn't get lost. At the appointed time, we met. Equipped with experience. Camouflage clothing, food and water, compass, batteries for flashlights, matches. To take sleeping bags or something bulky, like tents, we considered it superfluous. Our strategy is a rush, loot and experience, return. If there really is a passage to another world, it's better to bypass it. Pause equals 450. Marta was brought up to date before they left, and when we got to the park, Sonia gave an additional briefing. At the same time, we discussed what and how we were doing, in what order. The girl found another useful skill, mind detection. If there is someone reasonable within a radius of 50 meters, then I will feel it, she confidently declared. Does this apply to monsters? Or only to people? The guy said matter-of-factly. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to check the New skill yet. I see. So we will understand the process. They came to the entrance to the desired zone at 9 in the evening. I looked at the gathering dusk and thought, what is it in the dark? These are not horrors, but nature. In theory they should be at any time. I mentally made a note to myself that I should come here in the morning and check how it will be. Martha felt the small spirits of the forest in advance. It was a success. Hunting in the forest turned into a pleasure trip. First small, then medium. Ants met, but they were quickly dismantled. Went like a conveyor, methodically destroying monsters and replenishing supplies. This time there were a little less mobs, but there was also enough. And then the Scarlet Zone began. The territory of the devil. He didn't keep himself waiting. Again wanted to confuse the tracks, but it was worth it the first time he attacked us. A silver-blue net broke out from Martha, clung to the goblin, entangled and nailed to the ground. I and Sonia actively poured mana and brought down murderous magic on him. 2 minutes and it's done. The goblin died before he even had time to come to us. It's easy for us, the guy said thoughtfully, I can't even believe. We suffered last time, but here. That's what preparation means. And the right composition of the team, I noticed and squinted at Marta. She smiled. Are we going to celebrate the trees? Sonia translated the topic, pretending not to notice my passage. You can. But I already know which way to go. By the way, another amulet fell from the devil. At this moment I was just checking the monster carcass. Essence and skip. I already had one, I gave the second one to the guy. Martha asked what kind of thing it was and wanted the same one when I told. Promised to give it to her if it still falls out. We decided not to go deep into the forest, but along the forest. Focusing on the feeling of an exit, I directed the squad to the left. And so the clearing of the forest went. We met 3 more goblins. A pass fell from each. One, as promised, I gave to Martha, the rest I will offer for sale. At some point, the end of the forest was outlined. The scarlet part began to wane, again there were ants, medium spirits, and small things. The connection is working, let's see where we are. The guy suggested. And after a minute he replied, if you believe the signal, then not so far from the place where they entered. But we've been walking for 2 hours. So the space is distorted after all? What are you guys talking about? Yes, we have a suspicion that some kind of game is happening in this forest with distances, I shared my doubts. Mysticism. Exactly. What, are we going back and going deeper? The partners nodded and the path continued. For another hour in the other direction, a couple of killed goblins, and the fog in the forest abruptly dissipated, as if someone switched the switch. The pressure also dropped, no more pressure on the head. The campaign soaked a critical mass of goblins. I shared my thought. Why critical? The fog has weakened. If the goblins are responsible for it, then they have killed enough to stop their strength. Maybe all of them, or maybe not. That's why I say that the critical conversations helped. To pass the time, calm the nerves, just to understand that everything was fine. While each of us continued to closely monitor the surroundings. As we moved deeper into the forest, the territory changed. After the Scarlet Zone, the trees were less frequent. Glades appeared, if these gloomy bald spots can be called that. Snags, dead trees, ravines, there was no smell of a park here. But it smelled different: desolation. Decay. This word best described what the wind brought to me. The final point was the crater. The ground sloped sharply and was dotted with branching short trees that seemed to be looking down. Hundreds of scarecrows encircled this crater, which was visible from the slope. The size of a football field, the moonlight illuminated it and made it especially gloomy. Ideal scenery for horror films. "Are we really going there?" the girl asked timidly. I myself felt that this place smells of trouble. Most likely there is a higher spirit, so yes. I was the first to step down. I felt the ground with my foot. It seems stable, but it's worth being careful. After a dozen steps I got used to it, and the angle of descent decreased. "Let's go," stay close, peering into the darkness with double effort. I'm wrapped in a shield, listening to what the wind whispers. Sonia walked around me and came forward. Around him is a golden shield. He is like a beacon, lets those present understand where we are. A conscious move. Thanks to the light, we will see in advance who will come to us. He's right. Showed up in the sensitivity zone, Marta says quietly. The voltage is increasing. Coming to us, now it will appear. Another whisper. I look into the darkness and notice a figure. Something big is crawling towards us. It rises above the trees, they seem to part before the monster. Sonia threw a firefly, an ordinary clod of mana, but it is enough to see properly who is coming to us. And regret that we bothered him. The Supreme Spirit of Nature. Reads the inscription. Directly talks about impending problems. The spirit is similar to those things that are shown in westerns. Tumbleweeds are called. A giant ball of branches is rolling towards us. To call it a ball is to generalize strongly. Rather, it is a lump of branches, foliage, grass, and who knows what else. The spirit has limbs, but even this is relative, because it is mobile, rebuilds. Like viscous water, only wooden. From the outside, it looks like a continuous regrowth of new branches. They cling to the ground and drag the main carcass. 5 meters in height and width, it looks impressive. Are we retreating and dragging him along? The guy throws and starts backing away. There is no need for an agreement, the tactics have been worked out. Our experience says that the monster weakens away from its habitat. But where would there be if the spirit agreed to let us go? I feel something tugging at my pant leg, and then once again. I glanced at it. Grass is climbing out of the ground and young shoots of gray color that want to braid. I beat with a blade, I cut the most brazen. "Run!" Martha shouts. The three of us rushed, only the heels sparkle. But the surprises don't end there. Now the trees themselves are stretching, trying to stick sharp branches. I almost lost my eye, barely missed. Lost my way, almost stumbled, for which I paid. A branch scratched my shoulder, so much so that it tore my jacket. I feel warm blood running through my skin. Breaking through with a fight. I throw blades, Sonia beams, Marta runs after us. The trees are getting impudent, behave like rabid hedgehogs. As if I was in a needle factory, so there are many options for what to run into. There is no way out, we run around in circles, Sonia pronounces a verdict after a minute. And indeed, instead of lifting, we walk in circles. "Martha, do you feel the impact?" I ask the girl, and I look around to see where the spirit is hiding there. Yes, but I can't remove. There is some other principle of influence, not on the head. Damn, we'll have to wet the creature on its territory, I say fatally. Turn around and move back. Evaluate the odds, the type of opponent, and decide on the move to throw for skill points into the vortex. Damage increases to 64, and the cost drops to 30 mana points. Not God knows what, but I have enough for a dozen spells, and then I can beat every 2 minutes. Painfully long, but this is the best option. The monster is already nearby, in a hurry, who happily devour the impudents that have wandered into his forest. From a distance of 30 meters, I throw a whirlwind right into his mouth. He swallows, and I see dust splashing out of his body. It went well, the monster slowed down already. Then Sonya strikes. A ray of light bursts into the mouth, a ball swells there, and an explosion is heard. The spirit is almost torn into 2 parts, and I add 3 more blades. 2/3 of the carcass remains from the terrifying monster, and even then torn. I was hoping for a victory, but he begins to recover. Trees reach out to him, he rips them out right by the root and absorbs them into his structure. I look at it with horror. Out of the corner of my eye I notice that the others are in shock. Sonya is frowning, and Marta opened her mouth. It will be hard, I tell them. The girl hangs up the bonds, the recovery rate slows down. I and Sonya actively invest mana and extinguish pockets of resistance. The spirit backs away, crawls towards the forest and new trees. There are hundreds of them, so we try to interfere. After 2 minutes, a stalemate is formed. 1/3 of the spirit is whole, but he manages to escape and hide in the dark part of the pit. We are standing, waiting for our strength to recover. In principle, this devil is not as terrible as it seemed. 20 minutes to fully recover. The spirit returns after 10, when the mana is slightly more than half. It has changed. The volume has become smaller, but the thickness has increased. Heavy tree trunks are now like armor to him. The second round begins. I try all the spells. Bullets to him that's spitting. Does some damage, knocks out a couple of splinters, but that's it. Blades are better. I successfully hit and cut one of the logs. The ram is even better, impresses the creature, drives into the ground and slows down. But from the vortex of blades there is 0 sense, pause equals 450, he breaks off on. Massive logs that the spirit has covered himself with, only scratches, and cuts down small branches. If you hit him in the forehead, then you need point spells, not aerial. But who said that you need to attack only head-on? I shout to Sana to break through the armor. The guy throws a ball of light, the explosion and the logs diverge for a second. Into this gap and a whirlwind flies in, warps the insides. The spirit is furious, rushes to us, but Marta reliably restrains it. Slows down enough to calmly move away and keep a distance. We work according to the usual scheme. Clearly and methodically. Groping for the best way to beat him. Tactics with breaking through and throwing a whirlwind into a tender belly came to taste, we attack now only with it when mana accumulates. Probably, if I ever tell this story, I will tell you what a heroic confrontation it was. But no, if the truth is, it was only at the beginning. When we got into the pace, it turned into a routine. The main ambush is a thick monster and is recovering. And mana is not rubber. Therefore, he crawled away from us to recover, then we ran around in circles to accumulate strength. In the end, the spirit devoured most of the forest and in the end, could not crawl away. It was too far away. So they finished him off. Overtook and ground into dust. Level 10 has been obtained. The element core has been obtained. The skill, Whirlwind of Blades, received level 7. The skill, Air Blade, received level 7. The skill, Ram, got level 7. Congratulations, you have reached the first threshold. The initial transformation of the Seeker is available. Quite rubbing my hands. It's nice to have him. What a long way has been done for these numbers. Congratulations to each other on the victory. I'm starting the core of the element right away for promotion. Now, thanks to victories over other seekers, I have 5 out of 10. 5 more victories, and there will be a new rank in the element. Let's go check what's in the center. And will we close the location? Asking a question. I should, says Sonia, but I feel doubts in his voice. Well, yes. But you can also wait. I suggest you find out how much mining costs. If anything, we will always have time to close. In a week, for example. Guy with doubts, but nods. Martha too. We go to the center. And there are ripples. Space is shaking like a crooked mirror. Only it's not a reflection, but something else. The world is different. Do you see it too? The girl asks in confusion. Yeah. There is something to precipitate from. On the other hand, the forest is visible. A giant forest expanse. Which, in principle, cannot be here, in this pit. I come a little closer to examine the details. They offer me to close the edge, but I refuse. If you can hunt here, then why not? We have reduced the population, almost nothing threatens people, so money will not be superfluous. And the experience, what no? We have seen enough of another world, and this, as I understand it, is it. There are no other options especially. We went back. We go, listen to the rustles and here's the strangeness. It seems like we just killed, defeated various monsters, but still, it's scary at night in the forest. I understand with my mind that we are doing a good job with Martha to control the situation, but still. Fear inside buzzes, excites, makes you fear the night forest. Relaxed only at the end. At first the usual park appeared, and with it the paths, and the lanterns that illuminated the road. A trifle, but it's nice and somehow calmer at once. We go to the exit, go through the gate, then through the parking lot, go to the nearest yards, and you can call a taxi. The loot is in the backpack. As soon as I come home, I'll count. A big jackpot pleasantly warms the soul. Martha comes up, took her hand a little and said faintly. We are being watched by 3. From the car on the right. Dark Jeep. Don't look there. I restrain myself not to twitch and continue to look straight. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice which car we are talking about. We turn slightly to the side, we bypass it. I throw a casual glance, barely smeared, but tried to remember the details. Tinted windows. It is not visible who is there and whether there is anyone at all. But I believe the girl. Problems are not long in coming. The door opens and 3 men climb out. Dressed differently. Like ordinary people from the street, the style is free. But the make and cost of the car hint, it's not punks from the streets. Hey, young people, wait. Can you tell me something? There is a question. Says the blonde. Leather jacket. He looks about 30 years old. Smiles kindly. Even I, as a guy, note that the man is handsome. He exudes kindness. The real soul of the company. The rest are somehow lost against his background. Uncle, we are in a hurry, Martha answers in a sweet voice and continues to walk on. I understand, but I won't take much time. The blonde continues in an unctuous voice. Somehow, quickly they find themselves next to us. There is no point in continuing to walk, a group of strangers has caught up with us. What do you want? Sonia asks rudely. And tell me, where are you so smart from? Here he stares intently at our camouflage clothes, dirty and crumpled. Are you coming? What's it to you? The guy still answers dryly. Yes, it's very interesting. My friends also walked in this park, but they disappeared. He spreads his hands, and there is real concern on his face. It's a pity, of course, but what do we have to do with it? Sonia is standing in front. Marta and I are on the sides. While these two are talking, I'm examining the other men. One completely inconspicuous. Look constantly slips off him. And the second ordinary. Except that he is wearing a jacket, while the rest are more in a sporty style. Yes, here's a strange coincidence. You're walking here. They walked here. We thought you might be aware of. So the park is public. There are a lot of people walking here. Shrugs Sonia. Public. This is if you just take a walk. And so this territory is occupied. I don't understand what it's about, the guy shrugs again. You don't look like a fool, says the one in the jacket. And instead of 1,000 other words, a light appears in his hand. None of us raised an eyebrow. This is also an eloquent answer. It's you who don't understand something, I decide to intervene. In this forest for the first time. We didn't see any other seekers. Where did your friends go? Well, there are enough dangers. Spirits, goblins. Goblins? The one in the jacket raises an eyebrow, so you've reached them, too? The troika looks at us with a new look. Evaluating. Did you think we were chasing small spirits? Then how will they be surprised if they find out that they have passed the whole forest? Maybe they have, maybe not, retorts Sonia, this is our business. Do you have another question? If not, then have a good day. Of course, there is, the jacket grins, you heard, gentlemen, and the lady, this is our territory. You can't take and use it like that. Hand over the loot that you received and go in peace. And if not, then what? The guy frowned. And so am I. Guys, you don't want any problems, do you? The blonde man smiles discouragingly. We will become a problem for you if you don't fuck off. I step forward and am surprised at myself. Anger is boiling inside. Did we risk it for nothing? Fuck them, not the loot. And you are bold, the blonde tries to smile kindly. Max, don't bother with them. Says the jacket. Kid, let's fight. Whoever wins gets the loot. Mining, and so we have. What will your bet be? Insolent, hisses the jacket. I want to throw a bullet in his forehead, but I restrain myself. I stand straight, look them in the eye. The blonde winces, as if it's all unpleasant for him. The jacket is angry, looks contemptuously. And the third one seems to be on the sidelines. It's easy to forget about him, as if he's not here. What do you have? The blonde is trying to defuse the situation, so that we understand what the level of the bet is. The goblin's medallion? I throw at random and the situation immediately changes. Condescension leaves the views. They are looking seriously now. Overestimate. I thought for a second that the blonde would refuse it all. Okay. We have something to offer. The mind medallion gives 10% protection from influences. Is it a deal? I'm willing to bet that Marta tensed up inside. But she didn't show the view. Deal. Who am I going to fight? What about you? Challenging the jacket. He grimaces, but agrees. I'm not just so audacious. Only I have experience in fights with seekers. And to substitute friends. No. Are you sure? Sonia turns to me and asks with his lips. I silently nod to him. We part ways with the jacket. The distance is 10 meters. The blonde asks if they are ready and reminds us that it is desirable to do without killing. Both nod and he gives the go-ahead. Chapter 17. Duel. The opponent takes off his jacket, throws it into the car. Under him is a white shirt on which he rolls up his sleeves. While looking at me. For a second it seems that there is a flash of fire in his eyes, but this is only a glare from the lantern. An adult man, wealthy, a watch on his hand and bursting with high prices, emphasize the arrogant look. The owner of life was going to put in place a kid in dirty clothes that doesn't even have a job. Stood opposite each other, 10 steps between us. I'm worried, my heart is pounding, but I'm ready to fight. Anger accelerates fear, attention narrows to the enemy. The blonde gave the go-ahead. Streams of air swirl around me, fire breaks out in the hands of the enemy. Inhale and a fiery arrow breaks out from his palms. This is enough to at least burn a person. I take an arrow on the windshield and throw a bullet in the opposite direction. The jacket dodges. Another couple of such exchanges. I'm waiting for the opponent to do. He's angry because I'm standing still and calmly repel his attacks, while he has to jump. I don't see his defense, so I'm afraid to attack. But it is also dangerous to delay. The trigger was anger that distorted the man's face. Nerves gave way, and I struck ahead of time. I throw a weakened battering ram. This goldfinch is thrown back and dragged along the ground. The white shirt is stained and torn into rags. A strange effect of my magic. She kept her body, but turned her clothes into dust. The fire seeker somehow rises with a bleary look. Perplexity first appears on his face, then annoyance, and then rage. A fiery whip is borne in his hands, with which he strikes in my direction. The scarlet whip cuts through space. In a second it turns out to be nearby, but it gets stuck in the shield of air. I throw the blade and cut it, the flow of flame dissipates. Another battering ram and the enemy is slammed into the asphalt again. He's yelling, his friends are twitching, but they stay in their places. I'm waiting for any dirty tricks from them. We know they passed. Give up, I shout to the magician. But he gets up. Leans first on his hand, and then rises to one knee. Brings his palms together, spreads them to the side, and there is a scarlet flower that looks like a phoenix. I throw the shield forward, put it right in front of the spell for a second, before it breaks. Obviously, I wanted to hit something killer. So it is. Two skills collide. The bird explodes, but the shield protects, reflects the fire, and it falls on the magician himself. A man broke out like a match. Yelling, screaming in pain, rolling on the asphalt, trying to knock down the flame. But where there, the fire holds, evil devours the flesh of a magician who could not cope with his own element. Then the blonde runs up. In the hands of a fire extinguisher, fills the goldfinch with foam. He gradually calms down and seems to calm down. For me, a bonus in the next second falls on the skill point and characteristics. I look carefully at the two remaining. But those are calm. Behave peacefully. The second one, the one that is quiet, takes out some kind of bottle and gives the victim a drink. I don't believe my eyes, but it's a fact, his wounds in front of his eyes are overgrown. Not completely, but enough for the terrible burns to disappear and be replaced by the skin of a person slightly burned in the sun. A man is helped up. He leans on the blonde, his gaze clears. I'm standing, waiting for the promised. The blonde caught my eye, reaches into his bosom, pulls out a pendant. But the fire mage catches his hand. Fuck them. We'll do without him. He throws evil. There was a deal, I say calmly. And what? The magician frowned. Walk away from here, guy. The blonde looks at me, then at the magician. He hesitates. He is curious about how it will end. I release a bullet into the knee of a goldfinch. He takes it back, the bone shatters. Yells a good obscenity. Hold them. I'm straining, ready for anything. Almost. Inconspicuous disappears, and the next second turns out to be next to Marta. I notice him when I look around. Sonia was wrapped in a shield of light. You can't approach him like that, but the girl was standing quietly. In the hands of an inconspicuous knife. The face is cold-blooded, as if nothing is happening. The blade rests on the girl's throat. I swallow, because I don't know what to do. But Martha understands herself. Inconspicuous measurement. She calmly pushed his hand away and turned. Then she plunged the blade into the neck. So much so that the blood splashed in all directions. Then she kicked her knee in the balls and pushed the man away. He collapsed, hands holding his throat. But he managed to get a bottle out of his pocket. He lavished generously on the wound, it began to seize right in front of his eyes. So he will survive. When I realized that everything was fine with the girl, I got angry. Not at her, but at these freaks. Their friends were freaks, and these are the same freaks. I clench my fists, turn to the blonde. He is still standing next to the fiery magician, he is holding on to the shattered knee. I ram both into the asphalt, the cracks diverge along it. The blonde used to be handsome, now the muzzle is soft-boiled, some of the teeth spit out. I go up to him, find the amulet and take it for myself. The reward is a reward. With a bonus, one more point fell. So the victory was counted. We have to leave. But there is a sudden desire to punish. It's too much to kill, but the car. Another battering ram and crushes the wheelbarrow. Glass shattered, the doors are warped. You will have to pay a penny to restore. We're leaving, I throw to my own and hurriedly move away from this ill-fated parking lot. 15 minutes later they disappeared into the courtyards, but tried to get lost there. Asked Martha how she was, the girl replied that she was fine. But Sonia looked thoughtful. When they moved away from the scene of the skirmish, he could not stand it and gave out. And what the hell was that? Met other seekers, I answer him on the move and glance. The guy is clearly excited. Fuck them, freaks. Why did you break the car? The question sounded indignant. Indeed, why? If I say that I wanted to, it will sound childish. What I thought was so right, too brazenly. Sonia did not wait for an answer, saw that I had gone into myself and was silent, and continued to express. Okay, a fight, they ran into it themselves. Although this is enough for them to open a hunt for us. They saw faces, so when they find it, it's a matter of time. But why the wheelbarrow? And your final blow, you almost killed them. I freaked out the blow, I honestly admit. I was afraid that they would attack again. Once was enough. Sonia squints at Marta and is silent. And about the car? They would have been looking for us anyway. As they said there. Their territory, pay tribute. Do you think they would let us go so easily? And a wheelbarrow is a way to show that it is more expensive to meddle with us. Ernest is right. I caught a few thoughts. They would have been looking for us, Marta took my side. Oh, that's disgusting, spat Sonia. We walked on in silence. Getting into a taxi next to the park is still stupid. Considering how noticeable a trinity we are. So we walked a block, then hitched a ride, paid heavily from above, then another transfer, the third and only after that we were at home, almost in the morning. No one argued against conspiracy. When you have enemies, it's better to be careful. Sonia went home in a bad mood. Said that tomorrow we will write off and discuss, now it's too much to say on emotions. I went with Martha to throw things off, quickly took a shower and both fell asleep. I woke up and checked the messages first. Spirit +3. Control +2. Will +2. Dexterity +1. Normally so. I was thinking about the will of Martha affected, or is it the merit of the goblins? And after all, there is no way to check. The increase is small, so you can write off a hike in the forest. The girl is still sleeping, I looked at the time, it's time for lunch, we slept through breakfast safely. Decided to arrange a day off. But first, I found an amulet and put it on my neck. Let it be. When a psychic is nearby, such a thing is the first thing. The description confirmed that it gives 10% protection against any mental influences. When Martha woke up, she cast an ironic glance at the trinket. Don't you trust me? And that's what to answer here. If I say yes, he will be offended. If I say that I trust, then there is no this. There are 80%. I trust, but it won't be superfluous, I answer neutrally. And if I tell you something, will you start trusting me more? And again a smile. Promising. Tell me. I nod to her on a chair and put the kettle on. Breakfast? Yes, will you cook it? Or should I? And then, to be honest, you are not very good at. Well, I pretend to be upset, although I do not suffer from overestimation of my culinary abilities. They are still in the bud. In general, I scanned these guys well yesterday. Especially when you took the amulet from the blonde. And what did you find there? Yes, a lot of interesting things. There's a whole group of them. 15 people. 3 of them recently disappeared. Presumably in this forest where we were. Do you know anything about this by any chance? She looks me intently in the eyes. Ernest, I don't even need magic to see the answer. Will you tell me? Nothing to tell. Met in the forest. They got to the bottom of it. They wanted to arrange duels in turn. But in the process, the 3 of them attacked one. I frown, remembering what happened. And? I came out of the forest, they didn't. That's all. Wow. The girl looks at me in a new way. And I won't say that I like it. Okay, that was, she continues after a long minute. They assumed that those who had sorted out their friends would also start hunting in the forest. So they decided to arrange a watch. First 2 suspicious guys were seen a couple of days ago. Today, we were met. Then you know. But there is something else. Have you seen healing potions? Of course. Priceless thing. Exactly. I know where they mine such. Oops, I jump up. That's the news. And where is it? Sochi, Krasnaya, Polyana, in the mountains. I'm falling into a precipitate. I thought it was somewhere here in Moscow, but it turns out like this. They go on business trips once a week. Collect delicious. I'm sure such potions are very expensive on the market. I highlight the word very with the intonation. And I think so. How about going on vacation? There's just beauty now, and I haven't had a rest for a long time. Are you kidding? Just like that and go? And why not? You wanted to earn, so here it is, a chance. For 3 days, you can definitely go. And it's better for a week. It's better not to go into the forest now anyway. Damn, you're right. They'll probably be waiting for us near the forest. But another city. I figured out the options. Although I didn't figure anything. Before that, I went only with my mother, and here I am traveling independently. With a girl. For hunting and fighting. And where has life taken me? And on the other hand, if you make healing potions, then God be with them, money, they will also be useful to yourself. They will greatly simplify the hunt. Any error will cease to be fatal. In principle, I agree. We need to ask Sledge if he will go with us. Ask, the girl shrugged her shoulders. She didn't care about the guy. I contacted him, found out how things were. He answered sparingly, and in 5 minutes he answered the offer to go to another city with a categorical refusal. I explained that it could be profitable, but he refused. So what? Marta said to this, so let's go together. We don't have to kill the strongest creature. So there's enough change. That's right. Word for word, we moved on to the fees. Marta took over the organization. Bought plane tickets, booked a hotel, helped pack things. The trip is scheduled for tomorrow. Estimated finances. The funds earned on the path of the seeker remained fine, so I decided not to hand over the loot yet. I'm sure the merchant will also ask us. And who knows what their relationship is? Maybe it's their bosom friend who will be happy to share information. On the other hand, but what's wrong? They already know my face, so what can a reseller tell them? Anyway, I will refuse to rush, especially since my thoughts are now busy with the upcoming trip. Everything is ready. We will stay in the mountains, almost next to the place where they hunted. There is a hotel even closer, but it's a risk, you know. Tomorrow we will fly. Are you ready for a vacation? Marta smiles, pushing the laptop away from her and closing the tabs with hotels. Always ready, I jokingly reply with it. Although there are strange sensations inside. I'm flying somewhere like this. Amazing. Great. Departure tomorrow morning, so you'll need to get up early. As you say. I shrug my shoulders. Earlier, so earlier. Listen, Ernest. I want to offer you something. To finally eliminate misunderstanding between us. What is it? I was wary. Will training. I'm trying to introduce a thought to you, you resist. So you can develop this characteristic. I was thinking. Where there is one thought, there is a place for others. What prevents a girl from manipulating me under the guise of caring? On the other hand, why would she do that? Just like that? Because I'm super important to her? Or for someone else? Thank God you are smart enough not to overestimate your importance. I remember that I am an ordinary young guy who by chance achieved success on the path of the seeker. Well, maybe it's not an accident, maybe I can do something myself, but this does not cancel the question, but why should Marta manipulate me? In addition, if it is possible to develop the will, then all subsequent suggestions will come to naught. And not only her, but also other psychics. Okay, I agree. After a couple of minutes I nod at the girl's suggestion. She smiles. Then you need to choose the idea that we will implement. To begin with, you can do something simple that you are definitely aware of as someone else's. For example, how about Ernest the Fool? Looks serious, but at the same time his eyes gleam maliciously. That's troll. Well, let's try. I take the idea with skepticism, but it will probably be informative. We sit, drink tea. Martha looks at me, studies. I'm sitting alert, waiting. And then, like a bolt from the blue, the thought shoots out, what a fool I am. I was already startled, so it was suddenly. Did you overdo it? The girl is worried. A little bit. Like being hit on the head. And how much will you have? 6, I decide to admit, and again I wonder how much this is my decision. I sigh heavily and throw out thoughts about manipulations. Including those who say that throwing them out can also be a suggestion. So you can go crazy if you don't trust yourself. It won't be enough, but nothing will fix it. How much do you have? 29, the girl smiles modestly. Not bad. Very even. And when did it have time to develop like this? I would like to see her characteristics and skills. Let's do it again. She offers and I nod. We sit for about an hour, playing. I now know what to expect, but still, every time like the first. Sudden thoughts that are so similar to mine. This is an unusual experience. Indeed, it is difficult to trust yourself. It makes you wonder, what is mine and what is not? What could possibly be personally mine? If you remember, a lot of different thoughts are born in your head during the day. Smart, stupid, strange. But is it all mine? I asked Martha what she thinks about it. Maybe a student of the psychology faculty is better versed in the question of how to understand herself. Oh, Ernest, you asked a million questions. Now, I will gather my thoughts and try to explain. Pour water, for now, please. If you look closely, you will notice that thoughts, and emotions too, you realize after the fact. For example, you are going to the subway and there was a wild idea to spit in the face of the person opposite. But you don't do that, do you? No. You are most likely studying this thought, surprised by it, maybe even ashamed of it, or vice versa. It seems funny. But catch the idea. There is a thought, and then you choose how to react to it. Similarly with feelings. You felt something and choose how to react to it. You wanted to go to the toilet, after all, you didn't immediately lower your pants. And you choose the right place. This is one of the differences between a person and an infantile, the comprehension of their feelings, emotions and thoughts, their adequate expression. And infantiles like to splash out an incoherent stream on anyone. I had a friend like that. Marta sighed and rolled her eyes. Her next boyfriend will leave, and she's like, let's all whine and complain that men are goats. It turns out that thoughts are not me. In general, yes. A bunch of different game can be born in your head, which does not characterize you in any way. Imagine that you have a TV and you click channels. If you accidentally turned on some bad movie, does that characterize you? No. You just switch channels further. But if you have a selection of your favorite movies, then this already applies more to you, shows your tastes. In life, this is shown by your actions. You can think whatever you want, the question is, what are you doing? I sort of figured it out. Thoughts and feelings need to be studied so that I don't think. The question is, what am I going to do with it? Exactly. I can introduce any idea to you, but that doesn't mean that it needs to be accepted and implemented, does it? You decide for yourself. In part, my influence works due to zero reflection in people. Few people have the skill to observe themselves, and even more so to understand. Well, it's clear. So, then how do I figure out who I am? How to understand yourself? After training with you, I have doubts about where is mine and where is someone else's. Are you dizzy? The girl grinned. Don't worry, so most people. Just don't think about it. And yet? How to understand yourself? I don't know, to be honest. I myself am still trying to understand myself and constantly learn something new. If we talk in clever words and describe how a person works, then there is a certain structure. It can be described by questions: who am I, what am I, how do I react, what values and principles do I have, what is important to me. More precisely, the structure is somewhat different. It's me who am interfering with everything here, but you can think about these questions. And if there are no answers? I thought, trying to immediately decide what to be. So look for. Do you think everyone has them? No, of course. Personally, my opinion is that everyone himself, if he needs, is looking for answers to these questions. You can take someone else's opinion, live by it, but then you are a weak and dependent being. You want to be a person, form your own opinion, values, and life principles. I'm hung up from the information that fell out on me. And really, who am I? Ernest? A man? A young guy? A wind mage? The seeker? All together and no one separately? Each of the answers did not suit until the end. And what am I? Timid, insecure, sometimes bold, sometimes arrogant. But this is my view of myself. And how do others see me? The principles are even more difficult. It seems that before all this nonsense with hunting began, I didn't have them. I lived as I had to. I hung out in games. I did what my mother asked. What a pathetic and weak creature I was then. When I remember, it already becomes a shame. And it's only been nothing, a month and a half somewhere. And now? Principles appeared? I tried to look into myself, but I didn't find unambiguous answers. Is being strong a principle? Strive for strength? I feel like there's a whole untilled field. To think and think. So far I can say that I have a development value. It seems quite important. Training, hunting, skills, and earnings appeared. At least something. While I grab hold of this value, let it be a springboard for the subsequent formation of myself. Shall we continue training? I turned to Martha, after I had been sitting in thought for 20 minutes. So the second round began. It took another hour for me to confidently learn to distinguish someone else's rude thought. And then Marta switched to a more subtle effect. Now the thought was not concrete, but as if streamlined. She formed an idea in my head, and added details around it. I might have thought, learning is good. But I don't study enough. Here I am a fool that I pay so little attention to studying. I should have more. Otherwise, I'm completely stupid. And he didn't give flowers to the girl, he was a fool. Sometimes Marta acted a little rougher and I emerged from the pool of my thoughts, could distinguish someone else's influence. And sometimes I believed in what I was thinking. Especially if she was picking up logical arguments. The more harmonious the thought, the easier it is to assimilate. This is just about what I told you earlier. If an idea rigidly goes against the values and principles of a person, then it will cause resistance. As defective. It will be isolated, given low priority and sent to scrap. Therefore, the simplest thing is light touches, and it is necessary to send a person a little to the side. Rough impact, even without will, can be blocked and ignored. How much time did you devote to this, so that you figured it out? I was surprised. All the time, earnest. Used every opportunity. The only thing that stopped me was the lack of mana. But thanks to hunting with you, we managed to almost solve this issue. If you only knew how much more literature I have rummaged through in recent days. Now, I have a new look at Martha. It turns out that she is a fanatic. Suddenly. I thought, to be honest, that she was an ordinary girl, and here is such progress and takeoff. What is her real strength? The training continued until the very night. Martha literally squeezed me dry, so much so that my head ached. Interrupted only for lunch and dinner, and the rest of the time, training. The effect on emotions was connected to complex thoughts. Suddenly, I could feel a sharply increased feeling. Especially Marta fell in love with provoking me to sexual desire. At the same time, she rejected the offer to implement it, only laughed and immediately extinguished this desire. With horror and admiration, I watched her use this terrible force. Impressive. Very. And I was incredibly grateful to the girl. Developed characteristics are good. But even better, I also internally trained. To manage myself. Track thoughts, feelings, emotions and desires. To separate where is mine and where is someone else's. It felt like I was building a fortress inside myself. Suggestion of thought is not a panacea. As Marta said, you cannot force a person to do something against his will. The task of the psyche is to direct personal will, so that a person decides and wants. This was aerobatics. By the evening they were playing for money. The bet was 50,000 rubles. Marta in every possible way inflamed the desire to give them to her, but I resisted as much as I could. At the end of the day, I was literally squeezed out like a lemon. So I turned off with pleasure, even I ran out of energy to think about tomorrow's trip. And in the morning a message came. Will +5. The value of the characteristic exceeded 10, which gave a passive skill, a strong-willed effort that allows you to reset any effects at the moment with a 10% chance. Not bad. Took a look at the characteristics. I invested 4 free points in intelligence. I need at least 40 points in it to open access to new skills. And also increase control. The will developed to 10 opened a new branch of the summoning. There were 2 skills there so far. Bird of the Air creates a small aerial bird suitable for exploration. You can also attack, but the damage will be weak. The cost of the call is 100 mana. Air Elemental, there is already a combat use. He has a base damage of 20, and the cost of summoning is 300 mana. This beast lasts for an hour in the basic value without bonuses, after which it disappears. So you can't immediately tell how useful will be, except to call it in advance, send it in front of you and hide behind. Gritting my heart, I took both skills. They need to be developed. Over time, this can become a great help. I saved 1 point in reserve. Suddenly, I need some skills sharply. The only thing that was confusing was the postscript. If the will of the summoned creature turns out to be greater than that of the summoner, it will be able to attack. Therefore, I will move on to training after we develop the will with Martha, perhaps. Now my characteristics looked like this. Level 10. Spirit 33, 363 mana. Intelligence 30. Endurance 26. Power 10. Dexterity 7. Control 16. Will 11. Points of characteristics 0. Skill points 1. Defeated followers 7. Air Bullet. Level 8. Rank 5. Bonus plus 50%. Damage 16.1. Range 31.5 meters. Mana costs 5. Air Blade. Level 7. Rank 1. Bonus plus 10%. Damage 26.6. Range 26.9 meters. Mana costs 13.6. Air Ram. Level 7. Rank 1. Bonus plus 10%. Damage 39.9. Range 27.6 meters. Mana cost 17.9. A Whirlwind of Blades. Rank 4. Bonus plus 40%. Level 7. Damage 74.8. Range 39.1 meters. Cost 26.4. The Listener. Rank 0. Air Purification. Rank 0. Morok. Rank 0. Level 5. Duration 6 seconds. Range 22.5 meters. Cost 30. Wind Shackles. Rank 0. Level 5. Damage 8.8. Range 22.5 meters. Cost, 30. Wind shield. Rank 0. Level 5. Protection, 26%. Duration, 22.5 seconds. Cost, 10. Air shield. Rank 0. Level 5. Protection, 37.5. Duration, 22.5 seconds. Cost, 20. Visibility distortion. Rank 0. Level 5. Distortion, 22.5%. Duration, 22.5 seconds. Cost, 50. Bird of the air. Rank, 0. Level, 1. Duration, 90 seconds. Cost, 100. Air elemental. Rank, 0. Level, 1. Damage, 30. Duration, 90 minutes. Cost, 300. It's nice that the bonuses from the rank in the element also worked for the call. Martha stirred nearby and sleepily asked what time it was. I replied that it was time to get up and leave. She mumbled something, but after a couple of minutes she got up. So our journey began. Chapter 18. Mountains. While we were getting to the airport by taxi, I remembered another thing that flew out of my head. Because at the 10th level they reported that the first threshold had been reached, and with it the initial transformation of the seeker was available, I started looking for a description and found out that this is a restructuring of the body in order to adapt to changes. It was recommended to allocate 12 hours in which the body will be stationary. I asked Martha if she had such an opportunity. The girl confirmed that yes. Means she also has the 10th level, and we can assume that somewhere she swung without us. For a couple of minutes I thought what kind of life a girl has, that she has time everywhere, but then I threw thoughts out of my head. Ernest, we can go to Sochi as soon as we land and check in. You help me, and I'll help you. We'll keep an eye on each other. Okay, I agreed, considering the prospect that I would be in the complete power of someone else. But either that, or put it off for some more time and ask someone else. For Sonia, unless. Got to the airport. I have one small suitcase, Martha also has one, but a big one. I drag both. It seems we are going for quite a bit, but she has collected things thoroughly, with the words, "We will combine the useful with the pleasant and arrange a rest for ourselves." I thought that the girl would have to be taken somewhere and regretted that I did not sell the loot. Money would help in this matter. But let's see how it goes. How much should I spend on a girl on vacation? I don't know yet. It will be a new experience for me. During the flight, they continued to train their will. Marta said that her characteristic also increased by 1 point thanks to this, so she is interested in continuing. Notice that it became more difficult to influence me, and I began to notice alien influence more and more often. It felt like touching. Only not physical, but psychological and emotional. Also a new experience for me. We flew safely, then took a taxi to Krasnaya Polyana. I'm here for the first time, so I looked with curiosity at the approaching mountains. What can I say? Beauty. And somewhere among this beauty there is a necessary and very valuable place that had to be found. While driving, I Googled the news for the last couple of months. All the strange events, missing people, rumors, and so on. But almost nothing. One case, when a person was taken from a slope who became ill. And otherwise, as if he had arrived in an ideal place where everything is emphasized well. We checked into the hotel and Marta immediately offered to transform me. Because after the flight, it is still desirable to rest, get yourself in order, and tomorrow go on a search with renewed vigor." I agreed with her. But first I ate a hearty meal, threw vitamins into the body, went to the toilet, and then lay down comfortably, praying to wake up here, alive, free and healthy. "Don't worry, I'll take care of you," said Martha, sitting down next to. I nodded and pressed activation. The world went dark and darkness fell. I woke up. I feel light inside, but it's still dark outside. It's just starting to get light. Listen to the sensations, everything seems to be in order. Looked around the room, Marta is sleeping next to her, there is no one else, the room is the same and whole. So it went well. I looked at what kind of messages fell out. In short, the body has been updated, now it will not go into a frenzy from active reinforcement, and a new opportunity has appeared for a snack, to get skills out of your element. How to do it is unknown, but all in good time. Maybe I'll get to these secrets. I went to the mirror and meticulously examined myself. If compared with who I was a couple of months ago, the changes, as they say, on the face. The look is firm, the stomach disappeared, the stoop went away, and with them the looseness of the muscles. I strained my arm and appreciated the changes. A bicep appeared. Even if it is still small, not as impressive as we would like, but this progress pleases. And I am also glad that there is a press. A hint of it, but still, I feel the muscles. Solid, in which there is strength. Martha woke up from my walking. "Ernest, what time is it?" "6 in the morning. You, we have to leave in a couple of hours, let's get some more sleep, come to me." The girl stretched out her arms, and I could not resist, went to her to hug. And lay there, she was asleep, and I was thinking about life and future plans. Then we had a quick breakfast and went to the funicular. Martha pulled out of her memories only the general direction where we should move. First to the very top, higher than 2,000 meters, then along the path deep into the mountains. We took warm clothes for this case, because it was warm down here, so walk quietly in shorts, and it will be hot. But up there, snow is visible. With us, we have backpacks and a supply of necessities for the day. The higher we climbed, the more impressive the view was. I last traveled at the age of 15, when my mother took me with her, but then I began to refuse in every possible way. It seemed stupid to me. To go somewhere to the beach, roast in the sun or wander around the sights. It's better to stay at home and sit quietly at the computer while no one is at home. But now I realized how much I was wrong. To look at such beauty that opened up in front of us, there is something special about it. As if you are resting your soul. Marta took pictures and admired, I calmly watched, thinking that it was better to enjoy the moment, and not waste myself on fuss with a photo. When we got to the top, there was no limit to our admiration at all. We had to go on business, but we decided to enjoy the beauty and played the role of tourists for a while. But everything comes to an end. It was necessary to decide why we came here. As I understand it, they left for the day. In the morning they got upstairs, then went somewhere, and returned in the evening. Logically, I would prefer to spend the night in a hotel rather than in the mountains. So I also think. I suspect that we are over there. She pointed deep into the mountains, we must somehow pass so as not to attract attention. The main thing is to be sure, and I will take the tourists' eyes and reduce their interest. Okay, let's go. As if nothing had happened, we walked around the fence and set off along a barely noticeable path. The wind was walking around, I listened to him, listened to what interesting things he would tell. Here he is completely different. Fresh, playful. Wants to indulge and seems to have found a grateful viewer in me. Ernest, is it normal that your hair moves, but I don't? The wind is playing, I replied calmly, as if that was the only way. Ah. I see, the girl threw a strange look at me and went on. And the wind really played. Ruffled my hair and tried to get under my clothes. The latter gave him goosebumps and it amused him. Strange, right? I asked myself this question and was surprised how my perception of the element changes. As if it is alive. And I have learned the language and can understand it. Not always, but at some moments it's like the connection between us is getting stronger. Or maybe it was a consequence of transformation. After all, I began to catch such glitches after her. Probably, the connection with the elements increased or something else. I asked the wind to help me find what we are looking for, and he agreed. Then we walked along the path, and I felt the air currents guiding me. Barely touching, but I knew for sure that it was attempts to direct and encouragement that I was going in the right direction. So I realized when we almost passed by. The trail went on, but the wind hit my chest, saying, "Where are you going?" I stopped Martha and told her to collapse. How do you know? Did the wind say? Yes. And again a strange look. As if I am not of this world. Well, who would say, the girl herself is a mental maniac, so we are both with oddities. Now, we were walking directly through the snow. The speed slowed down, I was afraid of falling into some pit, but the wind helped here. He whispered which way is better to go and several times made a detour around suspicious places. If someone was here, then the tracks were covered up, at the moment they were completely absent. We were met by virgin nature. Which means that in the coming days there was no one here. Maybe the group we got together with ended up in the hospital, and the miracle potions ran out? Although why is it? If my wounds are recovering quickly, but why should they be otherwise? Our road was going downhill. We went down a good 100 meters, and still have to climb back. The first enemy appeared in about half an hour. He calmly hovered over meadow. The new zone was clearly fenced off, the snow ended, and the greenery began. A butterfly? Seriously? Marta commented on what she saw. I was also skeptical about it. Okay, transition, God be with him, but here's a butterfly. The fact that this is a mob is obvious by its size. The height of a meter seemed to hint that something was wrong here. Coming closer, the inscription appeared, "Small Spirit of Life." Yes, we found them, the girl rejoiced, and I with her. But the joy didn't last long. The butterfly spotted the guests and headed towards us. There was 100 meters of distance between us. I was waiting for the moment when it would shorten, but the spirit attacked first. 5 pink lines flew out of it, which rushed towards us. I put up an air shield, but the threads easily bypassed it and bit into the skin. And the next moment I felt my strength leaving. Martha screamed nearby. I feel weak in my legs, I sink to the ground, but I managed to shoot a bullet. Missed a little, but hit the wing, the butterfly spun and threw on the grass. The threads broke along with it and it became a little easier to breathe. Another bullet put an end to our conflict. What was that? Martha hissed indignantly. Do you feel weak too? It looks like pulling forces. Or lives. Something new, so that you can check it. Has the essence dropped? I somehow got up and hobbled to the corpse. It decomposed quickly after death, and soon a small essence. Bingo! Fell out of the remains of the carcass. I showed Martha the loot and she forced a smile. I also felt unwell. I will need to try to make potions based on essence. Suddenly it will work out, and then we will get medicine. Suddenly something stung my leg. I screamed and almost fell. The cold was spreading rapidly along the limb. I glanced there and saw a snake that was squeezing the ankle with a ring. Hitting it with spells is guaranteed to hurt yourself. At that moment, I was so scared that, without thinking, I grabbed the creature with my hand and pulled. This was enough to tear off the monster, only now my hand began to go numb. Threw the creature to the ground and nailed it with a blade, cutting it into 2 parts. Ass! I swore, I can't feel 2 limbs. Let's go back to the snow and recover. Marta nodded, offered me her shoulder, and we hurriedly hobbled away from such a dangerous place. What are we going to do? The girl asked after about 20 minutes. I kind of let go. I feel almost cheerful. How are you? Yes, it's fine too. But what kind of nasty creatures are drying up so quickly? How long do you think we can hold out? At most a minute. Maximum, 2. Then we must not get caught by them, that's all. Easy to say. Let's go, let's try. We need to learn how to notice them in advance and somehow block attacks. We entered the meadow again. Less than 5 minutes later, a beetle, the size of an average dog, attacked us. Pink threads rushed towards us, but I managed to kill him. First. Hit with a battering ram, demolished the lines together with the owner. Another essence was a reward. So we moved on. It was somewhat reminiscent of Wild West movies, where 2 people stand opposite each other and compete to see who is faster. Snakes turned out to be the most disgusting. Especially small. In the grass, they are difficult to notice, so you can literally step on someone who will cling to you and start sucking life out. I hope they are at least not poisonous, otherwise I earned myself 1 bite. My leg is aching, but it seems fine. I hope the regeneration will cope. We were attacked by everyone who could. Snakes, butterflies, beetles, then there were squirrels, and the toughest thing was when a dozen bees arrived. Then I drained mana clean, throwing rams and whirlwinds of blades. 3 times we returned to the territory to recover. A couple of times we were on the verge when the weekend tried to leave, and we were attacked and attacked. By the end of the day, I hated this place. But 20 small essences comforted, promising a generous reward. Are we going back? Martha asked in a tired voice, looking at her watch. Come on. And then already got these abundant meadows. And don't say. Life went crazy here. There was less nature in the forest. How do you think these elements differ? Nature, as I realized, is more like plants. There were mobs of the same type. And here, all the manifestation of life that was found, pumped and sent to eat those who wander into their territory. The girl shared her thoughts. When I thought about our journey, I imagined that it would be otherwise. When I say life, I get the image of healers and healing wounds. And not vampire pulling of forces. The same bullshit. It would be necessary to accelerate in order to catch the funicular. We managed. An hour later we were already at the hotel, standing under the shower and washing off each other's dirt. How about going to a restaurant? Let's arrange a date. Marta was clinging to me, jets of water were running through her body, so if she asked for anything now, it would be extremely difficult to refuse. Especially in such a trifle. I agree. Do you have any suggestions? Where do you want to go? Usually men choose, she smiled, but if you want, then I can choose. I can look at the rating of places and choose, I suggested, and I myself doubted whether I could cope. Okay. Marta agreed, and I thought I got. Going to a restaurant? With a girl? And even in an unfamiliar city. I went to the cinema with Marta at most before that, it's clear how to be there. I will not say that I am completely ignorant in this matter. I went to expensive places with my mother, but to choose for myself? Got out of the shower and started looking for information. And how did you live without search engines before? Those were terrible times, probably. Immediately faced with the problem, which kitchen to choose. And the quality of the seats is very different. I doubt Martha wants to go to regular cafes. And it's kind of awkward for me to take her there. Since we are facing an impressive risk, then we need to rest normally. I looked at the menu of advanced places and thought that it was possible to go to a simpler place. The dishes they have there are some strange. Not like people. You read the name and don't understand half the words. Okay, walk like that. In the end, I chose the restaurant with the largest number of positive reviews. Judging by the pictures, the place is beautiful and pretentious. I naively thought that we would go right away, but Marta broke me off. She approved of the choice of location, only here. Ernest, I need an hour to get ready. By the way, what are you going to wear? And what is necessary? I suspected something was wrong. Certainly not shorts and a t-shirt. You didn't take anything else with you, did you? Maybe you'll run to the store then. There is a shopping center nearby. What to buy? I was not happy about the new expenses. Yes, some jeans at least. You can use a polo. I think you will like. A suit, I think it will be superfluous, it's still hot here, will evaporate. You can take a shirt. Unofficial only, summer version. Okay, so be it, I sighed resignedly. You throw me a photo, the girl looked at me and continued to dry her hair. Yeah. Nodded and left the room. And what to do? This life is full of surprises. I have already bought clothes for myself, but I took what was convenient for me. Shorts, t-shirts, hoodies. A shirt? God forbid. Last time I dressed for prom. But life will force you and you won't get so excited. That evening I clearly understood it. A lot of people were walking on the street. Individually, in pairs, or in groups, they strolled carelessly and had fun. I looked at the men passing by, looking for those who look better than the rest, to take an example. I got to the shops, figured out where the right clothes could be hiding and went there. 40 minutes of torment, dozens of photos of Martha thrown off, 1,000,000 spent nerve cells and the job was done. After I came back, changed my clothes, Martha was just about ready, and we went to dinner, ordering a taxi to the hotel. The girl looked wonderfully good, so I didn't skimp on compliments. Ernest, what do you think all this is for? She asked when the order was made. What exactly? What is happening to us? She answered in a streamlined way, but it's already clear what it's about. As well as the desire to talk in general terms when there are other people around. If I knew. There are more questions than answers. You've been thinking about that, haven't you? What ideas do you have? So far, there is only one. That I know damn little about the world around me. Or about the universe, to be more precise. Irony broke out of me. That's right. The same feeling. And why is the name exactly like that? Maybe there is a hint hidden in it, possible. But what to look for is also unclear. If you remember the games, then the main goal there is to become the strongest. Or to play for the sake of the fan, but we still have life, not a game. I would like to know how society will change in connection with the appearance of people like us. She whispered the last words. Imagine what will happen in 6 months at our pace of development. And if there are thousands of such people? I'm afraid society will explode and the redistribution of power will begin. You think? To be honest, I've never thought about such things. Where is yesterday's schoolboy and politics? There is a gap between us. But Marta asks interesting questions. Of course, I think. These thoughts are constantly spinning in my head. What's the point? You won't know in advance anyway. Like what? She was indignant. Be ready. To what? To everything. To take a worthy place in the new order. Or lead it? I chuckled. With all my changes, the voiced ideas seemed too blasphemous. Influencing yourself is one thing. Influencing others is from the field of fiction. And why not? Don't you think I can handle it? Or something worse than others? I don't know, I answered honestly, although I saw Martha's gaze. One wrong word and I'll run into offense. I think such as you are now, no, you can't cope. The girl fell silent and leaned back in her chair. And I thought that I answered somehow too sharply. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Yes, I understand. You're right. You and I are weak. So you need to get stronger to start representing something. I looked into her eyes. Usually blue, now they seemed dark blue. Maybe you're right. Do you remember asking about how to understand who you are? It is at such moments that understanding occurs. You ask yourself difficult questions, you are looking for your place in life, where you want to go and what you can do for this. Your answers and actions are what ultimately shapes you. What you will become. So what do you want, Ernest? You came here willingly, you act, you take risks, you gain strength, but why? For what? Martha's words sounded hot. They penetrated somewhere inside and touched something important. Really, why? I don't have an answer yet. Do you want me to tell you? Come on, I agreed, feeling an incomprehensible excitement inside. You're lonely. Your family died. You were an ordinary guy, a loser who had nothing in life. You didn't find a place in the old world, but you encountered a new one and grabbed it like a lifeline. But now you have to choose. Or continue to grab this straw, go with the flow, or get ashore and shape your own path. Martha's words lay like the lid of a coffin. Pressed down so that the breath was lost. Treacherous tears welled up in my eyes and I blinked, turning away. Lonely. She's right. A cut slice, alone in this world. Almost alone. I have Marta and Sonia, but who are they to me? A girl? A friend? Or temporary acquaintances, with one of whom I share a bed, and with the other I go hunting? In the 10 minutes that we were sitting in the restaurant, I went through an internal transformation. As if Marta had opened an abscess, pus gushed out, but as it came out, I felt better. The pain came out, consent came, I accepted it and recognized the validity of her words. And it also helped to understand who I am, a former loser. Who wants to stop being him and become someone. A person, a man. Someone significant. To live a decent life so as not to regret it. That evening we didn't say another word. Everyone was thinking about their own. Brought the bill, I silently paid and went home. There Marta activated the transformation, and I stayed to guard, but soon fell asleep. Chapter 19. Life. Endurance, +3. Will, +3. These are bonuses that fell in the morning. The first is probably the merit of sucking out life, and the second is a consequence of training with Martha. Considering that we only encountered a trifle yesterday, the result is pleasant. Even more than I expected. We repeated the scheme. Early ascent, breakfast, get ready for the road, and forward to the mountains by the first funicular. As we got there, I decided to change tactics. Martha, we are acting differently today. But I haven't tried it myself yet, so I need to test. What? You'll find out now. By this time, we managed to move away from other people's eyes, so I calmly called the bird of the air. Hundreds of manna did not happen. Right in front of me, the air thickened, lines appeared, I stretched my hand forward and a small bird sat there. Wow! The girl next to me reacted enthusiastically. Can I stroke it? I squinted at her and nodded. Yesterday, she was talking almost about world domination, and today, she is touched by a bird. It's necessary. What a charm. Ernest, do you know that it can be reassigned? I was surprised. Yes, look. The girl's eyes flashed blue for a second, and the bird moved to her hand. My bird. The mood immediately dropped. The reliability of the call dropped sharply, so if you use it, then away from hostile psychics. I called another bird and decided to check that it could. Marta was doing the same thing nearby, playing with the captured animal. When we came to the zone of life, I became more or less familiar with the control. The bird seemed to convey what it saw. While it's very vague, but I suspect that this is due to the low level. The picture went directly to my head. Suddenly, I realized what the bird wanted to say. So she highlighted where the mobs are hiding. Which is interesting, she saw them in some other light, because she noticed even hidden creatures. At the border of the zone, I called the elemental. Now, he will go forward and collect the first blows. And why didn't he think of it yesterday? There it is, the force of inertia. Went ahead, in the usual way. Marta was delighted with the replenishment. Said that it is also possible to capture it, but it is more difficult. Almost on the verge of her abilities. The hunt was more fruitful with assistance. Yes, and safer, 10 times. Spirits regularly rushed at the elemental, and he tracked them well. As soon as he gave the command, attack everyone in a row, as he rushed forward and worked like a sapper. Where I would have run into a dozen times and got injured, the summoned creature coped with a bang. His damage was enough to kill small spirits. The only problem is the lifespan. Sometimes they managed to attack him first, and this was enough to lose half of his health. The result of the next 2 hours was a new tactic. The elemental came out in front, and we supported him from behind with coordinated blows. Other skills also need to be pumped. The situation became more complicated when we reached the middle spirits zone. They were the same representatives of the animal world, only fattened. The first to come at us, a wolf. The size of a bull. He broke out from under the shade of the trees and swiftly rushed towards us. The elemental took the first blow, then the creature bit into him and drank him dry in 2 seconds, plastering pink threads like a New Year's toy. But these seconds were enough to seal the wolf with a battering ram, and then cut off the 2 nearest legs with a blade. In parallel, Marta paralyzed and stunned the monster, so that with coordinated blows he was quickly sent to the next world. The only minus was half of mana. I almost gave an oak tree, how scared I was, the girl breathed out when the wolf died. Yeah, me too. As I imagined what would happen if he got to us, creepy. We need to be 10 times more careful now. But look, the average essence. I'm afraid to imagine how much it costs. If we survive, we will get rich. The girl chuckled. Believe in us. Optimism suits you. I smiled. Meanwhile, my heart continued to beat furiously, having survived a horse dose of adrenaline. Although, I must admit, the carcass of a wolf in the vicinity turned out to be less than I initially estimated. Fear has big eyes, as they say. We stepped back to restore mana, summon a new elemental and regain strength again. The asshole cost 300 points, this is almost my entire reserve. It's good that it is completely replenished in 20 minutes, otherwise it would be completely boring. 5 more medium spirits were killed before evening. 2 wolves and a couple of mountain goats. I don't know how normal it is for these places, but what happened was. When we returned home, Martha raised the issue. The longer we stay here, the more chances we have to run into other seekers. Yes, I understand. What are your suggestions? If we meet those guys, we will not part in peace. But I don't want to leave so quickly either. How much loot do we have already? About 40 small and 5 medium essences. Almost a fortune, and we haven't made much progress. You can get rich here in a week. Not to mention skills. There was a dilemma. I didn't want to leave. Money and pumping is important, but there was another reason. Those freaks ran over us, wanted to squeeze the loot, and now I was doing the same thing with them. A kind of revenge. And it's so easy to let the prey out of my hands, the last thing I want. And Martha, I see, is ready to take a chance. That's what we decided, only we agreed now to be more careful and look around more often. The next morning the bonus dropped. +3 will. +1 stamina. +1 control. +1 spirit. Considering that we did without training with Martha, the will is the merit of summoning pets. As I understand it, it is she who is used to control, so it is logical. Themselves, I managed to raise the summoning skills to the 2nd level. Pumping was complicated by the cost of spells, and how to solve it is unknown. We conducted an experiment with the girl. Bought a bottle of alcohol and vodka, after which 1 small essence was lowered into each. As the merchant said, it worked. The liquid lit up, it was covered with turbidity, and the essence itself dissolved. The smell of alcohol completely disappeared. The test was performed on me. Marta carefully cut her palm, then poured a spoonful of liquid into it. The effect is beyond praise. The scratch slowly but healed right before my eyes, and after a couple of minutes completely disappeared. I looked at the liter bottle and figured that it was a very useful thing in the household. They poured it out of glass into a camping container and so got a remedy in case of injuries. to each of them in a container to be always ready. The difference between alcohol and vodka was not noticed. It tastes like sweet water. At the end of the day, we met a new opponent. The spirit of life possessed a real bear, made it stronger and more powerful. The size of a gazelle, this carcass appeared 300 meters away from us, and by its very appearance inspired sacred awe. There was power and strength. And there was a translucent haze, almost scarlet, hovering around him, then gathering around and compacting like armor, then expanding. The animal had an aura, and I give you a tooth, this will provide us with problems. Therefore, Martha and I, without agreeing, watched the creature for 5 seconds, and then rushed away from it. Something inside insisted that there was little chance. The creature roared when it noticed us, which added motivation to get away from it. I had to sacrifice an elemental to distract and hide. This bought us a couple of seconds, and I managed to notice that one paw strike was enough for the bear to deal with our defender. The next moment they reached the forest and disappeared into the shade of the trees. Ran to the very edge of the zone, realizing that the beast could rush after them, and then who knows how it would end. What are we going to do? I asked wearily when the chase with death was over. How about having a rest? Suggestions? It's a resort, it's easy to find something to do here. You can go on excursions. And what will it give us? I didn't immediately understand Martha's plan. Mobs will recover, otherwise there are no little things at all. You and I will continue the will training for now. You will develop your summoning skills. You can allocate a couple of days for preparation. You can still go on guard in the morning, won't anyone come to go here by funicular early in the morning? This is in case our friends show up. Sounds like a plan. I agree. Where do you want to go? Let's go down, and then we'll decide, Marta smiled. I think the vacation will really look like a vacation. I must admit that it turned out to be 2 cool days. Woke up in the morning, checked the first hour of sending funiculars, sitting in a cafe and having breakfast, so that it was visible from the windows who was going. Then, to have fun on an excursion. We went to a suspension bridge, the length of which is more than a couple of 100 meters, where I caught a separate pleasure, communicating with the wind. Followed by horseback riding, which I liked less. We went to restaurants, made love in the evening. In parallel, every free minute we trained the will. Oh, yes, I also spent a lot of money, made 3 gifts to Martha, and did not leave myself offended. The thought that I am almost the owner of a large sum of money, once I get to the capital and meet with a merchant, I set up an optimistic mood and it was easy to spend. And on the 3rd day, in the morning, the guests were spotted. The same trio, plus 2 more unknown, as expected, went up to conquer the mountains. What are we going to do? Martha asked. I looked into her eyes. I'm sure she has a plan, but for some reason she asked my opinion first. I wonder which of the 2 of us is in charge. You already have an offer, don't you? Yes, I suggest we go after them in half an hour and arrange surveillance. What about the risks? Let's buy binoculars and watch from afar. So we can study a potential enemy. I agree. I liked the plan. He is on the verge of madness and audacity, but where to go? At the same time I will train the bird in exploration. An hour later, they were sitting in ambush, each with binoculars in their hands and watching what was happening. The beauty of the mountains is that it is easy to find a place from where the target will be visible. Although there were enough forest areas and barriers, and the mountains themselves hid the view in some places. But in the past times we have thoroughly explored these places, so we understood where the best place to hide is to remain unnoticed and at the same time see what the seekers are doing. The main danger is the need to follow them when they are completely removed. What do you say? Martha asked 15 minutes later. Beautiful. Yes. And dangerous. I'm impressed. I had similar feelings. The 5 seekers acted harmoniously. A man with a long black beard walked in front, who apparently used the magic of stone or earth. An earth golem walking in front of him that collected monsters for himself, just like my elemental, hinted at this. Involuntarily I compared our skill and realized that I was much inferior in the aspect of summoning. It felt that the bearded man surpassed me by. His stone golem reliably protected his head, deftly intercepted all mobs, while actively receiving blows, but not falling. My aerial pet was formed from a couple of hits. The second newcomer applied an aura. It looked like a glow that appeared around a person, as soon as the magician applied the skill on him. The aura protected him well from pink threads, so the seekers had almost nothing to fear. They felled ordinary mobs in packs and would move very quickly, but the earth golem went twice as slow as a person on a walk. Apparently, he paid for his thickness with the speed. Well, at least I'm better at this. My elemental was 10 times faster. The fire mage is clear, he threw flames. In some places, the smoke reeks with might and main, so the way the seekers are going is clearly visible. What the blonde is doing is unclear. It seems as if nothing is walking calmly in the center of the formation, and that's it. With a new feeling of schadenfreude for me, I noticed that the muzzle was bruised, and something white was visible on the nose. Are the consequences of a fracture really? Normally I put it with a battering ram. And apparently there is no potion left. The last participant used it, the one who used the knife. Now he was also fighting with a cold weapon. A long dagger, with which he expertly smashed mobs if they happened to be next to him. Together with the protective aura, he broke through closely, inflicted several murderous wounds, and sent another animal to a rendezvous with his ancestors. Most likely, he had some kind of physical direction tied to dexterity, given how fast this man was moving. In my head, I was figuring out what to do if it came to a fight and came to a disappointing conclusion: it's better to run. The force is clearly on the enemy's side. There are 5 of them, they are equipped, they have defensive abilities. The only chance is a sudden attack when they are unprotected. Throw a whirlwind of blades at them and arrange a bloody stuffing. But am I ready to commit cold-blooded murder? Of course not, I decided for myself. Who will I become then? A maniac? This is not what my loved ones would like for me. It's one thing to have an ordinary fight and murder when you were attacked. I don't blame myself for that case, but like this, there is no plan to eliminate competitors. Meanwhile, the hunt continued. Gradually the seekers left the field of view, and we went to look for a new point to observe. The most delicious thing was expected ahead: a meeting with advanced opponents. Have you noticed that they use the same skills? Martha asked when they found a new point to view. Do you think they haven't taken the elements yet? I think so. Strange. Kind of like experienced. We got the element core when we killed the highest spirit, the strongest in the location. Maybe they haven't done it yet, maybe. Either they didn't have enough strength, or their goal was to extract useful resources, and therefore they didn't reach the end. I bet that I didn't have enough strength. plus a limited number of zones for pumping. I doubt there are many of them. And I doubt even more that they specifically have access to a lot of places. Perhaps this is the only one available to them. You forget that there is a whole group of them and they farm different places. I reminded. Yes, but after all, different detachments. Roughly speaking, everyone has their own feeder, and they are something like a circle of interests. Exchange experience, support each other, but no more. Maybe you're right. Especially since they couldn't pass the park either, as I guess. Yeah. Let's see what happens next. And then the squad almost easily passed through the average spirits. The only thing is that it slowed down even more. As far as I can estimate, they have problems with dealing damage. The same stone golem did not have time to attack the wolf, the monster easily dodged. He could throw himself at any member of the squad. So they had to keep a tight bunch and hide behind the back of the stone. The one who is dexterous and wields a dagger was cautious and in no hurry to rush into melee. What made their damage even lower? The fun is about to begin, said Martha, when a bear appeared on the horizon. The one we were running from. But a group of seekers moved to meet him. So let's see what this beast can do and whether they will cope with it. A sneaky thought flashed that if the higher spirit kills them, it will solve the problem. And somehow it became disgusting. Myself, so I don't want to kill with my own hands, but with someone else's, yes, I will rejoice. It will be necessary to comprehend this moment. I hope I'm not such a bad person as I just thought. The bear got to the squad, but he was met by a stone golem. I don't know what the summoner did, but he became even more impressive and massive, so he equaled the animal and was able to slow it down. A stream of flame crashed into the side of the monster. The familiar dude gave his all, turning into a flamethrower for a minute. Half of the beast was charred, he slowed down, and the magician himself retreated behind the others. It was a serious bid to win. I even thought for a couple of seconds that the team could win, but after a minute, the bear recovered and rushed to attack the golem with new zeal. One of the magicians enveloped everyone with a protective aura, so they were not in danger of being dried. The trickster tried to attack, but his dagger was stupidly stuck in wool. I did not notice any effect. Hannah to them, Martha pronounced the verdict. But the blonde surprised. He took out something and threw it at the beast. It was enveloped in a purple haze, and the bear rushed to the other side from the seekers. I ran 50 meters away, circled there for another 30 seconds and came back. The seekers got a break, and the second round began. Is it me, or does it look like the action of horror? Possible. But obviously some kind of potion that scares, I agreed. If so, then life is an ironic thing. Our enemies use what we mind. And yet, the seekers had a chance to fill up the bear. I saw that some wounds remain. They healed once a minute, strictly according to the schedule. As I understand it, the beast uses the skill to restore. If the group had more damage, they would have done it. But what is not, is not. The stalemate has been preserved. Once she almost jumped towards the spirit when the golem fell. But one more bubble, the bear runs away, and this time is enough to summon a new defender. The fight lasted about 10 minutes. In the end, the bear decided to show something new and roared. This roar sent goosebumps through my body, but I don't want to know what it was like for those who were nearby. At first, I thought it was a sound attack with stunning, but no. Through the binoculars, it was clearly visible how other creatures appeared from all sides. The most ordinary spirits, less often average. They were still far away, but a minute will pass and this horde, which is increasing every second, will sweep away a small detachment. Ernest, the girl said in fright. Yes, I feel it's time to get out of here. I agree, let's run. No longer hesitating, got up and took off. Conspiracy? Stealth? Fuck them, right now I just wanted to get as far away from here as possible. The only thing is, after a dozen seconds I turned around to see the final of the fight and noticed similarly fleeing seekers. It remains to be hoped that in the heat of trying to save their lives, they will miss us. There is a head start between us, but these are mountains, there are enough straight sections and vast spaces. So there will be a couple of places where we can be noticed. On the move, I voiced my doubts to the girl and offered to hide, but she insisted on running further and getting to the funicular first. Because who knows how a crowd of monsters will behave. After taking another look back, I agreed with her, because the horde inspired. Under 100 spirits that diligently caught up with the people. At this moment I was very glad that there was a decent distance between us. It took 15 minutes to get to the tourist area. But there was a long queue of people who wanted to go down. I wanted to hide somewhere, go to another place, because to delay is fraught with a meeting with competitors, but Marta took my hand and went straight, pushing people. I have noticed how someone tries to be indignant, but immediately falls silent as soon as the girl looks at him. Such a cynical use of abilities was a little warped, but now it was good for us, so with a creak, but I agreed to it. Did not become indignant or express. And maybe even somewhere deep inside the soul admired Martha, who was ready to act. Is it good or bad? I can't say for sure, and I don't want to think about it when a lot of emotions are raging inside from what I saw. My heart is beating furiously, and my body is flooded with sweat from jogging. We overtook a family with children, climbed into a booth, the door slammed and finally I exhaled freely. It seems like they left. As soon as they descended, Martha confidently walked to the place from which they had already observed. We need to find out if they will survive or not. She threw on the move. They can stay until the evening. Because it's not necessary to go down, the main thing is to reset the tail. What should they do there? They did not pass the bear. If they return, then tomorrow, when they receive bonuses after the fight. Also true. Okay, let's go watch. I quickly ran into the toilet, washed up properly and put myself in order. Our appearance at first confused the waiters. We looked washed up and slightly rumpled, considering that we were lying on the ground. But even then Marta used her abilities. Ordinary people did not notice them. They just abruptly changed their behavior. For me abruptly, they themselves most likely did not pay attention. Here is a person with one face. The waiter looks puzzled at first, his gaze glides over us, disgust flashes. He clearly wants to point us to the door. But the next second he seemed to understand something very important, his face changes dramatically. A good-natured smile appears, as if he met his best friends. We are offered the best table, and they run to fulfill the order with cosmic speed. Martha herself behaved as if nothing had happened. Which is a little scary. Who will the girl become if she goes further down this path? Our eyes met and apparently something flashed by me that Martha was embarrassed. As if she was embarrassed. I hope she keeps her humanity. But I also hope that I will save it too. Chapter 20. The Truce. A group of seekers, in full force, descended in half an hour. Battered, but alive. On the summoner, I noticed a bandage from the wound. It means that they managed to escape, and judging by the fact that people continue to calmly arrive on funiculars, the crowd of monsters did not reach the tourists. I think it makes no sense for us to stay here anymore. I suggest returning to Moscow, I said. And I would wait. If they broke off, they can fly away themselves, then the place will be free and we can continue hunting. Just what are you going to do with the main problem in the form of a bear? Nothing. We will bypass it. Without it, there is more than enough loot. Martha, where are you in a hurry? You can come back here in 3 days and continue, in the meantime, sell the loot. I was surprised by her pressure. Ernest, she looked me intently in the eyes. You don't seem to be a stupid guy. Other seekers develop. Gain skills and levels, experience, acquire connections. Learn to extract valuable resources, get a reputation. Yes, they do a lot of things. Imagine that some. Well, let there be a fire mage who will first get ahead a little bit, and then win the duel. And he will win 10 more times. Can you imagine what advantage he will get? And if he kills 100 enemies? 200 skill points. He will be equal to the gods. Martha spoke in a loud whisper, fervently and passionately. Her eyes were burning, and her speeches gave goosebumps. I mentally figured out what would happen to the skills if they were really raised so much. A dozen skill points in the same vortex of blades, and it would be 100 damage. Enough to grind a group of not just people, but average seekers into bloody mincemeat. Especially if they don't have shields. And other skills? And the characteristics? Creepy. It's like some kind of superhero era is coming, I replied after a minute of silence. Or supervillains. Martha cynically remarked. Or yes. So what do you suggest? Development at any cost, despite the risks? Exactly. You yourself said that we are weak. Here we need to become stronger. Stocks of healing potions are a strategic reserve. With the help of it you can open doors to such places and to such people. Do you want to sell stocks yourself? I frowned. Let's see. The mediator is good because he has established contacts. But you will take me to meet him. I think you understand that this will be more effective. Yes, I understood. Just a waiter passed by, looking at us almost with a loving look. We sat down, finished eating quietly, decided to go to the cinema in the evening. And why not? It's still a vacation, and being locked up is the last thing you want. When we left the restaurant, I came face to face with a blond man. And judging by the fact that there is no surprise on his face, he was waiting for this meeting. The wind swirled around me, my muscles tensed. I quickly looked around, but the others were absent. And the blonde himself looked friendly, holding his hands palms forward and up. Shall we talk? Martha stood next to. She looked at him with interest, and then barely nodded to me, saying that there was no threat in his thoughts. All right, I agreed. What do you want? Are we going to talk here or sit down somewhere? The man smiled. Yes, it's quite normal here. I looked around. Full of people, carefree couples that walk and enjoy the weather. It's definitely unnecessary to arrange a fight here, so this is at least some kind of security guarantee. Whatever you say. We've spotted you. Quite by chance, I notice. So, what? I wanted to offer you cooperation. You saw how we screwed up with the bear today. I think if you help, especially with damage, we will cope with it. That's a twist, I blurted out. Do you really think I'm going to believe you like that? And why not? The blonde was surprised. Yes, there was a fight. Pavel behaved, ugly, but he realized that he was wrong. Yeah, after I applied it properly. Yes, and you. That's right. I overdid it, the man grinned. And why was there a car? Well, okay. We started badly, but we can continue better. Why fight? It is more profitable to cooperate. I exchanged glances with Marta, looking for support in her eyes. She closed her eyes, which seemed to be all right. That's how I understood it. But the question arises. Does the blonde know about the girl's abilities, that she can read minds? Does he have protection, and could he have prepared himself so as to deceive her? I understand your skepticism, the blonde continued meanwhile, but if we wanted blood, we would attack suddenly. And to lure into a trap, where will you be ready? You've already seen how easy it is to cause damage with our abilities, why take such a risk? And what, just like that, they took and kindled friendship. I raised an eyebrow, expressing all my doubt. No, of course. Pasha doesn't like you, to put it bluntly. But I agreed with him. He will keep himself in hand. The rest. Two of you don't know. Sergei, to be honest, he is delighted. You treated him so cruelly that you impressed. He has strange reasons for admiration. I remembered the cut throat and rivers of blood. Yes, he is like this. But who among us is without oddities? I remembered how Marta treats people. How I talk to the wind myself and that we hunt mobs. Mentally agreed with the man. Indeed, everyone has enough oddities. What exactly do you suggest? Tomorrow morning we go together. The blonde's voice became businesslike. We kill small animals, work together, try to kill a bear. If possible, we clean up the neighborhood and see what happens next. You didn't go further than him? No. Loot in half? It will be too brazen. The seeker smiled tensely. We divide into equal parts according to the number of participants and everyone gets his. That is, 1/7 per person, right? Yes. Reasonable, though not particularly profitable. This is how to look at. According to our assumptions, something advanced will fall from the bear that can help cure serious illnesses or even injuries, up to disabilities and lack of limbs. This will cost a lot on the market. Very. How much? From $1 million at least, but it is necessary to conduct tests. You know, such things do not solve from a rush. Yes, and to share the skin of an unkillable bear, it will be too early. Where are the guarantees that you will not attack at an inconvenient moment? I asked directly. But this is difficult. I was thinking how to convince you, but I understand that words will not be enough, but something else. I don't even know. The blonde man spread his hands. Do you have any suggestions? Yes, there is. Show me your passport. Why? He was surprised. I will know who you are, what your name is, and where you are registered. I will inform my friends. And if something happens, then either I will come for you myself, or they will avenge us. From the outside, it probably looked at least unusual. There is an adult man of about 30, dressed in a sports jacket, but looks solid. It is clear that he is well groomed and took place in life. Opposite him is a youngster who is daring and threatening. But there was no laughter in the blond man's eyes. He looked seriously, straight into his eyes, the smile disappeared from his face. Hundreds of thoughts flashed in my eyes, it was noticeable even without Martha's capabilities. Boy, I have a family. And I do not know what will come into your head. It's not me who got to you, but you to me. And now, I'm talking to you calmly, not killed. I'm talking, and I'm surprised at myself. To look a person straight in the eye and talk about murders, can I really do that? As practice has shown, yes, I can, while I feel confident. Okay. But then the contract is like this. I promise to do everything in my power to prevent blood between us. I will influence my own as much as I can. But if you bully yourself, then no complaints to me. You must understand that I cannot be fully responsible for Pavel. So, problems are expected from him? No. He has a strong motivation to finish the job. He understands that without you we have little chance. But this does not mean that he is inflamed with love for you and will be friendly. What happens if he attacks? I asked head-on. I'll step aside and let you sort it out. Will this option suit you? I have no complaints about you. And business is business. If he turns out to be a fool, then his problem is. A dubious option, I thought, and then turned to the girl. What do you say? Agree, she calmly replied. If he says so, then there is some kind of confidence behind it, I thought. In general, we agreed to meet with the blonde in the morning. His name was Vlad. He was registered in Moscow and I remembered the address. We broke up, then Martha and I wandered around the town for an hour, carefully checking whether we were being followed. Went to different hotels, restaurants and places to throw off the trail. Eventually ended up in the room, there we discussed what happened. Are you sure we need it? Yes. I crawled through his thoughts. A surprisingly good man. Can you imagine, he really doesn't hold a grudge against you for that fight? But she's a little angry at Pavel, but calmly. They seem to have known each other for a long time. It seems, yes, Ernest. Mind reading, the tool, is not always accurate. I see fragments and put together the big picture as much as I can. I see. What is the probability of a setup? The girl thought about it and went deep into the room to collapse in a chair. I believe that Blondie spoke sincerely. But there are 4 more. Who knows what they will come up with? Oh, and we fit into the adventure, I sighed heavily, trying to imagine how to survive tomorrow. Can you scan them when we meet? I'll try, Martha nodded. Don't worry. If I notice something suspicious, I'll tell you. The main thing is to keep a mana reserve and be ready. In the morning I stood and admired how the sun rises in the mountains, how slowly and majestically it creeps out from behind the mountains. And the mountains themselves are good. That's who you need to learn calmness from. Against them, all human vanity, fears, hopes and plans for life are no more than a trifle, a brief moment that flashed today, and tomorrow it's not. I was nervous. As soon as I woke up, the jitters settled. The feeling that you climb into the mouth of a tiger. Marta was standing next to me and I envied her calmness. Coffee in her hands, sunglasses on her face. Hair gathered in a careless bun. You can't tell from her that she can turn a person into a slave in a second. It seems that she doesn't care. On everyone and everything, she looks so lazily calm. Perhaps this is part of her plan. To look like a harmless fool who can't do anything to make others relax. However, they have seen how she uses her abilities, so they should be on their guard, even if they did not understand what their essence is. Finally, a team of searchers appeared around the corner. The blonde looked sleepy and ostentatiously optimistic. He is the only one who smiled at us, the others met us neutrally. Sergei, the one who loves close combat, is dressed in a gray tracksuit. His face is impassive, but something flashed when he collided with Marta. I think I heard him swallow. The fire magician, aka Pavel, glanced at me, but looked calmly. As if nothing had happened between us. I answered him the same. The other two, who are not familiar, remained completely indifferent. Nodded to us, stood side by side, and that's it. That was the end of their participation. Their names were Dmitri and Anton. The first one with a beard summoned a stone golem. The second was a skinny guy, about 25 years old, pale-looking and wearing glasses. Even I looked more impressive against him. Not a man, but a shadow of a man. But he can impose protection, which is great when you fight with the creatures of life. The blonde introduced everyone, made sure that there was no fight planned, after which he took them to the funiculars. Each trip costs a couple of thousand rubles, by the way. For one. So the vacation costs a pretty penny. We drove in 2 groups. The 5 sat in the first booth, Martha and I separately in the second. It was possible to shrink down, but why? The rest agreed without question that it was possible to split up. What do you say? I asked Martha right away, as soon as we started and slowly crawled up. So far everything is fine. Pavel, surprisingly, doesn't care about you. A slight irritation flashed, annoyance that he had to cooperate, but I didn't notice anything bright, like hatred. With the rest, and even more so. Ordinary people. So there are chances that there will be no fight? I think there is. The girl shrugged her shoulders, let's see how the cards will fall. I control them. I will not touch the summoner, he probably has the will pumped, but I will go through the rest on the topic of friendliness and desire to cooperate with us. You're a miracle, I sincerely said to Martha. She smiled. And I also found out why they agreed to ask for help. And what are the reasons? Vlad and Pavel, they are relatives. The blonde's wife is the sister of the fire magician. So, he, in the sense of Vlad, has a disabled daughter. Something with his legs. So the blonde is ready to, tear his ass to find a cure. And Pavel helps him, because his niece. I was thinking. If a blonde has such motivation, then it is natural that he is looking for ways to do the job at any cost. Would I tear my veins if I wanted to help my sister, for example? Of course. So I can understand it. It turns out that they not only climb there for money, but for ideological reasons. More precisely, 2 are not for their sake, but the rest? Maybe they have some other arguments. But if the blonde is the main one in this group, then, probably, this explains why they reacted so calmly to the fact that they spotted us. I expected a different reaction. Showdown and war. But not cooperation in any way. It can be seen that this is really important for them. We got to the top, there we met rare tourists who were not too lazy to climb up for the sake of dawn. To carefully slip through the fence and continue along the familiar path to hit the road. The tactics are as follows, said the blond man on the move. Dmitri tanks, his golem is able to hold a bear. Pavel hits with fire. If you can help him deal as much damage as possible, then it would be great. I can, I nod. Okay. And the girl, he squints at Marta, if you can help too, it will be wonderful. I can slow it down. Also good. But just him or a large group too? Everyone who will come, Martha confidently answers, and the blonde nods thoughtfully. What are you doing yourself? I ask him. I'm strengthening the group, he smiles quite. Plus 20% damage to all. Normally. Not that much, but it will increase the chances. Do you have only one skill? There is another question from me. Yes, he nods, but don't you? No, I shake my head and notice how his eyes widen slightly. Vlad is clearly making some conclusions. How much, of course, you won't say. A smile was his answer, and what is your element, if not a secret? Wind. And you, as I understand it, were initiated to him. It's clear now why you beat us so easily. What is the secret of the passage you will not tell? He asks casually. I'll tell you. If we win the bear, then write to me tomorrow, I'll share my experience. I understand that the focus is childish, but I add motivation to him to cooperate and make sure that we peacefully disperse. The transition to the zone of life appeared ahead, and the conversations ended. The people reorganized into battle order, and there was something. There was a bear on the horizon. For some reason, this time he met us almost at the entrance. And I'm willing to bet that he's not alone there. Slightly moved away from the others and created a bird. I have it, if I don't know where and what to look at, almost invisible. So there are chances that it will remain unnoticed. Additionally activated the wind's hearing and listened to what they would whisper to me. The picture is sad. Most of the horde that chased the monster yesterday now lives next to the bear. There are about 50 of them here, and these are the ones that can gather in one place within 3 minutes. I shared my observations with the others and received a number of suspicious looks. I could feel everyone wondering what this kid can do, what causes damage, and even sees monsters from afar. We can leave and come back in a couple of days, the blond man said resignedly. He clearly did not believe that it was possible to cope. Can we attack? The main thing is to collect them in a pile, then I can kill them with a pack. Are you sure? His and the others' views are full of skepticism. Sure. Do you remember what happened to the car? This is an area skill. I remember, the man answers thoughtfully. I catch the irritation on the face of the fire mage, but he quickly turns away and walks away. It's still risky, the summoner remarks. And if so? I'm calling my elemental. It is also semi-air and transparent. But when standing next to him, he is clearly noticeable. The size of a person, he looks like a living vortex. A tangle of air flow that shimmers and never remains frozen. The embodiment of the chaos of the wind. The seekers, who were standing next to each other, take a step aside. Are they afraid? Correct. This is the calculation. The more they are afraid of me, the greater the chances that they will abandon the idea of attacking. Or they will stab me in the back, meanly and harshly, so that for sure. I notice Martha smiling. Does she like other people's fears? Can you slow down the bear to the full? I ask her. Everyone synchronously turns to the girl, who is still standing and holding a glass of coffee in her hands. You will have a minute, she throws lazily. Then I suggest this plan. Agrim mobs, they run to us, slow down the bear and kill the rest. If necessary, then slow it down again to restore mana. Will it suit? The seekers exchange glances. Finally the blonde nods. The summoner then summons a stone golem, asks for 10 minutes to recover. We are standing, waiting at the very border. But the movement starts earlier. Some small spirit climbs out of the grass and attacks. My elemental rushes to him and tears him apart. The others didn't even have time to react. Following the first mob, we activate like a minefield. Gradually more and more monsters come out to us. The first minute alone, but on the second I notice how the bear is gaining acceleration in our direction. Fun begins. You can't go back out. Otherwise, mana recovery will slow down. So you have to shift towards. We grind about 20 small spirits until the main beast gets to us. Then Martha, as if she had been practicing it all her life, throws a slowdown at him. The bear stumbles, he staggers, as if he is drunk. The girl runs away behind us without further ado. After that, the others begin to retreat. After 50 meters of running, I stop and kill a pack of mobs. With a battering ram, it's especially easy to do this. Damage is enough to kill with one hit. It is more difficult with average spirits. But it also breaks them, after which someone from the team finishes off. A minute passes, and 30 more mobs are sent to the next world. I have half of my mana, and the rest have been spent, but then Marta comes forward again and slows down the monster. Another handicap per minute, another 100 meters of running and a dozen destroyed creatures. Repeat and finally the monster remains alone. Anton throws protection at me. I run forward to the bear, he is now being restrained by a stone golem. The air elemental has come in from the side and is frolicking with might and main. The beast doesn't like it, it gets up on its hind legs and growls. This carcass inspires holy terror. One blow and you will go to the next world, nothing will help. A clot of fire flies into the creature's face, the fur is smoking, the smell is scorched. I'm hitting the larynx with a blade. If he calls for help with his voice, then you need to shut him up. Blade, another and another. On the third, blood splashes, the creature shuts up, the roar disappears. The bear is already on 2 legs, he is furious, knocks down a stone golem. I switch to his paw, I want to chop off. I drain all the mana, but I reach the desired. Then the fire magician did not lose his head, sends clots into the bloody stump, cauterizes so that the new limb does not grow. The stone golem falls, but the summoner is alert, the next second a new one appears, draws the bear's attention to himself. As the forces have accumulated, I hit the bear with a blade in the eye, I hit successfully. His muzzle turns into a bloody wound, he wheezes, beats violently, so much so that he throws the stone away for 3 meters. How the golem survived, mysticism. I note how Marta slows down the beast again. Each of us keeps to the maximum permissible zone, we are afraid to approach. The bear tries to get to us, ignores the golem, but in vain. Without one paw, he is slow, limps and stumbles. Scarlet threads try to devour, but Anton copes. Sergei tries to attack with daggers, cuts one of the paws that was wounded and widens the bloody furrow. For which he gets a poke with his muzzle and flies off 5 meters, where he freezes. He miraculously missed his teeth, so he's still lucky. For the next 15 minutes, we methodically hammer the creature. I hit it repeatedly in the throat and the bear can't call for help. It's a cruel sight, as a wounded beast furiously crawls after us, but every time the brazen people slip away. His wounds regenerated at first, but then his strength ran out and he completely quieted down. He died for a long time and painfully. As I felt that the final was coming, I lowered the frequency of attacks and began to accumulate mana. At the same time, moved closer to March. I managed to look into her eyes and find an understanding that both are ready for any development of events. Finally, the monster died. The most annoying thing is that it was not the Supreme Spirit and the owner of the location, but only one of the defenders. Cooler than the average spirit, but far from the top of the local food chain. His inscription read like this: "The Guardian Spirit. The beast is defeated." Martha and I retreated 3 steps away. We stand and see what happens next. But silence. The rest of the seekers rejoice, congratulate each other. The fire mage sat down on the grass, smiling quite, but tired. Each of the team received a level. But I'm still far from it. And probably also. So you can only count on a bonus to the characteristics. People, there's something new here. Concentrated essence of life, the blonde raises the prey. Now, as I understand it, they will conduct tests on what it gives and how much it restores. Meanwhile, the group is gradually replenishing its strength. The only injury was Sergei, but he was given a potion and he is already on his feet, quite alive and cheerful. For the rest, thanks to the blonde's reinforcement, mana is also quickly replenished. After 20 minutes, everyone is ready again. I'm waiting for the attack, but it's not there. Peaceful silence persists. What, shall we continue the sweep? Vlad addresses everyone. There were no objections. The group is ready to move forward to new heights. Chapter 21. The Supreme Spirit of Life. Before going further, we collected the loot from small and medium-sized spirits. A total of 40 essences. Even if we divide them all, we get impressive money. I would like to know how much the goods are sold for, but let it remain a pleasant surprise. We go further, ahead of the golem and the elemental. Sometimes I send a bird to explore. We walked quietly for 20 minutes, entered a new territory and only then began to climb out the little things. Dealt with it without stopping. The slowest of us is a golem. Walks like a grandmother at the resort. Up close, he looked much less impressive than from afar. Torn contours, lumps of dirt and stones bulged and slowly flowed. There is no head. Only one torso, and hands that stick out on the sides. The mouth was also missing. The golem attacked with ordinary blows, if you can say so, in relation to the magical creature. About an hour later we met another bear. I distinctly heard one of the seekers swear. Worked according to the same scheme. Lured, immobilized, throat was broken and stupidly hammered. This time it turned out much faster and easier. The bear did not have time to call the retinue. Another essence, everyone is happy, we go on. The next defender of life turned out to be the moose. Is hefty, like all the local creatures, with giant horns, with which he tried to attack us. It turned out to be kind of funny. He crashed into the golem, it caught on the horns, and then the beast ran with this carcass on the head. He was swinging, banging his head on the ground, trying to throw off the pet, but in vain. He was chasing us, too, but Marta slowed down in time. I first cut off one leg, managing to completely cut it off at the root, and then the second suffered the same fate. At the end, the moose managed to shout and collect mobs from the neighborhood. I screwed up a second before I died. But in the end, it also did us good. They ran back a couple of 100 meters, and then soaked all those who came running. Moving on. The terrain is gradually transforming. It seems that I got into a fairy tale world. Everything here is so juicy, bright and exaggerated. We got to the field. There are waist-high daisies on it, and a pile of excavated earth. Are there moles here? The summoner is thumping. His voice is a bass player, it comes from the very inside, and if you are not ready, it seems that a cannon was fired. And what should we wait for? Will they jump out of their holes? Like in the movie, The Trembling of the Earth? Anton answers him. I don't know this movie, so it remains behind the scenes. What do the seeker's glances mean? The man turned out to be right. Indeed, moles began to jump out at us. You take a step and feel the earth begin to shake. Then it crumbles, a gap forms in front of you, and a mole climbs out of there, wanting to drag you to himself. But they were only average spirits. So they coped. With almost no losses. Once the golem fell into a hole. Couldn't get it. A couple of seconds and it disappeared underground. The next time the fire mage was unlucky. The ground sank under him, he flew down, but managed to catch on the edge. He was saved by a blonde, literally jumped forward and caught his hand at the last moment. Pink threads dug into both, drying up their strength, but then protection was imposed on them and they were able to crawl away. Then I threw a whirlwind of blades inside and the earth quieted down. The main bummer, there was no chance to get essences underground. So moles tickled nerves, took time and effort, while depriving prey. And then came the flowers. Wherever you look, they are bright that your eyes are already watering. The only one who is happy is Marta. Looks and her eyes are burning. How did they get to this beauty? So I probably took 100 photos on my phone. And what's the point? Posted this on Instagram and I'm afraid to imagine what will happen. At best, they will decide that Photoshop. At worst, evil uncles will come home and drag them away for experiments. Can you smell it? Anton asked. I sniffed. Indeed, it smelled sickly sweet. The smell was concentrated in the nose. As if it were not a drug. You can collect flowers, we'll check them later. The blonde man said thoughtfully. Curious. It turns out that not only essences are useful, but also ordinary plants. There are clearly mutant flowers. With unknown properties. Maybe narcotic, or maybe medicinal. Who needs it? Yes to everyone. A healing flower to everyone in the house. With such slogans, you can run for president. Something, I don't like this field. Run the golem to check. The blonde man turned to the bearded man. He nodded and sent the stone to explore. I called the bird and asked her to see what would happen next. At first there was the same picture, and then the bird noticed something. Bees, I said when I realized what was ahead of us. Are there many of them? The audience was immediately interested in. According to the first estimates, hundreds. Fuck, the summoner blurted out. The golem will not cope against 100. He keeps one goal well. We can try to pull one by one, suggested the fire mage. If it's a swarm, then the chances are slim, I remarked, for which I earned a dissatisfied look from the magician. But you can try, the blond man put in doubtfully. There was a pause. Everyone was thinking and calculating the chances. Meanwhile, one of the bees appeared, noticed us, and happily rushed to the guests. It turned out to be an average spirit who was killed by a couple of well-coordinated blows. The essence was a reward. If all the spirits there are average, then that's a lot of money. Yes, and the possibilities of. Everyone understood this. I saw in the eyes how the audience assesses the risks, and wasn't surprised at all when a group of seekers agreed to try. I looked at Martha. She looked at me. After a couple of seconds, the girl shrugged her shoulders, saying, "Decide what and how." I thought and nodded. You can try. If anything, we'll run away. We moved deep into the flower field. Each of the flowers is up to my waist. You go and don't see what's next. You can hide an army and you won't notice. A stone golem is laying a clearing, and the rest are trampling just like that. We met 3 more shoulders, quickly killed. It's worth a couple of minutes, waiting for how the others will react, but in response silence. We walked another 50 meters, and saw a wonderful picture. 3 bees dragging a cocoon of scarlet lines through the air. Judging by the size, there is an animal no bigger than a dog. Or a human child. We look at each other, but leave what we see without comment. Either the carcass is used as food, or so the army of life is replenishing its ranks. I am mentally glad that this place is far away in the mountains, and it will be difficult to get to human settlements. Otherwise, crowds of people obsessed with life would run here, if there are such. As if the heavens saw my thoughts and decided to laugh. When they crossed an invisible line, a wave spread across the field. Flowers rose. Boils flare up, a carpet of all colors swells, and after them the figure is shown. These are people. Once they were. A dozen possessed and converted. They are twice as large as an ordinary person, the skin is stretched so that it looks like it will crack or go in stitches. Muscles bulge, and flowers grow right into the bodies. They were walking flower beds that intertwined with human flesh. A disgusting and creepy sight, but fascinating. Reflexively, I throw a blade at the nearest one and blow his head off. That flies away along with part of the flowers, as if a scythe was waved. The body falls to its knees and an explosion is heard. Petals and bloody fragments fly in all directions. I take part on the shield and hear someone scream nearby. I notice that the blonde and the bearded man, who, although standing behind the golem, did not have time to completely hide. In the next moment, several things happen at once. A ball of pollen forms around the exploded body, which spreads in different directions. He's a dozen meters away from us, and I'm ready to bet that little good awaits from the contact. The blonde and the bearded man fall to the ground, pieces of someone else's flesh literally bite into them, blood splashes. The rest of the converted people rush forward, and I fall into a stupor, because I don't know what to do. If I hit, there will be explosions again. Pavel throws clumps of fire at the nearest opponents. Rushes to Vlad himself, pulls off pieces of flesh with his hands and tries to lift the wounded. He is alive, but clearly does not think well. Anton throws protection on everyone. He stands next to the bearded man, but does not hurry to remove a piece of meat from him. This is done by Sergei. Takes down the greedy flesh with a dagger. Slightly misses, the summoner twitches unsuccessfully, for which he receives a bloody incision. The golem attacks one of the converts, the air elemental takes another. And throws a slowdown on the others, but they are too close. I throw a battering ram. Monsters huddled together, so I manage to cover everyone at once. I didn't hit from above, but at point-blank range. The creatures are thrown back a couple of meters, but they are intact. They rise and attack again. But a couple of seconds is enough for the squad to gather and retreat. As soon as I find myself 5 meters away from them, I throw a 3 of blades, thin out the ranks. I hit the legs, the converted fall, arrange a bunch of small. I run back another 5 meters and I cover them with a battering ram. Now I hit them with full force, which leads to an explosion. Several booms add up and, it seems, due to this, they are amplified 10 times. As if in slow motion, I see kilograms of killer meat flying at us. I jump to Martha, I note the fright on her face, but I manage to protect her with an air shield. I expose several, because the flesh perfectly penetrates them. We lie, as if under an umbrella, and wait for this reign of life and death to end. It takes a long 3 seconds of hell. Covered everyone. The golem and the elemental are destroyed. Each got a portion of the pieces, so the squad falls to the ground together and screams in pain. The thought flashes that here it is, a chance. 5 seconds of delay and I will get rid of the potential threat. But the body is smarter than the mind. It rushes forward and rushes to the rescue. I get to the blonde and help him get free. I shoot down pieces of jewelry with bullets, but in some places I have to work with my hands. It burns my palms, but tolerable. The next, fire mage. He wants to help the least, but I can't stop myself. The man was arched, his whole back is in someone else's flesh, a little more and he will die. I have to contrive to free him. Marta is also connected. She helps Anton, who got the least. I rush to the bearded man and save him. But the dagger frees himself. He staggers, but he finds the strength and will to peel off pieces of meat. Your mother, the fuck, they were all wet at once, the fire mage sings through his teeth. He looks at me angrily. I answer him the same. We almost died because of you. Thanks to me, you are alive now. I retort in response. At the same time, I mean 3 cases. When I did not kill in a duel, when I took off pieces of flesh from him and when I did not throw a blade into his throat in response. Apparently, the magician saw something in my eyes. Spat, waved his hand and walked away. Took out a supply of potion from his backpack, drank, and then gave the blonde a drink. The whole bottle went to restore strength. A couple more bottles to raise the rest. The blonde thanked me, the bearded man too. Anton squinted, silently supporting Pavel, and the dagger didn't care. That's how you help people. Next time I'll definitely pass by. Not by everyone, but Pavel and Anton, let them go in the ass. I barely catch that I feel a strong resentment. And with it anger. What the fuck? I'm trying to sort out my feelings, but I can't. What am I offended about? To the fact that he saved in vain, that he saved at all, or that he received ingratitude in return? From whom? From Paul? Well, he's not my friend, it's stupid to expect another. But emotions capture, I want to spit and leave here. Marta helps out. She comes up, her hands fall on my shoulders, the girl looks into my eyes. For a couple of seconds, and the emotions completely go away. I am focused and calm. I understand that I have been influenced now, but I am grateful. A couple more minutes pass. The team recovers and decides to return. That's enough for today. There are 3 hours left before the funiculars close, but you still need to return, and this is at least an hour of travel, if at a fast pace. Collect the loot and move back. But it was not there. I launched a bird to scout the situation and it reports that bees are circling around us, wherever you look. They stay among the flowers, 100 meters away from us, so they are invisible. I warn the others that we are surrounded by mate and fear in my eyes as an answer. Marta is standing next to me, I exchange glances with her and say clearly in my head so that she stays close and is ready for anything. First of all, to break through. The bird's lifetime is running out, the exploration is leaving. Only the wind whispers to me that the vice around is shrinking. We decide to move forward, if we get out of the field, there will be chances. We are only 100 meters away here. They mastered half of it when she appears in the field of view from behind. Probably, she can be called a queen. Queen bee, which is the size of a bull. She's flying through the air, I don't know how this machine is holding up. Next to her is a horde of bees. Something tells me that this is the supreme spirit of life, which simultaneously turns everyone here to its side. As they noticed, no one else held back. They rushed forward, leaving the golem behind them. I grabbed Martha by the hand and rushed faster than anyone. Bees jump out on the way. I save mana, disperse them with bullets. They don't kill, but they send flying. Flying targets are perfect in this regard, they fly off like balls. The girl also helps, slows down groups of spirits. But there are too many enemies. 3 bees pounce on me. I manage to shoot down 2, and the remaining one stings in the shoulder. Saves the air elemental. He takes down a bee and finishes it off. A message flashes. Infection with life 7%. As soon as I saw it, panic settled inside. It is immediately clear how exactly the conversion takes place. Now I'm not saving my strength. I'm rushing forward and putting dangerous groups of monsters with a battering ram. I keep shooting bullets. I didn't notice how Martha and I separated from the main group. This partly helped, because most of the mobs rushed after the rest. I notice fire flashes, I note how the bearded man is being attacked by Pels, but he fights back with his bare hands. But Anton can't. His bees grab and literally tear him out of the squad. No protection helps him. The creatures are coming from all sides. Half of the mana as it was not. But the end of the field is already visible. The girl is stung once, but I drive away the bee. I glance at the rest of the group again and see that the blonde with Pavel gets a special. The fire mage can still somehow fight back, but Vlad has a very tight time. Between us 20 meters and 5 bees. I throw 3 bullets there, I help as I can, but there is not much sense, there would be a fight back. I don't waste any more time looking at the others. I run forward as fast as I can. I hear a rumble growing from behind. There's definitely 100 bees there. Slow down for a second, stumble and fall, after that you won't get up, and you'll stay among the flowers, replenishing the army of life. Finally the damn field ends. But it would be better if it continued. Then there are pits with moles. Some of them were killed, but others may remain. I'm not talking about dozens of pits that need to be run around so as not to fall down. But bees can fly directly, which they willingly do. For a second ago, I threw a glance and almost turned gray. As much as you can see, there are angry bees everywhere that are actively catching up with us. Martha also turned around, waved her hand, and slowed down a couple dozen spirits at once. Once I almost fell down. The ground left under my feet, I went down, but no, there was only an embankment, no holes. Now Marta pulled me, helped me out, and the race continued. As soon as we crossed the field with pits, it was easier to run right away. We waved 100 meters away and risked turning around. The others seem to be holding on, but they are 50 meters behind. Bees are very close to him. Anton disappeared. But the bearded man summoned a golem and he won them time by gathering spirits on himself. Pavel and the blonde man run, support each other. The magician occasionally throws clots of fire, but it is clear that he saves. I stood with the girl for 5 seconds, catching my breath, and then we rushed to run again. No matter how cynical it was, but now it's in our hands that we are running ahead. The bees fell behind almost at the very edge of the territory of life. Then the snows began, the bright nature ended. When I turned around, I saw that the 4 seekers were barely wandering, slowed down and no longer running headlong. Bees were flashing somewhere in the distance, they scored on the pursuit. We got to the snow, and sat down there. Let it be cold, but I don't care. But it's safe and you can exhale. The rest caught up with us and also fell. Everyone is breathing heavily. Sorry for Anton, says the bearded man, it will be difficult for us here without him. We are silent. I am trying to realize how I feel about the fact that someone died nearby. But there are no emotions, only indifference. Maybe a little joy that it was someone else, not me or Martha. Still maybe Schadenfreude. But I don't like this idea. It's stupid to wish a person to die just because he wasn't grateful for the help. Who has the potions left? After a couple of minutes, the blonde asks, I have an appeal of 62%. What the hell is this, by the way? Looking at Vlad. Looks pale. Like a dead man. Most likely, they are replenishing the army SOSO. I answer him. Shit, the man mutters listlessly. But Pavel looks at me angrily. I have 47%, the bearded man puts in. 30, the dagger shares. 49, the next fire mage. Eyes cross on Martha and me. 7, it's kind of awkward to answer. As if it's wrong that I suffered so little. 15. Martha says, and I turn to her. I remember exactly that the girl got 1 bite. Does it affect her more, or is she lying? Pavel takes a bottle of the potion of life from Sergei. Hands it to the blonde. No one objected. He has the largest percentage, so it's logical that he should be the first to take the potion. He takes a greedy sip. For a second, relaxation passes through his body, and then the man seems to freeze. Frowns in bewilderment and says with resignation. My appeal has increased by 5%. Then, how to remove this filth? Asks the bearded man. Pavel is frowning like a cloud, while looking confused. It's so strange to see concern for another on the face of this arrogant person. However, they are relatives, so this explains his feelings. There are no options for what to do. We decide that we need to return. Everyone hopes that it will pass by itself, because other ways are unknown. When we were already approaching the tourist zone, I notice that my 1% has fallen. I share information, and there is a sigh of relief. The summoner laughed happily at all, which attracted the attention of tourists. You take photos for yourself, you rest, and then you understand who the hell climbs out of the mountains in the devil knows what form. I wonder what they will think about us. This time we got into the same cabin. We didn't even have to squeeze. But what is the price of this? One of the searchers remained at the bottom. How will we divide the loot? I ask a question when the cabin has left. The eyes cross on me again. I feel how acute the question is. But I understand that now is the best time to ask it. The seekers are tired and weakened. They saw my skills, they understand that one blow is enough to kill us all. I'll throw a whirlwind of blades and that's it. Not to mention that the cabin from an active battle can fall. And below us is an abyss. Vlad silently pulls out a bag. He had all the loot, he kept it. Pours it out unvarnished on the floor. The audience amicably tucking their legs, as the booty is generous. Then divides into two heaps. Dozens of small and medium essences, 3 concentrated. Counted, divided into 6 parts, pushed 2 to me and the girl. As agreed. Will you check? The blond man grins. But so, wearily, without malice. But Pavel is sitting next to him, frowning, turned away and looking out the window. I have already checked, everything is fine, I answer the commander. After that, I collect the loot in my bag. Then we drive in silence. As we went down, we said goodbye and dispersed. Marta, I suggest you wash up quickly, pack your things and leave by the nearest plane. How do you like the plan? I agree. The blonde treats us normally, but the others had thoughts to deal with us. Pavel held a grudge at all. You are the cause of all his troubles. Fuck him. He's a freak. I agree. But be careful. It's better for you not to meet him again, otherwise another will break. That's why I propose to leave. We have a lot of loot. Stop taking risks. Whatever you say, she smiles and takes my arm. So we go towards the hotel. Chapter 22. Return. How do you like our vacation, dear? Martha asks when we sit down in a cafe at the airport. It's 2 hours to the plane, we're flying at night, so we can kill time with food. Mixed feelings, I answer thoughtfully, listening to myself. On the one hand, victory, on the other hand, we walked along the edge and lost one. Do you regret him? Martha looks so that she doesn't understand what's on her mind and soul. Rather no than yes. If you don't care about him, it doesn't make you a bad person, Ernest. The girl notices what bothers me and hits the nail on the head. Are you sure? But what about being kind and all that? So be kind to those who are kind to you. You saved them. But not everyone was grateful to you. So why worry about them? You're cynical. Consider it a professional deformation. When you see people's thoughts, otherwise there is no way. Look at the bartender standing at the counter. Curly and with pimples. See? He would like to blow the waitress, but she does not give him. So he thinks how he will come home and strangle his one-eyed snake on her pictures. When Martha said that, I was drinking water from a bottle and choked. The water went by the nose, coughed, and when he came to, he looked at the girl dumbfounded. Well, it gives out details. Sitting, smiling and openly laughing at my reaction. How do you like it? Do you want more? The couple at the other end of the coffee. He's in his 50s, she's a little less. Husband and wife. I caught him thinking how he thinks about his mistress and is annoyed that he had to go on vacation with his wife. And what about the wife? I glance at the pair. A very ordinary couple aged. He has a bald spot, she has wrinkles. And knows nothing about his mistress, but is silent and clings to her husband because she depends on him financially. Sad. What exactly? Yes, everything. He probably doesn't like her, but he can't leave. Why did you decide that? Martha raised her eyebrows. I don't know. It seems so to me. Well, in general it is true. People are very inert. He torments himself, his mistress and his wife. Do you think it's his fault? Do women have no will of their own? There is, of course. The girl was confused. Okay, you're right here. Each of these three is responsible for his life. The husband could leave, but the wife could leave. But they choose to leave everything as it is. That's what I'm saying, it's sad. Yeah. Martha, tell me, are there really no joyful examples? Just shit? There is, of course. But it's not that interesting. Can you give examples? I can. The same waitress sincerely loves her boyfriend and is not going to cheat on him. Okay. Then why do you focus on the bad when there is good nearby? It turns out that your cynicism is your choice, and not a consequence of your abilities? I caught her, Martha answers, with a laugh, but I see that I touched her. Eyes are squinting, looking carefully, even though her lips are smiling. And I wasn't going to, I brush off the accusations. You'd better tell me, how are your successes with self-determination? Did you understand something during our adventures? Do you mean talking about who I am and what kind of principles I have? It's hard to answer. For me, it's still a dark forest. And you try. I would be interested to hear your opinion and conclusions drawn from our adventure. Let's try. Rest is good. The girl smiles and nods, and it's also expensive, she grins at this. And these are all conclusions? In that situation when you saved everyone and pulled off pieces of flesh, why did you do that? The question is serious. I asked myself. Because it's the right thing to do? I say, and I feel doubts myself. For whom? Morally speaking? Will God punish you? Martha is pressing. Probably first of all for myself. And why is it important to you? The fact that if I had stayed to watch them die, what would I have become after that? Would you be able to respect yourself? Could I count on continuing to cope with any situation and not let me down? Let not others, but yourself. Strange conclusion. After all, they were almost enemies. That's right, that's almost. We collaborated, we're a team. Vlad trusted us, and we trusted him. So I fulfilled my part of the deal and, mind you, everything ended well. You know, Ernest, maybe you're right, but it's like playing with fire. We were lucky to get out of this mess, but it could have gone differently. You know I read minds, so I'm telling you for sure, you shouldn't trust these people. Everyone? Skeptically humming in response. Well, a blonde can, perhaps. He is the most adequate. And the others? It's clear with Pavel, he doesn't like me, but what about the dagger and the bearded man? Dagger lover is a real maniac. He doesn't care about you, but if he gets to a fight, he'll stick a knife in your belly and not wince. And the beard flashed thoughts, why share with the youth when it's more profitable to take a share? Have you ever had such thoughts? Kill them and take everything for yourself? Flashed, admits Marta. Here. So how are we better than them? It's just that everyone has their own interests. The conversation was interrupted because it was time to go to the landing. We passed the control, get to our seats on the plane, and I finally blissfully spread out on the chair, giving the body a long-awaited relaxation. Marta is similar to me in intentions. Both are tired and want to sleep. It's the dead of night outside the small window of the plane. I didn't notice how I fell asleep. Boarding in the morning. The stewardess walked around the cabin and woke everyone up. I was lying in a strange feeling for another 10 minutes when I kind of woke up, but not to the end. But where to go? I opened my eyes, shook myself, and there the plane landed. The messages that came especially helped to cheer up. Unexpectedly, generously, poured out bonuses. Will +4. Control +2. Spirit +3. Intelligence +1. Endurance +1. Dexterity +1. Now the general stats looked like this. Level 10. Spirit 39. Intelligence 31. Endurance 31. Power 10. Dexterity 8. Control 19. Will 21. A couple dozen more such adventures, and I will be able to use new skills. They got to my house and fell asleep. It turned out to be unusual to be at home. As if they had returned to a long-forgotten place. To feel a slightly musty, but well-known smell. To walk on the familiar floor, lie on native sheets. I was lying around for probably half an hour until I could completely relax, realizing that I was at home, safe, and that everything was fine. Marta did not experience such problems, so they passed out almost immediately. She woke me up closer to lunch. Said that she was leaving on business, that she would write, after which she immediately flew away, leaving me alone. Tried to stay lying in bed, it didn't work. I wanted to do something to occupy myself. After lunch I went to the center. From the subway I wrote to the merchant. He answered quite quickly and agreed to a meeting. When I told him how much I had, he was silent for a minute, then said to bring it, he would take everything. Agreed the next day. It was still necessary to coordinate with Marta, because she asked to take her with her. I returned home and counted once again how many spoils in the end. Small essences of the forest, more than 50. Medium, exactly 20 pieces. Essences of life, 72 small, 23 medium and 1 concentrated. We will sell only part of life, we will save a dozen of those and those. A valuable resource and difficult to replenish. Maybe we'll visit the mountains with Marta again, see what she says about it. We still need to encourage Sonia to do this, then it will be possible to reach the end of the location at all. Probably. The next day I met a girl in the subway, after which we went to the merchant. We should find out his name, otherwise we got tired of calling him that. Again a cafe, again some kind of eatery. I was dressed almost in summer, in shorts and a hoodie, which was hot, but you can cover your face." But Marta was dressed in an expensive dress that stood out among the entourage of the institution, like a rose among the manure. "You didn't say that there would be someone else," the merchant began instead of greeting. If he wanted to be friendly, now, instead, we were met with sullenness and discontent. "She's my partner." In all cases, I answered him and sat down at the table. The girl sat next to. Oddly enough, there was a waitress in this place. I appreciated the slightly greasy robe and decided that I would order drinks exclusively. Food here is a synonym for the word risk. "So we will remain silent?" I asked after a couple of minutes of the staring game. "We can talk," the man chuckled. "How are you?" "Quite myself," I answered him with a synchronous smile. "I willingly believe." "I offer 10 for small and 5 for medium." He gave out, abruptly switching from empty words. "Are you kidding?" I blurted out. I naturally bulged my eyes at such impudence. "Not at all." "I see, so we're wasting time." I leaned back in my chair. The drinks were just brought, so there was something to occupy my hands. It was annoying that the trader was trying to bring down the price again. They brought me a large batch, so now the market is saturated. "So the price is lower," he still explains his position. "You're lying," Martha calmly answers him and takes a drag on the cocktail. To this, the man looks at the girl in bewilderment. She explains, "I feel emotions, and I know when people lie." "A curious ability," he says slowly. "Yes. Our price is 30,000 for small and 200 for medium. What forces it cost me to stay calm, God only knows." I guess that Marta is not just talking like that, but fished out some information. "Don't you want too much?" The merchant answers warily. Now he looks intently at the girl, all attention to her. "It's fine," she shrugs her shoulders and takes another drag of the cocktail through the straw. It is possible if we agree on the price." Marta interrupts the man and he shuts up. What did he want to ask? There was a pause. That only one person knows what's on their mind, Marta. I'm left wondering what's going on. I feel some kind of trick, but I can't figure out what. Small forest, 15. Life, 20s. Medium forest, 50. Life, 100. This is the last price. And then, with the expectation of further cooperation. We agree, Martha answers for 2. I feel like a fool. It was possible not to come, the girl would have figured it out herself. And this word, cooperation. Why does it seem that it is not about the supply of essences? The merchant looks at me. Silently, I take out the goods, it's in a bag, I push it across the table. As I checked, the man takes out the money. 4 hefty bundles of 1 million each are packed, and you won't understand what's there. And here's another 165,000 he gives, so, bills from the wallet. As I understand it, life supplies are not expected in the near future? A man asks an unexpected question. What makes you think that? Well, you lost too, the team weakened. My puzzled look was his answer. 2, how do you know who lost whom? Awareness of the merchant is alarming. Vlad was a good friend of mine, he shrugs. Why was there? You don't know? There was an unpleasant pause. The blonde died? Did the intoxication of life kill him or what? So someone contacted the merchant and brought him up to date. And the party he was talking about is probably what the remaining seekers promised. Most likely it was Pavel. Took the reins after the death of a relative. Sorry, I like the blonde. I don't understand what you mean, I answer with a general phrase, but I see that the man noted my reaction. He nods, accepting the rules of the game. I hide the money in my backpack, get up from the table. But Marta remains. You go. We need to talk to this, gentleman. We'll meet at home. I nod silently and leave. My soul is somehow disgusting. On 2 points at once. Firstly, the death of the blonde. Unexpectedly. My girlfriend and I got infected the same evening. And apparently he didn't. Gained critical mass and died. It's a pity, but he's not my brother or friend, so it's unnecessary to grieve for a long time. Secondly, the behavior of the girl. What is she doing? It's like I'm an errand boy who was sent away. What the fuck? Why did she come here at all? To help or to establish connections? Now it is clear what kind of cooperation it was about. What can a psychic who can playfully rule people's brains offer? Oh, a lot of merchant connections, and I'm sure he has access to rich people, and Martha's abilities. A vigorous mixture comes out. But why does it piss me off so much? What's it? Jealousy? Envy? Anger at being made out to be a fool who doesn't solve anything? I quickly realized that if I continue to think like this, I will wind myself up. And do I need it? Therefore, I threw bad thoughts out of my head. More precisely, I tried, but they stubbornly returned. I took a taxi and went home. 20 minutes later I realized that I had called the direct address, but I should have at least tried to confuse the tale, if there is one. It's too late to change anything, and it's stupid. What's the point? Therefore, I calmly got to the apartment, and when I closed the door behind me, I exhaled with relief. A large sum literally burned my hands and forced me to look suspiciously at everyone. So it's good that I got there, I can relax. I wrote to Sana, said that I had exchanged the loot and needed to meet. He answered about 5 minutes later. Said that he had moved and invited him to visit. Agreed that I would arrive in a couple of hours. The guy's new apartment was a little further from the center, but it looked much better. And lighter. This is the first thing that caught my eye. The main color is white and the lights are on, despite the fact that it's a sunny day outside. The guy himself looked frowning. I greeted him, he offered tea or water. I handed him the money, almost 1,000,000 rubles, but he didn't even look at it. Silently put it on the table and, it seems, forgot. I want to show you something. He went to the laptop, I followed him. Here, look. He opened a screenshot from some website. It turned out to be news. There was a note that 2 torn bodies were found in the park. A young mother and her daughter, 5 years old. Already knowing what would happen next, I read to the end and made sure that this is the same ill-fated park where we hunted the spirits of the forest. The date of the article is 2 days ago. Do you understand? If the passage had been closed then, this would not have happened. The guy's words sounded like a sentence. Does he mean it's our fault? I don't know what to answer. Any words get stuck in my throat and seem stupid. Maybe Sonia is right. Our greed cost someone their life. What do you suggest? Finally, I find something to say. Go back there and clean up the place. When? Tonight. Okay. I'll ask Marta if she's coming with us. The guy nods at this. It seems that he is not here. His gaze wanders somewhere far away. I sat for another 10 minutes at a party, said goodbye and left. What can I say? He's right. We need to finish what we started. Martha arrived at 7 o'clock. I couldn't stand it and asked her a question from the threshold. What was that? What are you talking about? She made surprised eyes. You pushed me to the background, stayed with the merchant. Oh, my God, are you offended? It's not a grudge. This is dissatisfaction with how everything went. And how did it go? Profitable? I don't understand what you're unhappy about, she snorts and goes into the kitchen, where she puts the kettle on in a masterly way and takes out a mug. If you had plans to use me and the situation, you could have warned. Ernest, calm down. It was necessary. You or me, to us. I learned a lot of useful information. So it's better to calm down, sit down and listen to what I'll tell. It was said in such a way that everything boiled inside. This tone, dear, and you didn't confuse the coast with me to talk like that? I said. Now the girl flared up like a volcano. Her eyes flashed, and she approached. I said, sit down. My eyes went dark. My muscles were shackled. I moved against my will to a chair to sit down. But something inside me crunched, and evil rage threw off the obsession. Break off. I threw an evil girl. She frowned harder and then came another blow. 10 times stronger than it was. The body was paralyzed. I stopped feeling myself, only with the edge of my consciousness I noticed how my muscles were stiff. The puppy. How dare you talk to me like that, she raged, eyes flooded with a bloody veil. She came in my house and dares me command. There was so much anger that she pounced on the vice of control like a storm and broke through them. I was able to move a little and form a bullet. She crashed into the girl exactly in the stomach. She was thrown right against the wall and pinned. At first, I was afraid of what I had done. But then she got up, snorted angrily, and rushed at me. I managed to put up an air shield. This fury flew at him, and then hit him with a mental, punching and shackling me again. The slap came whipping, the nails went over my face, and I felt the blood run. The next blow fell under the gut, knocking the air out of my lungs. The rage returned, replaced any brakes, and with an effort of will I threw off the restraints. And the next moment Marta was shackled by the vice of air. I lifted her off the floor. She was fluttering, but could not do anything. I felt her attacking, but managed to repel suggestions. When she turned completely red, he relaxed control and released. The body collapsed and hit the floor. But was that enough? No, this beast attacked me again. Crashed like a hurricane and kissed. At first, I thought she wanted to bite, tried to resist, but then somehow suddenly the fight turned into passion. She tore my clothes with a mental blow. The wind came to the rescue and showed that it can also undress. We were rolling on the floor, emotions were boiling between us. The claws of this wild female walked along the back, leaving furrows. She bit into my neck with a kiss. The madness was gaining momentum, and I completely stopped realizing what was happening. So I was covered by the wildest sex in my life. The first thing I felt when I came to myself was pain. My back was burning with fire. My muscles were cramping from tension. I immediately felt a dozen unpleasant sensations. Stickiness of sweat, cold floor, the effects of a bite on my shoulder. A wild cat was lying on me. Her breathing was heavy, but gradually calmed down. I looked around the kitchen and came to. I wanted to say that I was horrified, but in fact it didn't matter. The refrigerator was dented. The table was overturned. Most of the dishes were broken into small crumbs. Simply put, the kitchen was destroyed. I barely remembered and realized what had just happened. Before sex, Martha attacked me. Yes, so rude. And then I hit her. Girl. And the quarrel ended with sex. How is this even possible? I simultaneously felt bewilderment, anger, anxiety, doubts, firmness, and for a snack there was a feeling of being a small child who does not understand anything at all in this world. And does not understand women either. Meanwhile, Marta recovered and began to caress. She kissed and kissed me, literally purring. Maybe she's crazy? An adrenaline junkie? Who did I contact? You didn't like it? She easily read my condition. I'm slightly perplexed. Never mind, she replied, getting up. Then she chuckled, looking around the room. The kitchen will have to be changed. Yes, and clothes. Mine has completely fallen into disrepair. I'll take yours. While the girl went to my room again, I got up and looked around again. What a tin. We need to call cleaning. And those who fix everything, order a new kitchen. Are you going to listen to what I've learned, or are you just going to keep sulking? Martha asked when she returned. In my sweatshirt and shorts. Tell me. I nodded, trying to turn on the kettle, but it was so crumpled that it was easier to throw away. The merchant's name is Vadim. Surname Petrov. He knows about 20 seekers who periodically drop him goods. Do you know how much he wants to sell average essences for? 200,000 minimum. Not bad. Of course. This is the minimum, note. As I understood, an auction can be arranged for such an exclusive, then the transaction amount can easily reach up to $1 million. It turns out that we are cheap. Yes, not really. I didn't just agree to this price. I knew for sure that Vadim would not give more. I see. What about the blonde? I asked what was bothering me. Dead. He didn't know the details. Sorry. A little, agreed Martha. I just once again noted her cynicism. Is that all you wanted to tell me? In general, yes. He can be trusted. He does not collect information about us, who we are and where we live, does not tell anyone, keeps the seekers a secret. The most interesting thing is that he is also a seeker. Can you imagine? Yes? Curious. Yeah. That's just the skill I didn't recognize. Something related to his activity. Is he also a psychotic? I tensed up, overestimating the danger of this person. No, something else. Maybe I'll find out later. Are you going to cooperate with him now? Yes. Offered to start 100,000 for attending the negotiations. After all, he is not only engaged in seekers, but he turns various deals. He can be called a professional intermediary or seller. Just not someone who stands at the counter, but those who turn deals worth millions. Often not rubles. I see. Good luck to you, what can I say? Are you still sulking? Martha frowned. Oh, well, God be with you. That's it, it's time for me to run. See you later. The girl kissed me on the cheek and flew away. I should have said about going to the park, but the language did not turn. Relationship with Marta. There is a lot to think about, comprehend, and decide what to do next. Smart enough to understand that communication with her is at least dangerous. But what to do, there is not enough intelligence or rather experience here. Did we have a fight or not? Then I'll think about it, and now it's time to get ready. I unsubscribed to Sana that we would go together, he took it calmly. Met in the evening at the entrance to the park, immediately went inside. Walked in silence. I was thinking about my own, and the guy. I don't know what he had on his mind. They reached the goblins somehow casually. Small spirits were ground, even when they climbed out by the dozens. The guy clearly expanded his arsenal and turned into a death machine. Or a machine of light, which, nevertheless, is quite murderous. Lights were torn from his hands, a shield flickered around and reflected attacks. I even envied someone else's strength a little. Sonya looked so cool. Inspired respect. It feels like he trained a lot while I was away. The goblins, who used to scare, caused only a small annoyance that they had to go through it again. I felt like they were trying to influence me, but I had enough will to defend myself. The air elemental helped a lot. He didn't care about the fog and the hassle. He clearly guessed where the enemy was, and then we got into business, and from the creature quickly there was only a corpse cut up and charred by light. The ents were also disassembled into pieces of wood quickly. Eventually they reached a familiar pit, killing a couple of hundred spirits in total. Had time to breed, bastards. He looked at the prey philosophically. That's not why we came here. But to do justice. The pit was met with a half-grown forest. Do they have everything according to the same scenario? Somehow, it's too much like a game. But no. Another final boss was waiting for us this time. He looked like a giant carnivorous flower, spat corrosive poison, ran smartly and sprayed pollen. The fight lasted 6 minutes. Sonya threw shackles of light that looked like red-hot chains. The monster screamed, stumbled, and froze. I broke the stem with 5 blades and cut it into 2 parts. With a battering ram, I threw them in different directions so that they would not grow together, and then they methodically finished him off for 5 minutes. It was easier than I expected, I summarize after the battle. The main thing is that we will do what we have to, the guy answered seriously. They did not postpone, they went to the center of the pit to close the passage and clear the park from the threat. But it was not there. The passage was flickering, on the other side the endless forest was also visible, but as if you were looking through the ripples. The inscription with a proposal to close it refused to be highlighted. A long minute passed, which I exchanged glances with the guy and tried to figure out what to do. And then, from the other side, fell out. Reasonable. This creature looked almost like a man. Green skin, a bandage on the hips, veins along the whole body, slightly pointed ears. Take the fight, demons. Give up your power. It was said so pathetically and in our language that I was confused. But the newcomer was not, and rushed forward, pulling out a long dagger from somewhere. He ran straight at me and looked terrifying. The knife was shining and was about to plunge into me. Reflexes worked automatically. The blade of the wind broke from his hands and cut the creature into 2 parts. The upper part flew back. I managed to notice how a puzzled and offended expression froze on him. And the second part of the body was still carried forward by the legs, and it fell very close, staining me with blood. What was that? I blurted out a little hysterically. Or not, slightly. You messed up the first contact with the aliens. The answer to me was a nervous and dumbfounded voice. Are you kidding? I didn't understand if the guy was serious or mocking. He said nothing and walked over to the corpse. I turned him face up and bent down to examine. Meanwhile, a sign popped up. Do you want to close the first-rank face? I wish. The passage collapsed. Reward, 10% protection against poisoning. Did you have to kill him? The guy asked, glancing at how the passage closed. It just happened, I shrugged my shoulders guiltily. He's with a knife. Well, after the boss I hit the usual. I thought maybe he had protection. Perhaps this is not a seeker, but an ordinary, reasonable young at all. You think? I came closer and examined the corpse. The sight is extremely unpleasant, but curiosity overcame disgust. Indeed. The alien looked like a young guy. Maybe they live for 300 years and an old man showed up here. Sonia just frowned at it. I don't blame you, he guessed about my feelings, but, although okay. You did the right thing, he attacked first. Thank you. Yes, you're welcome. How do you think he knew the language? No idea. Maybe linguistic understanding is given automatically during the transition. Weirder and weirder. And don't say. Let's get out of here. I'm sick of this park. While walking back, Sonia changed. As if he lowered a heavy load and relaxed. It was clearly noticeable by the way he started talking. I shared what skills I discovered, asked what I was doing. We agreed to think about going to the location of life later. Finished by 12 o'clock at night. It remained to leave the park, go outside, call a taxi, and you can go to rest. I still didn't understand where the dark figure came from. I only managed to notice that she had a bandage on her face that hides her face. And in the hands of the gun. The first shot crashed. Shoulder stung by fire. They push me from the side, and the guy turns out to be in front, covers. A shield flashes gold, illuminates the street. Shots bang one after another. Sonia lasted 6 bullets. On the 7th, the shield ran out, and he fell. I was standing behind, so the guy was thrown right into my hands. Saw 2 more bullets enter his body, tear and kill him. The blade rushed at the enemy and cut off his hands. The gun, along with the fingers, was thrown up, and the body was thrown back. The rest of the blow also hit the chest. I hold the guy, slowly lower him to the ground, look into his eyes. And there's nothing there. Empty eye sockets are looking, from which life has gone. A roar and howl of pain breaks out from inside. How? For what? I look back to where the stranger was standing. He disappeared. I notice how he runs in the distance. I put the guy aside and rush after. Blood is running down my arm, the sleeve has managed to get wet, but I don't care. I am rapidly catching up with the fleeing He is already trudging. The blade cuts off his leg, and he falls, hits the car he wanted to open. I run up and pull off the bandage. This is Pavel. Fucking fire magician. You. For what, creature? A clot of flame flies into my face. I beat it off with my hand and feel the skin melting. With a kick in the face, I knock down the concentration of the magician. I wrap myself in shields, and the next blow passes by. Die, asshole. He shouts, spitting out blood clots. Vlad died because of you, so die. A continuous stream of flame comes out of the magician and the story repeats. I reflect the fire with my shield and it falls back on the owner. The figure flashes as if it was doused with gasoline. The magician goes into a heart-rending scream. I step back and watch a man burn. After 2 seconds, I can't stand it and finish off with 2 blades. The scream subsides. I go back to the guy. He's lying on the ground. The expression on his face is serious again, frozen in this mask on the eyelid. I sit down next to him and sit stupidly. I don't know what I'm waiting for. The brain turns on after about 15 minutes, when I realize that I will go to the next world myself a little more. I take out a bottle with the potion of life, sip. Strength is added, my head clears. I take the guy's things, everything suspicious that may suggest what he was doing here. I get up and wander into the darkness. I need to hide, get as far away from here as possible, confuse the tracks. Silence in my head. Epilogue. I got home in a completely broken state. My friend, partner, died. Died. Because of me. Rushed to defend and died. How is it? First my mother and sister died. And now my friend. The feeling of guilt, loss, and loneliness broke something inside. Literally trampled me. I wanted to curl up and not think about anything. I did so. I lay there half the night until I passed out. Attention. The first 1,000 seekers have been initialized. The limit of the face has been raised to the 2nd rank.